Nebosh IGC Course Specimen Question and Answers Contents Element 1, Foundations in Health and Safety. 18 Learning Outcomes. 18.1.1, The Scope and Nature of Occupational Health and Safety. 18 Meaning of the terms health, safety, welfare, and environmental protection. 18.1.2, The moral, social, and economic reasons for maintaining and promoting good standards of health and safety in the workplace. 18 Reasons for managing health and safety. 18 Consequences, costs, of not achieving a good standard of health and safety. 19 Cost of accidents. 19 Ill health absence. Cost. 20 Organizational costs related to inadequate standards of workplace health and safety. 21 Benefits to an organization in implementing a successful health and safety management system. 21 Maintaining and promoting health and safety standards. 22 Cost of accidents. 23 Consequences to a worker injured in a works accident. 23 Costs incurred following an accident. 24 Training later stage of employment. 24 Training levels of supervision required. 25 Training program. Factors. 25 Training measuring its effectiveness. 26 Training records. 26 1.3 The role of national governments and international bodies in formulating a framework for the regulation of health and safety. 26 Health and safety responsibilities of employers and enforcement actions. 26 Responsibilities of employers and workers. 27 Page 1 of 231 Powers of inspectors and enforcement notices. 28 Information sources. 28 Health and safety management systems. 1. Policy. 30 Learning outcomes. 32.1 The key elements of a health and safety management system. 30 Management system. 30 Management system key elements HSG 65. 31 Management system key elements OSIS 18001. 32 Health and safety management systems general components. 32 2.2 The purpose and importance of setting policy for health and safety. 33 Health and safety policy. 33 Signing of the policy statement. 33 Importance of defining roles and responsibilities for health and safety. 33 2.3 The key features and appropriate content of an effective health and safety policy. 34 Health and safety policy communication. 34 Statement of intent content. 34 Health and safety target setting. 35 Health and safety targets reasons to establish. 36 Safety targets related to the statement of intent. 36 Roles and responsibilities for health and safety redirectors, supervisors, workers, and persons with primary health and safety functions. 37 Issues on which employers consult workers. 38 Communication barriers. 38 Effectiveness of consultation. 39 Health and safety policy revision circumstances. 39 Internal and external influences that may influence a policy review. 40 Page 2 of 231 Health and safety policy arrangements. 41 Techniques used to improve health and safety standards. Inspections, external audits and analysis of accident statistics. 41 Health and safety management systems. 2. Organizing. 43 Learning outcomes. 43 3.1 Organizational health and safety roles and responsibilities of employers, directors, managers, workers, and other relevant parties. 43 Organization section responsibility holders. 43 Management commitment. 44 Contractor evaluation criteria. 44 Shared workplace ensuring health and safety. 45 Achieving employee cooperation and coordination in a shared workplace. 45 Duties of designers, manufacturers, and suppliers. 46 3.2 Concept of health and safety culture and its significance in the management of health and safety in an organization. 46 Safety culture reasons for its decline. 46 Safety culture spheres of influence. 47 Safety culture what is IT? 47 Promoting a positive culture control, cooperation, competence, communication. 48 Safety culture, improvement. 49 Safety culture deterioration. 49 Reasons for not following procedures. 53.3, Human factors which influence behavior at work. 51 Personal factors, attitude, motivation, self-interest, perception, 51 Perception of risk, 52 Motivation, 52 Human error reduction and motivation. 53 Checking competence, 54 Page 3 of 231 Communication methods, importance, 55 Barriers to effective communication. 55 3.4, How health and safety behavior at work can be improved. 55 Information and consultation, 55 Errors and violations, human error, 56 Induction training, a means of reducing workplace accidents, 57 Health and Safety Committee, agenda. 58 Ineffective Health and Safety Committee, 58 Ways in helping a safety committee be effective, 58 Organizational benefits of having a safety committee, 59 3.5, Emergency procedures and arrangements for contacting emergency services. 59 Emergency evacuations and emergency procedures, 59 Emergencies requiring emergency procedures, 63.6, Requirements for, and effective provision of, first aid in the workplace. 60 First aid provision, emergency provision, 60 First aid risk assessment factors to be considered, 61 Health and safety management systems 3 planning. 62 Learning outcomes. 62 4.1, Importance of planning. 62 Underestimation the seriousness of a hazard, 62 4.2, Principles and practice of risk assessment. 62 Hazard and risk, 62 So far as is reasonably practicable, 63 Forms of identifying workplace hazards, 63 Risk assessment suitable and sufficient. 64 Near miss and dangerous occurrence and accident ratio studies, 64 Page 4 of 231 Hazard, 65 Hazard and risk meanings and elements of a risk assessment. 65 Risk assessment process, 66 Risk assessment stages, 67 Lone worker factors to be considered, 67 Pregnant worker, 68 Young person's vulnerability, 68 Risk assessment when to review, 69 Risk assessment assistance to complete. 69 Duties towards visitors, 70 Visitor awareness of emergency procedures, 70 Risks to visitors and precautions. 74.3, General principles of control and a basic hierarchy of risk reduction measures. 71 Management of risk hierarchy of control, 71 Personal protective equipment limitations, 72 Personal protective equipment last resort, 72 Personal protective equipment eye protection, 73 Personal protective equipment hearing protection, 73 Hearing protection factors that affect its performance, 74 Personal protective equipment footwear, 74 Personal protective equipment last resort, 74 4.4, Sources of health and safety information. 75 Absence investigating the problem, 75 Absences due to work-related ill health sources of information, 75 4.5, Factors that should be considered when developing and implementing a safe system of work for general work activities. 76 Worker involvement in setting and maintaining standards, 76 Page 5 of 231 Safe system of work development, 76 Safe systems of work and worker involvement, 77 Safe systems of work sources of information. 78 Safe system of work definition, 79 Safe system of work, training, 79 Confined space working. 79 Confined space working maintenance underground storage vessel, 81 Lone working considerations, 82 Staff involvement in health and safety, 83 Worker involvement to improve health and safety. Standards, 83 4.6, Role and function of a permit to work system. 83 Permits to work effectiveness, 83 Permit to work systems, 84 Functions of a permit to work and the elements, 85 Permit to work details to be included. 86 Welding operations, 87 Welding operations precautions before commencing work, 87 Health and safety management systems for measuring, audit and review. 88 Learning Outcomes. 88 5.1 Active and Reactive Monitoring. 88 Reactive and Proactive Monitoring. 88 Active and Reactive Monitoring of Safety Performance. 89 Reactive and Proactive Monitoring Differences with Examples. 90 Reactive Measure to Monitor an Organization's Health and Safety Performance. 90 Active Monitoring Methods. 91 Checklist Strengths and Weaknesses. 91 Strengths and Weakness of Checklists. 92 Page 6 of 231 Inspection Skills and Knowledge Required. 93 Safety Inspections Considerations. 93 Safety Inspections Their Role. 94 Health and Safety Inspections and Audits. 94 5.2 Health and Safety Auditing. 95 Health and Safety Audit Meaning, Coverage and Findings. 95 Health and Safety Audits Advantages and Disadvantages. 96 Health and Safety Audits Planning and Gathering Information. 97 Management System Review of Documents. 97 Topics to be included in a health and safety audit. 98 5.3 Investigating Incidents. 98 Benefits of Accident Investigation. 98 Accident Investigation Report. 99 Accidents Immediate and Root Causes. 99 Near-Miss Accident Engineer Working NA Cranes Y. Investigate, Possible Causes, What should be in the report. 100 Accident Investigation Reasons, Information to be included in the report, Possible Immediate and Root Causes. 101 Accidents to a Machine Operator Immediate and Root Causes. 102 Accident Investigation Team Who to include. 103 Accident Information Gathering Checklist. 103 Actions management can take to prevent similar accidents in the future. 104 Reasons why an inspection after a serious accident may not lead to unsafe conditions being corrected. 104 Near-Miss Incident Investigation. 105 5.4 Recording and Reporting Incidents. 105 Accident Reporting Major Accident. 105 Accident Reporting Under-reporting/not reporting. 105 Page 7 of 231 Accident Reporting Y. 106 Actions to take following a serious workplace accident. 106 Actions to take following a serious workplace accident. 107 5.5 Review of Health and Safety Performance. 107 Reasons for reviewing health and safety performance. 107 Health and Safety Performance Review Y. 108 Workplace Hazards and Risk Control. 109 Learning Outcomes. 109 1.1 Health, Welfare, and Work Environment Requirements. 109 Welfare Provision of Facilities. 109 Workplace Welfare and Work Environment Requirements. 109 Outdoor Working Extreme Heat. 110 Outdoor Working Ultraviolet Light, Sun, and Old Temperatures. 111 Cold Working Environment. 111 Workplace Lighting Effects of Inadequate Lighting. 112 Workplace Lighting Risk Assessment Open Plan Office. 112 1.2 Violence at Work. 113 Violence between workers. 113 Violence towards workers in a hospital emergency department. Controls. 113 Violence against workers. 114 Violence against workers large office open to the public. 114 Violence factors that may increase erase the risk of violence at work. 115 1.3 Substance misuse at work. Error. Bookmark not defined. 1.4 Movement of people. 115 Planning traffic routes. 115 Movement of vehicles vehicle and pedestrian interface. 116 Page 8 of 231 Accidents on stairs. 116 Reversing vehicles. 117 Reversing vehicles control measures. 117 Traffic route design features. 118 Slip and trip avoidance. 119 Vehicles in the workplace. 119 External storage areas, hazards. 121.5 Construction hazards and control. 121 Construction site traffic route controls. 121 Demolition work main hazards. 121 Demolition work considerations. 121 Children on construction sites. 122 Contractor evaluation criteria. 122 Contractor reducing risks to them prior to and during project. 123 Checking on a contractor's competence. 124 Competence of contractor, assessing. 124 Competence of contractor. 125 1.6, working at height. 125 Contractors working on a roof. 125 Work on a flat roof. 126 Work on a sloping roof. 126 Scaffold loading bay. 127 Independent tied scaffold protection of the public. 127 Roofing contractor fragile roof working an independent tied scaffold. 128 Reasons why a scaffold may collapse. 129 Precautions to be taken to minimize risks to those working on scaffolds. 129 Reasons for inspecting scaffolds. 130 Page 9 of 231 Scaffold inspection considerations. 130 Mobile tower scaffold safe use. 130 Mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, safe working practice. 131 Mobile elevating work platform, MEWP. 131 Safe use of ladders hazards elimination and reduction. 132 Ladders safe use. 132 Ladders safe use accident prevention. 133 1.7 Excavations. 133 Excavation safety, precautions. 133 Excavations control measures. 134 Transport hazards and risk control. 135 Learning outcomes. 135 2.1 Safe movement of vehicles in the workplace. 135 New vehicle route features to reduce the risk to pedestrians. 135 Traffic route physical features. 135 Segregation of pedestrians and vehicles. 136 Pedestrians walking through a warehouse. 136 Pedestrians in areas where vehicles are maneuvering. 137 Persons injured by vehicles, driver training. 137 Workplace collisions reason physical workplace layout. 138 2.2 Driving at work. 139 Risk assessment long distance lorry driver. 139 Long distance lorry driver safety hazards. 139 Musculoskeletal hazards and risk control. 141 Learning outcomes. 141 3.1 Work-related upper limb disorders. 141 Page 10 of 231 Ergonomics, definition. 141 Meaning of the term ergonomics, ergonomic problems with the use process equipment. 141 Ergonomic machine operators workstation design. 142 Work-related upper limb disorders, RULD. 142 Display screen equipment ergonomic assessment. 143 Display screen equipment. 143 Display screen equipment workstation features, seat. 145 3.2 Manual handling hazards, risks, and control measures. 145 Manual handling injuries and load affecting the risk of injury. 145 Manual handling load, individual, and task. 146 Manual handling load, individual, and task. 147 Manual handling risk assessment considerations. 147 Manual handling injury, storeman. 147 Manual handling sources of information. 148 Good manual lifting techniques. 149 Manual handling airport baggage handler. 149 3.3 Manually operated load handling equipment. Error. Bookmark not defined. 3.4 Mechanically operated load handling equipment. 150 Mechanical handling systems conveyor control measures. 150 Leaving a lift truck unattended. 151 Battery powered lift truck operation. 151 Forklift truck, instability. 151 Forklift truck hazards. 152 Forklift truck daily inspection. 152 Battery powered forklift trucks hazards and precautions. 153 Lifting a load by a crane. 154 Mobile crane causes of overturning. 154 Page 11 of 231 Forklift truck minimizing the chance of overturning. 155 Persons working in path of a gantry crane. 155 Precautions when using a mobile crane. 155 Mobile crane driver checks. 156 Work equipment hazards and risk control. 157 Learning outcomes. 157 4.1 General principles for selection, use, and maintenance of work equipment. 157 Safe use of work equipment information, instruction, and training. 157 Newly installed machine pre-use safety factors. 158 4.2 Hazards and controls for handheld tools. 158 Non-mechanical hazards hand tools. 158 Wood chisel safety precautions. 159 Portable electrical appliances faults and bad practices. 159 4.3 Machinery hazards. 160 Mechanical hazards. 160 Mechanical and non-mechanical hazards. 161 Work equipment powered cylinder mower mechanical and non-mechanical hazards. 162 Mechanical hazards of machinery. 162 Maintenance work on a commercial washing machine measure to reduce the risk of injury. 163 Typical workplace hazards garage workshop. 163 Work equipment chainsaw hazards, PPE and controls. 164 Mechanical hazards related to maintenance operations. 165 Petrol chainsaw use, hazards. 166 Work equipment hazards and control floor polisher. 167 Work equipment hazards and control cement mixer. 168 Work equipment hazards and control electric sander. 168 Page 12 of 231 Pillar drill reducing risk of injury to users. 169 Mechanical hazards pedestal drill. 170 Hazards bench top grinder. 171 Health and safety risks to an office cleaner. 172 4.4 Control measures for reducing risk from machinery hazards. 172 Guard/safety device selection for a piece of work equipment. 172 Guards and safeguards, types. 173 Fixed guards protection against types of danger. 173 Machine guard and safeguards main types. 174 Guards fixed and trip devices. 174 Main types of guards. 174 Advantages and disadvantages of interlock guards and trip devices. 175 Electrical safety. 176 Learning outcomes. 176 5.1 Principles, hazards and risks associated with the use of electricity in the workplace. 176 Common electrical hazards. 176 Portable electrical appliances, accidents. 176 Electrical fires. 176 Electricity use of portable appliances. 177 The effects of electricity on the body. 177 Electricity severity of an electric shock. 178 5.2 Control measures. 178 Electrical isolation, earthing, reduced low voltage and overcurrent protection, terms. 178 Earthing. 179 Reduced low voltage and double insulation. 180 Portable appliance inspection. 180 Page 13 of 231 Workplace electrical equipment checks. 180 Portable appliance inspection determining the frequency of inspection. 181 Electrical hazards brush cutter. 181 Fire safety. 183 Learning outcomes. 183 6.1 Fire initiation, classification, and spread. 183 Common causes of fire in the workplace. 183 The fire triangle. 184 Fire triangle principles. 184 Fire triangle, heat transfer and electrical fires. 184 Classifications of fire and fire extinguishers. 185 Fire classifications. 186 6.2 Fire risk assessment. 187 Fire risk assessment factors to be considered. 187 Hazards to firemen when attending a fire. 187 Fire plan. 188 6.3 Fire prevention and prevention of fire spread. 188 Fire prevention and control. 188 Highly flammable liquid storage. 189 Fire spread heat transfer. 189 6.4 Fire alarm system and firefighting equipment. 191 Raising the alarm in the event of a fire and sighting of extinguishers. 191 6.5, Evacuation of a workplace. 192 Fire means of escape, 192 Fire evacuation requirements, 192 Emergency exits and routes, 193 Page 14 of 231 Chemical and biological health hazards and risk control. 194 Learning outcomes. 194 7.1, Forms of, classification of, and health risks from hazardous substances. 194 Chemical agents forms, chronic and acute health effects, 194 Biological agents types, 195 Hazardous substances biological organisms reducing the risk of infection, 195 Flammable solvent health effects and precautions. 196 Spraying solvent forms, routes of entry, MSDS, and control measures, 197 7.2, Assessment of health risks. 198 Cellular defense mechanisms, 198 Target organ, 198 Hazardous substance risk assessment, 199 Hazardous substances, biological organisms or toxic substances, routes of entry, 199 Hazardous substance ingestion, 199 Hazardous substances MSDS information contained, 200 Hazardous substance use information to users, 207.3, Workplace exposure limits. 201 Workplace exposure limits, WEL, 201 Workplace exposure limits, WEL, meaning and possible reasons for an increase in work-related ill health, 201 Workplace exposure limits dust lamp and personal dust samplers. 202 Hazardous substance risk assessment and maximum allowable concentration, 203 Occupational health surveys use of stain tube detectors and continual gas/dust samplers. 203 7.4, Control measures. 204 Local exhaust ventilation, LEF, 205 Local exhaust ventilation system, 205 Page 15 of 231 Local exhaust ventilation system effectiveness reduction, 206 Local exhaust ventilation. 206 Minimizing dust levels other than using LEF, 207 Health surveillance, 207 Health surveillance meaning, types of checks and the meanings of STEL and LTEL, limitations of export. Limits, 208 7.5, Specific agents. 209 Dust monitoring dust lamp and personal dust sampler, 209 Dust emission prevention, 210 Wood dust respiratory defenses and control measures, 210 Dust entering the body and respirable dust, 211 Asbestos types and where it can be found, 211 Asbestos removal chronic health effects, 212 Indications of a dust problem, body defenses against dust and control measures to reduce dust in the work environment. 213 Contact dermatitis in construction, 214 Ammonia release health effects and air monitoring, 215 Solvent exposure minimize exposure. 216 Legionella health risks, what could cause the bacteria to be present in a water system, who can be exposed, 216 7.6, Safe handling and storage of waste. 217 Collection and disposal of waste, 217 Hazardous and non-hazardous waste and buns, 217 Hierarchy of control minimize pollution from waste and reducing risk of environmental damage from an oil spillage. 219 Physical and psychological health hazards and risk control. 220 Learning outcomes. 228.1, Noise. 220 Page 16 of 231 Hearing protection plugs and muffs, 220 Noise controls in a engineering factory, 221 Noise controls, 222 Noise health effects from high levels of noise, 222 Noise engineering controls, 223 Noise reduction techniques, 223 Frequency, decibel and a weighting, noise measurement techniques, 224. 8.2, Vibration. 225 Vibrating handheld tools handheld grinder health effects, control measures and symptoms, 225 Whole body vibration, 226 8.3, Radiation. 227 Radiation difference between ionizing and non-ionizing, 227 ionizing radiation, means of controlling exposure, 227 non-ionizing radiation occupational sources and health effects, 227 ionizing radiation health effects, 228 X-ray facility in a dentist surgery health effects of exposure and precautions, 228 ionizing radiation types and control measures, 229 8.4, stress. 230 factors that can lead to occupational stress, 230 stress work-related causes, 230 night working factors to be considered, 231 page 17 of 231 element 1, Foundations in Health and Safety Learning. Outcomes on completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the scope and nature of occupational health and safety, explain the moral, social, and economic reasons for maintaining and promoting good standards of health and safety in the workplace, explain the role of national governments and international bodies in formulating a framework for the regulation of health and safety. 1.1 The scope and nature of occupational health and safety. Meaning of the terms health, safety, welfare, and environmental protection. Outline the meaning of the following terms: A. Health, B. Safety, C. Welfare, D. Environmental protection. Part A. The term health can be defined as a state of well-being in both a physiological and psychological sense. In occupational terms, it would include not suffering, for example, from fatigue, stress, or noise-induced deafness. Part B. Safety can be defined as the absence of danger or physical harm to persons, extending in the workplace to things such as equipment, materials, and structures. Part C. The term welfare relates to the provision of workplace facilities that maintain the basic well-being and comfort of the workers, such as eating, washing, and toilet facilities which enable them to fulfill their bodily functions. Part D. Environmental protection may be defined as a measure used to prevent harm to the environment of the world. It prevents harm to air, water, land, and natural resources, providing protection to flora, fauna, and human beings and their interrelationships. 1.2 The moral, social, and economic reasons for maintaining and promoting good standards of health and safety in the workplace. Reasons for managing health and safety. Page 18 of 231. Outline the three main reasons why manage health and safety and explain which is the most important of those reasons. The moral, legal, and financial are three main reasons for promoting good standards of health and safety within an organization. The most important reason is moral because we all have moral obligation not to cause harm to others. Employers have a moral obligation toward their employees and others. Moral is increasingly important at a time when employers go to great lengths to encourage their workforce to give commitment. Consequences, costs, of not achieving a good standard of health and safety. Outline possible consequences of not achieving good standards of health and safety. Recognition of the financial and legal implications of poor health and safety performance should be outlined, and include the following considerations: costs of accidents and ill health in terms of lost production, loss of key personnel due to accidents and or ill health, or even leaving the company for safer environments. Next point: replacement staff costs to cater for those off work due to ill health or injury, or those leaving the business to go elsewhere for fear of their health and safety. Investigation costs relating to accidents and incidents are a lot higher than management and others realize. Higher insurance premiums will result if the claims history or risk rating of the company is adverse. Equipment/plant damage and replacement costs. Legal defense costs that need to be paid in order for a defense to be made by the organization. Fines for breaches of health and safety compliance. Possible imprisonment of persons at various levels for not adhering to the required level of legislative compliance, i.e. duty of care. Product quality could be affected, as persons who feel that they are not being suitably protected will not have the same degree of care as those that feel their health and safety is being considered. Resource allocation. If adequate resources are not allocated to health and safety, then there is every likelihood deficiencies will arise, which may include non-compliance with recognized legislative and best practice standards. Public and employee relations. Cost of accidents. Replacement or repair of damaged equipment is a cost that an organization may incur following an accident at work. List 8 other possible costs to the organization following a workplace accident. Direct costs. These are costs which are directly related to the accident and may be insured or uninsured. Insured direct costs normally include, page 19 of 231, claims on employers and public liability insurance, damage to buildings, equipment, or vehicles, any attributable production and/or general business loss. Uninsured direct costs include, fines resulting from prosecution by the enforcement authority, sick pay, some damage to product, equipment, vehicles, or process not directly attributable to the accident, e.g. caused by replacement staff, increases in insurance premiums resulting from the accident, any compensation not covered by the insurance policy due to an excess agreed between the employer and the insurance company, legal representation following any compensation claim. Indirect costs. These are costs which may not be directly attributable to the accident but may result from a series of accidents. Again, these may be insured or uninsured. Insured indirect costs can include accumulative business loss, product or process liability claims, recruitment of certain replacement staff. Uninsured indirect costs include loss of goodwill and a poor corporate image, accident investigation time and any subsequent remedial action required, production delays, extra overtime payments, lost time for other employees, such as a first aider, who attend to the needs of the injured person, the recruitment and training of most replacement staff, additional administration time incurred, lower employee morale possibly leading to reduced productivity, ill health, absence. Cost list. 8 possible costs to an organization when employees are absent due to work-related ill health. There are a range of costs that have to be considered as having an impact on the organization, including, but not limited to, 1. Replacement of staff. 2. Retraining those who will be replacing those absent. 3. Project delays. 4. Medical costs. 5. Payments while the person is off work. 6. Compensation costs, civil, page 20 of 231. 7. Defense costs of a criminal and/or civil action. 8. Adverse publicity. 9. Loss of staff motivation which will impact productivity. 10. Revision of work processes. 11. Investigation costs, organizational costs related to inadequate standards of workplace health and safety. Identify the possible costs that an organization may incur as a result of inadequate standards of workplace health and safety. The results of providing inadequate standards of workplace health and safety are generally an increase in accidents and ill health of the workers. Consequently, an organization suffers direct costs such as those arising from lost production and time dealing with the subsequent investigations, those arising from plant damage and replacement and cleanup activities, paying those involved during absences as a result of accident or ill health, having to recruit and train replacement labor, costs arising from the possibility of action by the enforcement authorities or by a civil claim from the injured parties, and the inevitable rise in insurance premiums. There are also indirect costs related to poor staff morale, which could lead to industrial unrest and high staff turnover, and the damage done to the organization's reputation, which could lead to a loss of orders and a subsequent decrease in its profitability. The better answers structured their responses under the general headings of direct and indirect costs. Benefits to an organization in implementing a successful health and safety management system. Outline the economic benefits that an organization may obtain by implementing a successful health and safety management system. Reduces risk to an organization. Risk assessments allow the identification and onwards management of risk. Reduced risk allows/attracts reduced insurance liability coverage, ensures legal compliance, and as a consequence helps the organization to avoid costly legal as well as civil actions. Having less accidents/incidents means that time is more productive and as such would improve overall financial performance, could even have quality improvement connotations. Page 21 of 231. There will be cost savings to employers, as stated earlier, individuals as they will not have earnings affected due to accident/ill health absence. The economy would benefit by having additional availability of cash, and of course society would not be faced with the financial burden of caring for persons who are ill/recovering/disabled due to poor and/or unsafe working practices. It would allow target setting, and as such economic benefit would be obtained by the company being aware of their performance and effectively managing it accordingly. Maintaining and promoting health and safety standards. A. Explain reasons for maintaining and promoting good standards of health and safety in the workplace. B. Identify sources of information that an organization may use to help maintain and promote good standards of health and safety in the workplace. C. Outline possible reasons why good standards of health and safety in the workplace may not be achieved. Part A. Answers had structured responses around the moral, legal, social, and economic arguments for maintaining good standards of health and safety within an organization. The moral argument centers on the need to provide a reasonable standard of care and to reduce the injuries, pain, and suffering caused to workers by accidents and ill health. The legal reasons centered on compliance with the law and ILO and other international standards to avoid criminal penalties and to comply with the employer's common law duty to take reasonable care of workers. Social reasons being concerned with the need to provide a safe place of work, safe plant and equipment, safe systems of work, competent workers, and a high standard of training and supervision. The economic benefits would include a more highly motivated workforce resulting in an improvement in the rate of production and product quality, the avoidance of costs associated with accident investigations, the avoidance of costs associated with accidents such as the hiring or training of replacement staff and the possible repair of plant and equipment, securing more favorable terms for insurance and maintaining the image and reputation of the organization with its various stakeholders. Part B. Sources of information that an organization may use to help maintain and promote good standards of health and safety include legislation including directives and regulations, ILO codes of practice, conventions, guidelines, and recommendations together with those produced nationally, page 22 of 231. Information produced by the World Health Organization, WHO, and the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, international standards such as those from ISO and BSI, guidance. Produced by the various enforcement agencies, manufacturers' data, information produced by trade associations, trade unions, and professional bodies, accident and ill health data and information emanating from completed risk assessments, inspections, and audits. Part C. Reasons why good standards of health and safety may not be achieved in the workplace include a lack of management commitment, poor morale among the workforce and a lack of motivation, frequent changes in the organization, a lack of resources possibly due to a harsh economic climate, conflicting demands with priority being given to production targets and meeting deadlines, poor communication and consultation with the workforce, a failure to provide adequate training, leading to a lack of awareness amongst workers, a failure to complete risk assessments and to produce safe systems of work and method statements, generally poor standards of health and safety in the industry leading to a lack of peer pressure. Cost of accidents. Identify possible costs to an organization following an accident in the workplace. Possible costs such as those associated with lost production, staff replacement, staff training/retraining, staff absence, sick pay, temporary replacement with the need for additional training, repair of damaged plant and equipment, damage to products, investigation and remedial action, additional administration incurred, an increase in insurance premiums, fines and compensation awarded, court and other legal representation. Costs arising from a loss of business image and the detrimental effect on worker morale resulting in reduced productivity. Consequences to a worker injured in a works accident. Page 23 of 231. Identify possible consequences to workers injured in an accident at work. Possible consequences to a worker injured in a workplace accident include pain and suffering and even disability or death with its resultant impact on family life, loss of earnings and future earning capacity following time off work and even loss of current employment, medical expenses and loss of confidence and motivation giving rise to social and psychological problems. Costs incurred following an accident. Replacement and retraining of staff is a cost that an organization may face following a workplace accident. Identify 8 other possible costs to an organization when a serious accident has occurred at work. Possible costs include those associated with lost production, staff absence and sick pay, repair of damaged plant and equipment, damage to products, investigation and remedial action, additional administration incurred, an increase in insurance premiums, fines and damages awarded, court and other legal representation. A loss of business image and the detrimental effect on employee morale resulting in reduced productivity. You need to read the question. This one looks very similar to a previous one, but here there is clear mention that replacement and retraining of staff have already been considered. Training later stage of employment. Outline reasons why an employee might require additional health and safety training at a later stage of employment within an organization. When a work has been employed by an organization for some time, there may be a need for additional safety training. These needs can vary, and may include a general refresher, as over a period of time a person's focus may shift and thus they may not be as safety focused as they should be. This may be an issue if a person has not had an accident and therefore may become complacent. To ensure that there is a consistent approach to safe systems of work which may have changed over time and therefore the worker may be somewhat outdated in their knowledge. The workplace and work practices may have changed without the worker being consciously aware of them. The worker may have moved locations within the same premises and is not aware of some of the potential hazards in the present location. Page 24 of 231. It may identify further training needs of the individual. This may be an issue with technological advancement. Ensuring that the worker remains positive in their health and safety attitude and helps to foster a better and more positive health and safety culture. Training levels of supervision required. Outline the factors that may determine the level of supervision an employee should receive during their initial period within a company. The level of supervision required during their initial period with a company will be dependent on a host of factors and may include some, or all of the following: complexity of the work to be undertaken, age of the individual, the attitude of the individual, any special needs, previous experience, previous situation reports, past accident situations, the peer group attitude, type of PPE that may be required, and the need for correct use, i.e. harness can fall into incorrect use. Over a time period, level of supervision available, type of work being undertaken, substances used and likely effects, legal requirements, training program, factors. Identify the factors to be considered while developing a health and safety training program for an organization. The objectives of the training: what do you hope to achieve by giving the training and what the participants will obtain from it. The trainer, whether in-house or external, will have a major impact on the effective presentation of the training and thus the information retention of the participants. The venue in which the training is held can have a significant effect on the training in general. If it is in poor condition or poorly resourced, the training will be less successful than if it is at least in a good condition and comfortable. The number of people involved in the training will affect the quality of the training. In some cases, larger numbers allow for greater group interaction, which can help, whilst in other cases smaller numbers allow for more teacher-participant interaction, which can also help. The means of delivering the teaching will significantly affect most of the other factors here, although it does not necessarily have to be the deciding factor. The company culture and the support from the management team is also a significant factor in the planning of training delivery. Page 25 of 231. Training measuring its effectiveness. Identify the various measures that might be used to assess the effectiveness of the training. There are a range of measures that may be used to assess the effectiveness of training, including participation of attendees, level of responsibility to correctly respond to questions, being able to demonstrate understanding on the job, follow-up for compliance, reduction of accidents/incidents in aspects of the training delivered, formal feedback from attendees, personal feedback, others asking for similar training. Attentiveness throughout training records. Outline the reasons why it is important for an employee to keep the training records of his employees. Maybe legal requirements may assist in developing training plans/identifying gaps may be required for evidence following an incident/accident may reduce penalties in a court of law. Insurance premium reviews. Completing risk assessments CPD for the worker to save duplication of training. Management system compliance. 1.3 The role of national governments and international bodies in formulating a framework for the regulation of health and safety responsibilities of employers and enforcement actions. A. Outline the main health and safety responsibilities of employers. B. Identify actions an enforcement authority might take if it finds that an employer is not meeting its responsibilities. Part A. The main health and safety responsibilities of an employer are: to provide and maintain safe plant and equipment, to carry out risk assessments page 26 of 231 to introduce safe systems of work, to ensure the safe use, storage, handling and transport of articles and substances, to provide and maintain a safe workplace, including access and egress, to provide a safe working environment with adequate welfare facilities including first aid, to provide information, instruction, training and supervision for workers, to prepare and revise a health and safety policy, to cooperate with and consult with workers, to secure competent health and safety advice and to cooperate with other employers at the workplace. This part of the question was generally well answered, though some candidates continue to provide a list instead of the additional detail required by an outline question. Part B. Possible actions should be identified, such as giving advice or warning either verbally or in writing, requiring that an improvement is made within a given period of time, requiring the cessation of work until improvements in health and safety are made, and taking formal legal proceedings such as prosecution. Responsibilities of employers and workers outline the main health and safety responsibilities of A. Employers, B. Workers. Part A. The main health and safety responsibilities of an employer are, to provide and maintain a safe workplace including access and egress together with safe plant and equipment, to carry out risk assessments and to introduce safe systems of work, to ensure the safe use, storage, handling and transport of articles and substances, to provide a safe working environment with adequate welfare facilities including first aid, to provide information, instruction, training, and supervision for workers, to prepare and when necessary to revise a health and safety policy, to cooperate with and consult with workers, to secure competent health and safety advice and to cooperate with other employers at the workplace. Part B. Workers have the responsibility, to cooperate with their employer, to take reasonable care for their own safety and that of their fellow workers, to report accidents and any dangerous situations at the workplace, not to misuse any equipment provided for them, page 27 of 231, to follow site rules and should not take alcohol or drugs during their working time. Powers of inspectors and enforcement notices. A. Outline 4 powers available to an inspector when investigating a workplace accident. B. Identify the 2 types of enforcement notice that may be served by an inspector, stating the conditions that must be satisfied before each type of notice is served. Part A. An inspector has the right to 1. Enter premises at any reasonable time, accompanied by a police officer, if necessary 2. Examine, investigate, and require the premises to be left undisturbed 3. Take samples, photographs and, if necessary, dismantle and remove equipment or substances 4. Require the production of books or other relevant documents and information 5. Seize, destroy, or render harmless any substance or article 6. Issue enforcement notices and initiate prosecutions. 7. An inspector may issue a formal caution when an offense has been committed but it is deemed that the public interest does not require a prosecution. Formal cautions are not normally considered if the offender has already had a formal caution. Part B. There are 2 types of enforcement notices. 1. Improvement notice. This identifies a specific breach of the law and specifies a date by which the situation is to be remedied. 2. Prohibition notice. This is used to halt an activity which the inspector feels could lead to a serious personal injury. The notice will identify which legal requirement is being or is likely to be contravened. The notice takes effect as soon as it is issued. There are 2 forms of prohibition notice. An immediate prohibition notice. This stops the work activity immediately until the specified risk is reduced. A deferred prohibition notice. This stops the work activity within a specified time limit. Information sources. Page 28 of 231 outline the sources of published information that may be consulted when dealing with a health and safety problem at work. The sources of this information may be internal to the organization and or external to it. Internal sources, which should be available within the organization, include accident and ill health records and investigation reports, absentee records, inspection and audit reports undertaken by the organization and by external organizations such as the house maintenance, risk assessment, including COSH, and training records, documents which provide information to workers, any equipment examination or test reports. External sources, which are available outside the organization, are numerous and include health and safety legislation, HSC/House publications, such as approved codes of practice, guidance documents, leaflets, journals, books, and their website, international, e.g. ILO, European and British standards, health and safety magazines and journals, information published by trade associations, employer organizations, and trade unions, specialist technical and legal publications, information and data from manufacturers and suppliers, the Internet and encyclopedias. Page 29 of 231. Health and Safety Management Systems. 1. Policy learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the key elements of a health and safety management system, explain the purpose and importance of setting policy for health and safety, describe the key features and appropriate content of an effective health and safety policy. 2.1 The key elements of a health and safety management system. Management system. Describe the main components of a health and safety management system. The main components of a management system are policy, organization, planning, implementation, measuring performance, reviewing performance, audit, and continuous improvement. The components are explained as follows. Policy should contain protecting the safety and health of all members of the organization by preventing work-related injuries, ill health, diseases, and incidents. Complying with relevant occupational safety and health national laws and regulations, voluntary programs, collective agreements on occupational safety and health, and other requirements to which the organization subscribes. Ensuring the workers and their representatives are consulted and encouraged to participate actively in all elements of the occupational health and safety management system, and continually improving the performance of the occupational safety and health management system. Signed/endorsed by senior management and cascaded to all employees. Continued. Organization section should ideally contain a chart illustrating the management structure so far as health and safety is concerned. Page 30 of 231. The section should also show details of employees from the lowest levels to the highest, with key personnel identified by name as well as by job title. Also arrangements, procedures, instructions, or other internal documents used within the framework of the occupational safety and health management system. Planning and implementation. An effective planning system for health and safety requires organizations to establish and operate a health and safety management system that controls risk defects to changing demands in a bid that sustains a positive health and safety culture. Measuring health and safety performance must be monitored at all levels of the organization, from day-to-day monitoring by line managers and supervisors to periodic audits of management systems. Performance measurement techniques fall into two broad categories: 1. Reactive monitoring, which monitor accidents, ill health, and incidents. 2. Active monitoring, which measure the effectiveness of management systems and the extent of compliance with standards and the achievement of plans. Reviewing performance. Annual or periodic review of the performance to ensure the system is working on the ground and assess if any of the components need more attention. Audit. An audit is intended to identify all of the hazards. It is intended as an evaluation of health and safety management systems, and is often independent. Continuous improvement. When each of the above have been properly progressed, the result should be an improvement in the occupational health and safety status of the organization, which, upon further reviews into the future, will enable even more improvements to be achieved. Management System Key Elements. HSG 65 outline the key elements of a health and safety management system. HSG 65 Model outline the 6 elements in the model. 1. Policy, which should be a clear statement of intent, setting out the main health and safety aims and objectives of the company and the commitment of management. Then, 2. Organizing for health and safety, which should ensure the allocation of responsibility to members of the workforce with the emphasis on achieving competency and control, together with effective systems for communication and consultation with the workforce. Then page 31 of 231-3. Planning and implementing that should involve the setting of standards and targets, the completion of hazard identification and risk assessments, and the introduction of appropriate control measures. Then 4. Measuring and evaluating performance would need to be put in place using proactive and reactive monitoring systems to provide data on the achievement or non-achievement of the objectives and targets set. Finally 5. Audit should be carried out to check whether what was planned was actually taking place, and 6. Review to consider options for improvement and to set new targets where necessary. Management System Key Elements OSIS 18001 outline the key elements of a health and safety management system. 1. Policy, which would be appropriate to the nature and scale of the organization's health and safety risks, include a commitment to the prevention of injury and ill health and to comply at least with applicable legal requirements. Then 2. Planning, would include the introduction of procedures for hazard identification and risk assessment and for identifying and accessing the legal and other health and safety requirements that were applicable to the organization. It would also be necessary to establish health and safety objectives for relevant functions and levels within the organization. Then, 3. Implementation and operation, where senior management would have to demonstrate its commitment, ensure effective lines of communication throughout the organization, and seek effective consultation with and participation by the workforce. Then 4. Checking would be concerned with monitoring the extent to which the organization's health and safety objectives are being met and the effectiveness of the risk control measures that have been introduced. Then 5. Management review would be an examination of the results of internal audits and an evaluation of compliance with applicable legal requirements and other requirements to which the organization subscribes, assess the extent to which objectives have been met, and recommend further improvement that would need to be made. Health and Safety Management Systems General Components outline the main components of a health and safety management system: policy, organization, planning, implementing, measuring, performance, auditing with checking and corrective actions, reviewing performance for continual improvement. Can be remembered using POPMR page 32 of 231. 2.2. The purpose and importance of setting policy for health and safety. Health and safety policy. A. Outline the purpose of the three main sections of an organization's health and safety policy. B. Give reasons why the health and safety policy should be signed by the most senior person in an organization, such as a managing director or chief executive officer. Part A of this question is intended to test candidates' understanding of health and safety policies and their structure. Initial referral to the statement of intent, which both demonstrates management's commitment to health and safety and sets goals and objectives for the organization. Moving on to the organization section, the purpose of which is to allocate health and safety responsibilities within the company and to ensure effective delegating and reporting. And finally the arrangements section, which sets out in detail the systems and procedures that show how the policy is to be implemented. Those who do not do so well outline the contents of the sections rather than their purpose. For Part B, the signature of the most senior person in the organization would demonstrate management commitment, and this would give authority to the policy, or that the person concerned ultimately had responsibility for health and safety in the organization. Signing of the policy statement. Explain why a health and safety policy should be signed by the most senior person in an organization, such as a managing director or chief executive, and include the signing date. The statement should be signed and dated by the most senior person in the organization. This will demonstrate management commitment to health and safety and give authority to the policy. It will indicate where ultimate responsibility lies and the frequency with which the policy statement is reviewed. Importance of defining roles and responsibilities for health and safety. Outline why it is important that all persons in an organization are aware of their roles and responsibilities for health and safety. Ensuring that all persons in an organization are aware of their roles for health and safety will assist in defining their individual responsibilities and will indicate the commitment and leadership of senior management. Page 33 of 231. A clear delegation of duties will assist in sharing out the health and safety workload and will ensure contributions from different levels and jobs. Defining roles and responsibilities will help to set up clear lines of reporting and communication, as well as assisting in defining individual competencies and training needs, particularly for specific roles such as first aid and fire. Finally, making individuals aware of their own roles and responsibilities will indicate to them that health and safety is seen as a core function of the job, will increase their motivation and help to improve the health and safety culture within the organization as a whole. 2.3. The key features and appropriate content of an effective health and safety policy. Health and safety policy communication outline the various methods for communicating the contents of a health and safety policy to a workforce. The policy statement of intent should be posted on prominent notice boards throughout the workplace and brought to the attention of all employees at induction and refresher training sessions. It can also be communicated to the workforce, during team briefing sessions, at toolbox talks which are conducted at the workplace, or directly by email, intranet, newsletters, or booklets. It should be a permanent item on the agenda for Health and Safety Committee meetings, where it should be reviewed at each meeting. Statement of Intent. Content. A. Identify the typical content of the Statement of Intent section of an organization's health and safety policy document. B. Outline the factors that may indicate that health and safety standards within an organization do not reflect the objectives within the Statement of Intent. Part A. The following points should be included or considered when a health and safety policy statement is being drafted. The aims should cover health and safety, welfare, and relevant environmental issues. The position of the senior person in the organization or company who is responsible for health and safety, normally the chief executive, the names of the health and safety advisor and any safety representatives. Page 34 of 231. A commitment to the basic requirements of the relevant health and safety legislation, access, egress, risk assessments, safe plant and systems of work, use, handling, transport and handling of articles and substances, information, training, and supervision. A commitment to the additional requirements of the good management of health and safety in the workplace, risk assessment, emergency procedures, health surveillance, and employment of competent persons, duties towards the wider general public and others, contractors, customers, students, etc. The principal hazards in the organization. Specific policies of the organization, e.g. smoking policy, violence to staff, etc. A commitment to employee consultation, possibly using a safety committee or plant council. Specific performance targets for the immediate and long-term future. Part B. The factors that may indicate that health and safety standards within an organization do not reflect the objectives within the Statement of Intent are numerous and may include absence and accident rates deteriorating or not achieving their target, enforcement actions following non-compliance to legislative standards, non-conformances being raised at times such as audits and inspections, increase of complaints by workers regarding conditions, risk assessments not being reviewed in a timely manner, trainings that are health and safety related are not taking place or are not refreshed if and when required. Persons not conforming to safe systems of work, indicating a slipping/negative safety culture. Health and safety target setting. A. Explain why it is important for an organization to set targets in terms of its health and safety performance. Here an alternative question may be: explain how accident data can be used to improve health and safety performance within an organization. B. Outline 6 types of target that an organization might typically set in relation to health and safety. Part A. Health and safety performance targets are an important part of the Statement of Intent because they indicate that there is management commitment to improve health and safety performance. They motivate the workforce with tangible goals resulting, perhaps, in individual or collective rewards. They offer evidence during the monitoring, review, and audit phases of the management system. Part B. The following list, which is not exhaustive, shows common health and safety performance targets: a specific reduction in the number of accidents, incidents, and cases of work-related ill health, perhaps to 0, Page 35 of 231. A reduction in the level of sickness absences, specific increase in the number of employees trained in health and safety, an increase in the reporting of minor accidents and near-miss incidents, a reduction in the number of civil claims, no enforcement notices from the local authority, is specific improvement in health and safety audit scores, the achievement of a nationally recognized health and safety management standard, such as OHSAS 18001. Health and safety targets, reasons to establish, outline the reasons why an organization should establish health and safety targets. There are several reasons for an organization to set health and safety targets. Evidence of management commitment to prioritize and focus on important health and safety issues, to motivate staff by giving them something tangible to aim for and to encourage their ownership, to enable performance with standards to be measured and to identify improvements that have been made, to enable trends to be identified to meet the standards of the health and safety management systems, to highlight the important part that targets can play in facilitating the measurement and review of performance. Safety targets related to the statement of intent, identify a range of health and safety targets that may be included in the statement of intent section of a health and safety policy. Targets that might be included in the statement of intent section of a health and safety policy could include such targets as compliance by the organization with the requirements of relevant legislation, a reduction in the number of accidents and cases of ill health, the completion of an assessment of all risks in the workplace and its review within a defined time scale, the provision to all workers of the necessary information, instruction, and training to ensure their competence, the maintenance of exposure levels below defined limits, full consultation with the workforce on health and safety issues, the provision of sufficient resources to secure the above targets, increasing the number of trainings delivered related to health and safety. Page 36 of 231. Roles and responsibilities for health and safety. Directors, supervisors, workers, and persons with primary health and safety functions outline the health and safety roles and responsibilities of A. Directors and senior managers, B. Supervisors, C. Workers, D. Person, S. with primary health and safety functions, e.g. health and safety officer. Part A. The main health and safety responsibilities of directors and senior managers are to prepare and sign a health and safety policy, set goals and objectives for the organization, lead by example and demonstrate commitment, allocate responsibilities for health and safety throughout the organization and set aside sufficient resources, such as for example for training those who have been allocated special roles, secure competent health and safety advice such as by appointing a health and safety advisor, and receive monitoring reports and instigate action to rectify any deficiencies that have been found. Part B. Responsibilities of supervisors. They should control work in their area of responsibility and set a good example. Take part in carrying out risk assessments, take part in the development of safe systems of work and ensure that members of their teams are fully briefed on the systems once they have been introduced. Carry out inspections of their working areas and deal with any unsafe conditions or actions, reporting to managers if in any situation they personally do not have the power to take the necessary action. They have an important role to play in training, coaching and mentoring members of their team. Part C. The roles and responsibilities of workers include, taking reasonable care of themselves and their fellow workers, refraining from misusing equipment provided for their health and safety, cooperating with their employer by following safe systems of work, reporting accidents and unsafe situations to their supervisor or other nominated member of management. Page 37 of 231. They also have an important role to play in taking an active part in any consultation exercise set up by the employer. Part D. A person with primary health and safety functions such as a health and safety officer would be expected to provide expert advice on matters of health and safety, assist in the development of the health and safety policy and procedures and their periodic reviews, intervene when he/she comes across any unsafe conditions or acts, keep health and safety records such as for accidents and any apparent trends, and liaise with representatives of external agencies. Issues on which employers consult workers. Outline 8 health and safety issues on which employers should consult their workers. There are a range of issues that employers should consult their workers. These include but are not limited to, 1. The provision and use of PPE. 2. Safe systems of work. 3. Health and safety risk assessments. 4. Training issues. 5. The introduction of processes, etc. that may affect workers' health and or safety. 6. Changes of materials being used. 7. Organizational structure changes. 8. The arrangements for appointing and / or nominating competent persons to assist in complying with health and safety obligations / requirements. 9. Emergency arrangements and procedures. 10. Welfare issues. 11. Incentive schemes. 12. Introduction of policies, e.g. no smoking, drug / substance abuse and use, alcohol use and abuse. Communication barriers give reasons why a verbal instruction may not be clearly understood by a site operative. Reasons should include, noise and distractions may mean that persons are unable to clearly hear what is being said. Page 38 of 231. Use of technical jargon may mean that people misunderstand the information being communicated. Complexity of information sometimes meets with the information receivers turning their minds off and not listening as they do not understand what is trying to be communicated. Communication is ambiguous. Language / dialect barriers is a big problem in some regions. Both from the communicator or the receiver. Sometimes the same words have different meanings or implications. Sensory impairment, for example, a receiver having a hearing deficiency or the communicator having a serious stammer mental difficulty may mean the receiver is not capable of absorbing information to any extent. Lack of attention by persons clearly not interested in the topic. Inexperience of persons not used to having to receive information at work, i.e. young workers. Lengthy communication chains may be a problem if translations are required covering several languages, sometimes a problem in the Middle East, for example. Effectiveness of consultation. Explain how arrangements for consultation with workers may be made more effective. Arrangements for consultation with workers might be made more effective by the establishment of safety committees, consultation with elected representatives of employee safety, planned direct consultation at departmental meetings, team meetings, toolbox talks and staff appraisals, consultation as part of an accident or incident investigation or as part of a risk assessment, day-to-day informal consultation by supervisors with their team, questionnaires and suggestion schemes. If formal meetings are to be held, it is important to ensure that there is a correct balance between management and worker representation, that an agenda is set and the meeting well managed by the chair, that the business of the meeting is not sidetracked by discussion of non-health and safety issues, that minutes of and report back from the meeting are made available to the workforce as a whole, and that actions agreed receive attention without undue delay. Health and safety policy revision. Circumstances outline the circumstances that may give rise to a need for a health and safety policy to be revised. A health and safety policy is not a static document and should be reviewed at regular intervals. Those intervals can be determined by certain factors, and they include passage of time, at least annually, as there have not been organizational changes. Technological changes, research development, and advancements have led to a better understanding of work practices and as a consequence has indicated a need for change in working practices. Page 39 of 231. Introduction of new technology. When new technology has been introduced into the workplace that may pose further hazards, organizational changes where there has been a shift in accountabilities and / or responsibilities, legal changes that may impose fresh requirements on an organization within the work processes that it undertakes. Accident patterns. If a pattern of accidents in a certain area have been highlighted, a single significant accidents tend to indicate a management system failure. Internal and external influences that may influence a policy review. Outline 4 external and 4 internal influences that might initiate a health and safety policy review. External influences: 1. Changes in legislation and guidance, 2. Action by the enforcement authority, 3. A civil claim and / or advice from an insurance company, 4. Information from manufacturers, 5. Client considerations or complaints, 6. Suggestions from professional bodies or trade unions. 7. As a result of an audit by an external body. Internal influences: 1. Significant changes in the structure of the organization, 2. Alterations to working arrangements, 3. After the introduction of new or changed processes or work methods, 4. Following changes in key personnel, 5. Where risk assessments, monitoring exercises, or accident investigations show that the policy is no longer effective or relevant, 6. Following consultation with employees and after a sufficient period of time has elapsed since the previous review to suggest that another one is due. Page 40 of 231. Health and safety policy arrangements outline the typical issues included in the arrangements section of the health and safety policy. The arrangements section of the health and safety policy document should state how the organization, through the responsibilities of the people identified in the organization section, will carry out the general intentions given in the statement. This is the most company-specific part of the policy and should have details of procedures for controlling risks identified by the risk assessments. Arrangements and procedures will control the significant risks identified in the risk assessments, which can involve any combination of 1. Inspection regimes, 2. Maintenance arrangements, 3. Operating procedures, 4. Training, supervision, or monitoring procedures which are needed to control an identified risk. 5. Risk assessments, 6. Safe system of work, 7. Emergency arrangements, fire/first aid, accident/spillages, 8. Training analysis, programs, toolbox talks, 9. Permits to work, 10. Statistic gathering, 11. Accident/incident investigation, 12. Accident reporting, 13. Safety committee protocols structure, Constitution, 14. Controlling exposure to workplace hazards, 15. Health monitoring techniques used to improve health and safety standards, inspections, external audits and analysis of accident statistics outline how the following techniques may be used to improve health and safety performance within an organization. A. Safety inspections. Page 41 of 231, B. Externally led health and safety audits. C. Analysis of accident statistics. Part A. Safety inspections may be used to improve health and safety performance within an organization in a number of ways, including identifying hazards and the appropriate remedial action before accidents have occurred, showing management's commitment to health and safety and improving the morale of the workforce, enabling the involvement of employees in the management of health and safety and, if carried out on a regular basis, identifying trends and weaknesses in existing procedures. Part B. The findings of a health and safety audit may be used for improving health and safety performance by providing an objective and expert assessment of actual performance against set standards, identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the existing system, enabling targets and objectives to be set and reviewed, thus helping to ensure continuous improvement. Part C. An analysis of accident statistics may be used to identify trends and problem areas in order that resources can be allocated, appropriate remedial actions taken and targets set, to enable comparisons to be made with other like organizations, to provide information to employees in order to focus and stimulate discussion at joint consultation meetings, to show the costs to the organization of the accidents that occurred. Page 42 of 231. Health and Safety Management Systems, 2. Organizing learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the health and safety roles and responsibilities of employers, managers, supervisors, workers, and other relevant parties, explain the concept of health and safety culture and its significance in the management of health and safety in an organization, outline the human factors which influence behavior at work in a way that can affect health and safety, explain how health and safety behavior at work can be improved, outline the need for emergency procedures and the arrangements for contacting emergency services, outline the requirements for, and effective provision of, first aid in the workplace. 3.1 Organizational health and safety roles and responsibilities of employers, directors, managers, workers, and other relevant parties. Organization section. Responsibility holders. Identify 6 categories of persons who may be shown in the organization section of a health and safety policy document and state their likely general or specific health and safety responsibilities. 1. Directors and senior managers. responsible for setting policy, objectives, and targets. 2. Supervisors, responsible for checking day-to-day compliance with the policy. 3. Safety advisors, responsible for giving advice during accident investigations and on compliance issues. 4. Other specialist, such as an occupational nurse, chemical analyst, and an electrician, responsible for giving specialist advice on particular health and safety issues. 5. Safety representatives, responsible for representing employees during consultation meetings on health and safety issues with the employer. 6. Employees, responsible for taking reasonable care of the health and safety of themselves and others who may be affected by their acts or omissions. 7. Fire marshals, responsible for the safe evacuation of the building in an emergency. 8. First aiders, responsible for administering first aid to injured persons. For smaller organizations, some of the specialists mentioned above may well be employed on a consultancy basis. Page 43 of 231. Management commitment. Identify 8 indicators of management commitment to health and safety in the workplace. 1. An important indicator of management commitment to health and safety in the workplace is the part played by a senior manager in signing the health and safety policy, and then 2. In ensuring that the policy is implemented and enforced. 3. Sufficient resources such as finance, equipment. 4. Provision of training are provided to support the implementation. 5. Participation in monitoring procedures such as inspections and audits. 6. Ensuring rapid implementation of any recommendations made from health and safety audits, meetings, investigations and/or initiatives. 7. Personal observance of all safety rules such as wearing personal protective equipment and using pedestrian walkways. 8. Participation in meetings of the Safety Committee and ensuring that health and safety is a regular agenda item in other meetings at all levels. 9. Engaging in consultation with the workforce and welcoming employee feedback. And in 10. Initiating and being personally involved in the delivery of health and safety training courses. This question is not usually well answered, with many candidates identifying general safety management issues, rather than individual managers' participation and behavior. Contractor evaluation criteria. Identify the criteria when selecting a contractor. Fortunately, a contractor who works well and meets the client's requirements in terms of the quality and timeliness of the work is likely also to have a better than average health and safety performance. Cost, of course, will have to be part of the judgment but may not provide any indication of which contractor is likely to give the best performance in health and safety terms. In deciding which contractor should be chosen for a task, the following should be considered. Do they have an adequate health and safety policy? Can they demonstrate that the person responsible for the work is competent? Can they demonstrate that competent safety advice will be available? Do they monitor the level of accidents at their worksite? Do they have a system to assess the hazards of a job and implement appropriate control measures? Will they produce a method statement, which sets out how they will deal with all significant risks? Do they have guidance on health and safety arrangements and procedures to be followed? Page 44 of 231. Do they have effective monitoring arrangements? Do they use trained and skilled staff who are qualified where appropriate? Judgment will be required, as many construction workers have had little or no training except training on the job. Can the company demonstrate that the employees or other workers used for the job have had the appropriate training and are properly experienced and, where appropriate, qualified? Can they produce good references indicating satisfactory performance? Shared workplace. Ensuring health and safety. Outline how the organizations could work together to help ensure the workplace is safe and healthy. In order to ensure a safe and healthy workplace, the two organizations could hold regular meetings of their managers, share information and risk assessments in order to avoid carrying out incompatible processes and activities and using incompatible substances, prepare and agree joint site rules for the workplace, for example for assembly points and smoking areas, set up joint procedures for the management of visitors and contractors, agree on procedures for the management of traffic and the movement of vehicles, carry out joint inspections, investigations and monitoring of the workplace, draw up joint emergency procedures and introduce fire drills for the worksite as a whole, agree a policy for the management of waste and introduce joint safety committees and worker representatives. Achieving employee cooperation and coordination in a shared workplace. Outline the issues that should be considered to achieve cooperation and coordination where employers share a workplace. The issues that should be considered to achieve cooperation and coordination in a shared workplace include the need for all employers to share information on the hazards and risk associated with their particular activity, the maintenance of access and egress to the workplace and the control of access by visitors and others, the maintenance and cleanliness of shared and public areas, the control of vehicle movement in the workplace, the preparation of procedures for dealing with serious or imminent danger and emergencies, the appointment of key personnel with specific responsibility for matters such as fire and first aid, the provision of joint first aid facilities, the allocation of responsibility for environmental controls such as heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, the maintenance and cleanliness of welfare facilities, and the provision of security arrangements to deal with unwelcome visitors and/or trespassers. Page 45 of 231. There would also be advantage in mentioning that there may be additional requirements under specific legislation in some countries, e.g. the UK Management of Health, Safety and Welfare Regulations. Duties of designers, manufacturers and suppliers. Outline the general duties of designers, manufacturers, and suppliers of articles and substances for use at work to ensure that they are safe and without risk to health. Everyone in the supply chain, from the designer to the final installer, of articles of plant or equipment for use at work to ensure that the article will be safe and without risk to health at all time when it is being set, used, cleaned, or maintained. Carry out any necessary testing and examination to ensure that it will be safe, and provide adequate information about its safe setting, use, cleaning, maintenance, dismantling and disposal. There is an obligation on designers or manufacturers to do any research necessary to prove safety in use. Erectors or installers have special responsibilities to make sure, when handed over, that the plant or equipment is safe to use. Similar duties are placed on manufacturers and suppliers of substances for use at work to ensure that the substance is safe when properly used, handled, processed, stored, or transported, to provide adequate information and do any necessary research, testing, or examining. Where articles or substances are imported, the supplier's obligations outlined above attach to the importer, whether a separate importing business or the user personally. Often items are obtained through hire purchase, leasing, or other financing arrangements with the ownership of the items being vested with the financing organization. Where the financing organization's only function is to provide the money to pay for the goods, the supplier's obligations do not attach to them. 3.2 Concept of health and safety culture and its significance in the management of health and safety in an organization. Safety culture reasons for its decline. Outline the factors that might cause the safety culture within an organization to decline/deteriorate. There are other indications of a poor health and safety culture or climate. These include a high sickness, ill health and absentee rate amongst the workforce, the perception of a blame culture. Page 46 of 231. High staff turnover leading to a loss of momentum in making health and safety improvements. No resources, in terms of budget, people, or facilities, made available for the effective management of health and safety. A lack of compliance with relevant health and safety law and the safety rules and procedures of the organization. Poor selection procedures and management of contractors. Poor levels of communication, cooperation, and control. A weak health and safety management structure. Either a lack or poor levels of health and safety competence. High insurance premiums. Safety culture. Spheres of influence. Name the 3 spheres of influence related to safety culture and explain how these 3 spheres of influence interact to ensure safety at work. The 3 spheres of influence related to safety culture are: 1. Organization, the organizational controls from management; 2. People, employees, contractors, subcontractors, etc. 3. Job, the tasks undertaken. The 3 spheres of influences are known to work together to influence and foster a positive safety culture. The organization that ensure a safe place of work, information, training, instruction, and supervision, together with good risk control sets the scene for employees to work in a secure and well-motivated environment. With this, the people within the organization and those connected to it should be competent and believe in the goals and preventative measures set by management. This forms a team of well-motivated employees. The third sphere of influence is essential to complete the interrelation of the three spheres of influence. This is the ongoing tasks/jobs, which if well organized and controlled by management with good communication, consultation, and supervision will go a long way to ensuring and reinforcing a positive safety culture. Safety culture. What is IT? Define the term health and safety culture. The health and safety culture is related to attitudes and shared perceptions and the product of individual and group values as well as patterns of behaviors based on competence and confidence and on communications founded on mutual trust. Page 47 of 231. Promoting a positive culture. Control, cooperation, competence, communication. Identify ways in which the following can be achieved to help promote a positive health and safety culture in a workplace. A. Control, B. Cooperation, C. Competence, D. Communication. Part A. Control might help to promote a positive health and safety culture in the workplace by, for example, appointing a senior person in the organization to monitor the implementation of the health and safety policy, ensuring health and safety management procedures are in place, allocating responsibilities to specific personnel with managers taking full responsibility for controlling risk factors and reporting on performance, persuading employees to commit to clear health and safety objectives and setting health and safety standards, encouraging safety representatives to promote both the policy and the standards set, enforcing health and safety measures and taking disciplinary action where this is thought to be necessary. Part B. Cooperation is concerned with consultation with the employees and their representatives to motivate them and encourage their ownership of the control measures that have been put in place, involving the workforce in health and safety matters such as, for example, the completion of risk assessments and workplace inspections, sharing information with them regarding loss and other health and safety experiences. Part C. Competence might be achieved by assessing the skills necessary to ensure tasks are carried out safely by careful selection of the staff to be involved and identifying their training needs. Page 48 of 231. The provision of the necessary instruction, information, and training to individuals with particular emphasis on that needed for high-risk activities, making arrangements for employees to have access to advice and information sources to assist in increasing their knowledge. Part D. Communication can play an important part in promoting a positive health and safety culture by clear and effective lines of communication established and any barriers removed. If information is provided by toolbox talks, for example, and health and safety is discussed regularly not only at official safety committee meetings but also at all team meetings, if managers are seen to lead by example and to encourage two-way communication. Safety culture, improvement. Outline ways in which health and safety culture can be improved. Clear and active senior management commitment to health and safety. The needs of production and health and safety properly balanced with pressure for production controlled against that for health and safety. Sufficient resources devoted to health and safety. Maximum partnership between management and the workforce based on a participative relationship between staff at all levels. Humanistic and non-authoritarian style of management. High senior and line management visibility on the shop floor. Frequent and informal communication between all levels. Quality training given to management and the workforce. Frequent and high quality training for general safety and safe skills. High levels of job satisfaction. Ergonomic plant design and layouts. Workforce selected for their safety attitudes and behaviors. Safety culture deterioration. Identify the factors that could have contributed to the deterioration of the health and safety culture within the organization. Factors that could lead to a deterioration in a safety culture could include the lack of visible leadership, the lack of commitment at senior level, changes in the management structure or roles, changes in work patterns with the lack of effective communication prior to and during change, the fact that health and safety was not given the same priority as other objectives such as production or quality. Page 49 of 231. The lack of consultation with and involvement of the workforce. The Absence of management systems, particularly where health and safety were concerned. A reduction in the workforce leading to work overload. A high staff turnover. External influences such as a downturn in the economy leading to job insecurity. The presence of a blame culture and or peer pressure. Deterioration in the standard of welfare facilities. Reasons for not following procedures. A health and safety audit of an organization has identified a general lack of compliance with procedures. A. Describe the possible reasons for procedures not being followed. B. Outline the practical measures that could be taken to motivate employees to comply with health and safety procedures. Part A. There are a number of reasons why procedures may not be followed, including a negative or poor health and safety culture being in place. A why bother attitude. As an example, lack of training, awareness, supervision, and or information. Poor work planning, leading to high work pressure, and this pressure and the want to complete may force individuals not to comply. Lack of safety systems and barriers in place. If something is not properly in place or not properly maintained, then people will not conform. Inadequate responses to previous incidents could indicate a lack of management commitment and in turn lead us along this why bother route. Again, management based on one-way communications. People often see rules being meant to be broken. Telling is not always the best mode of communication. Consultation is far more effective. Deficient coordination and responsibilities leading to a lack of confusion as to who is responsible for what. Poor management of health and safety. Part B. A clear and evident commitment from the most senior manager downwards, providing a climate for safety in which management's objectives and the need for appropriate standards are communicated. Constructive exchange of information at all levels is positively encouraged. Involvement of working in things like risk assessments, an active health and safety committee with across-the-board representation. Health and safety being on the agenda of all departmental minutes. An analytical and imaginative approach identifying possible routes to human factor failure. Procedures and standards for all aspects of critical work and mechanisms for reviewing them. Page 50 of 231. Effective monitoring systems to check the implementation of the procedures and standards. Incident investigation and the effective use of information drawn from such investigations. Adequate and effective supervision with the power to remedy deficiencies when found. 3.3. Human factors which influence behavior at work. Personal factors, attitude, motivation, self-interest, perception. 1. Attitude is the tendency to behave in a particular way in a certain situation. Attitudes are influenced by the prevailing health and safety culture within the organization, the commitment of the management, the experience of the individual and the influence of the peer group. Peer group pressure is a particularly important factor among young people, and health and safety training must be designed with this in mind by using examples or case studies that are relevant to them. Behavior may be changed by training, the formulation and enforcement of safety rules, and meaningful consultation. Attitude change often follows. 2. Motivation is the driving force behind the way a person acts or the way in which people are stimulated to act. Involvement in the decision-making process in a meaningful way will improve motivation, as will the use of incentive schemes. However, there are other important influences on motivation such as recognition and promotion opportunities, job security, and job satisfaction. 3. Self-interest, in all its forms, is a significant motivator and personal factor. 4. Perception is the way in which people interpret the environment or the way in which a person believes or understands a situation. In health and safety, the perception of hazards is an important concern. Many accidents occur because people do not perceive that there is a risk. There are many common examples of this, including the use of personal protective equipment, such as hard hats, and guards on drilling machines, and the washing of hands before meals. It is important to understand that when perception leads to an increased health and safety risk, it is not always caused by a conscious decision of the individual concerned. The stroboscopic effect caused by the rotation of a drill at certain speeds under fluorescent lighting will make the drill appear stationary. It is a well-known phenomenon, especially among illusionists, that people will often see what they expect to see rather than reality. Routine or repetitive tasks will reduce attention levels, leading to the possibility of accidents. Other personal factors which can affect health and safety include physical stature, age, experience, health, hearing, intelligence, language, skills, level of competence and qualifications. Finally, memory is an important personal factor since it is influenced by training and experience. The efficiency of memory varies considerably between people and during the lifetime of an individual. The overall health of a person can affect memory as can personal crises. Page 51 of 231. Perception of risk. A. Give the meaning of the term perception. B. Outline ways in which workers' perceptions of hazards in the workplace might be improved. Part A. An acceptable meaning of perception is required, such as the way that people interpret and make sense of presented information, for instance in relation to their surroundings. Part B. Few candidates are able to outline more than one or two ways in which workers' perceptions of hazards in the workplace might be improved. Most refer in general terms to motivation, the need to increase awareness in the individual by safety campaigns or posters to increase knowledge by means of training. That there was a need to identify, perhaps by the use of surveys, the reasons for workers' misperceptions in order to increase awareness and challenge currently held views. Other ways might include making hazards more obvious, for example, by the use of signs, and addressing environmental factors, such as lighting and noise. This might cause distraction or otherwise hinder the perceptual processes. Motivation. Identify ways in which managers can motivate employees to work safely. Managers can motivate people in health and safety by a number of means, including a clear and evident commitment from the most senior manager downwards, which provides a climate for safety in which management's objectives and the need for appropriate standards are communicated and in which constructive exchange of information at all levels is positively encouraged. An analytical and imaginative approach identifying possible routes to human factor failure. This may well require access to specialist advice, procedures and standards for all aspects of critical work and mechanisms for reviewing them, effective monitoring systems to check the implementation of the procedures and standards, incident investigation and the effective use of information drawn from such investigations, adequate and effective supervision with the power to remedy deficiencies when found. Effective health and safety management system encouraging a positive health and safety culture, ensuring adequate and competency of supervision, insisting on effective incident reporting and analysis, willing to learn from experience, clearly visible health and safety leadership. Page 52 of 231. A suitable team structures, efficient communication systems and practices, providing adequate staffing levels, ensuring suitable work patterns are implemented, recognition and reward, human error reduction and motivation. Outline ways of reducing the likelihood of human error in the workplace. Exclusion strategies. Exclusion strategies make it impossible for the identified human error to occur. One such exclusion strategy is mistake proofing. For example, as consumers we cannot put a diesel fuel nozzle into an unleaded fuel tank's opening. The pump's design makes it impossible to make that error. Exclusion should be used in cases in which the potential human error can lead to catastrophic consequences. Prevention strategies. Prevention strategies are the next tier down from exclusion and are used where the risk of human error is not as critical. In other words, the investment in making the human error impossible is not justified, so we just want to find a more economical approach to make it difficult to commit that identified human error. Examples include the checklist a pilot completes before each flight and the surgical instrument count a nurse completes before and after a surgery. Fail-safe strategies. Contrary to the name, fail-safe strategies are invoked when we want to mitigate the consequences of human error instead of trying to prevent it from occurring in the first place. For example, stringent preventive maintenance efforts should be in place to ensure that equipment is calibrating according to the manufacturer's specifications. If the calibration goes beyond set alarm limits, and that condition is not acknowledged and corrected immediately, catastrophic consequences could result. Competence improvements with more focused training and awareness. ISIT, information, supervision, instruction, and training, rest, reduce tiredness and fatigue, health monitoring to determine levels prior to deteriorating to an unacceptable level, follow up after incidents, establish why things went wrong, contributors and causes, engineering out areas where error may arise, e.g. control conflicts, page 53 of 231, checking competence. Some jobs require that work is carried out by a competent person. Identify what checks could be made to assess whether a person is competent. Checks on the possession of competence by an individual may include their qualifications and the possession of a specific license, such as for driving a heavy goods vehicle, employment history and experience, membership of a professional body, previous training, success in any relevant examination and/or test, and any references and recommendations that might be available. Health and safety communication notice boards. A. Identify 4 types of health and safety information that might usefully be displayed on a notice board within a workplace. B. Explain how the effectiveness of notice boards as a means of communicating health and safety information to the workforce can be maximized. Part A. 1. Health and Safety Policy. 2. Minutes of the Health and Safety Committee meeting. 3. Accident/ill health/absence statistics. 4. Good safety initiatives. 5. Safety alerts, bad practice identification. 6. Safety awards. 7. Details of health and safety training events. Part B. The most common way in which written communication is used in the workplace is the notice board. For a notice board to be effective, it needs to be well positioned within the workplace, and there needs to be a regular review of the notices to ensure that they are up to date and relevant. If there is a multilingual workforce, it is beneficial and effective to have any notice board items written in the main languages to encourage the reading of such information, acceptance, and compliance with requirements as necessary. Page 54 of 231. Communication methods. Importance. Give reasons why it is important to use a variety of methods to communicate health and safety information in the workplace. Consideration of the sort of information that needs to be communicated in the workplace and the different methods of presenting such information should be addressed. People respond differently to different stimuli, and that variety prevents overfamiliarization with one method and helps to reinforce a message. The need to overcome language barriers and the inability of some workers to read, the need to motivate, stimulate interest and gain involvement and feedback, the acceptance that different types of information require different methods of communication, for example emergency signs, that the policy of the organization may require certain information to be in a specified format, and that on occasions evidence that the message was given may need to be kept. Barriers to effective communication. Identify the barriers to effective verbal communication that may exist. There are numerous barriers to effective communication. These may include language not understood, the language spoken by the trainer or supervisor not understood by the employees. Personal factors such as a dislike to the person giving the communication, may be related to a lack of trust or the uncertainty of the real reason for the communication. Trust. Background noise. Due to background noises or other disturbances, the verbal instructions is not understood by the employees. Technical explanations are not clearly understood. Use of jargon not being understood. Interference by PPE. Due to the wearing of PPE such as ear defender, hood, etc., the verbal communication cannot be interpreted effectively. Stress. Due to personal stress, employees may be unable to concentrate on the communication being conveyed. Timing. If the timing is inappropriate, persons may have their interest elsewhere, e.g. holding a meeting only minutes prior to a meal break. Distractions. These could involve ongoing activities, noise, proximity of the public, etc. 3.4. How health and safety behavior at work can be improved. Information and consultation. Explain the difference between consulting and informing workers on health and safety issues. Informing is considered to be a one-way process, e.g. providing workers with information on hazards and risk control measures. Consulting is a two-way process in which the employer, for example, listens and takes account of the views expressed by workers prior to making a final decision. Page 55 of 231. Errors and violations. Human error. A. Give the meaning of the terms error and violation and give a practical example of each. B. Outline factors that could contribute to human error in relation to I. The individual, J. The tasks being undertaken, 4. The organization. C. Explain ways in which the likelihood of human error can be reduced. Part A. An error is an unintended action, for example where a familiar task is not carried out as planned, such as operating the wrong switch or control. A violation, however, is a deliberate deviation from an acceptable standard, such as the intentional removal of a guard in order to speed up a process. Part B. I. The factors relating to the individual, attitude and motivation, maturity, mental maturity, aptitude, competence, physical capabilities, any sensory defect they may possess, perception of risks involved in the task being undertaken, the possibility that they have language problems, the effects of stress, fatigue, and alcohol or substance misuse. 2. The factors relating to the tasks include the lack of correct tools, poorly maintained equipment that had not been well designed resulting in ergonomic problems, the setting of unrealistic tasks that were complex, or conversely those that were repetitive and monotonous, systems of work that were not clear, environmental conditions such as noise levels and unsatisfactory lighting. Page 56 of 231. 3. The factors related to the organization include a poor health and safety culture, a lack of obvious leadership on the part of management resulting in an unsatisfactory level of supervision and monitoring, a lack of resources, a failure to complete risk assessments and introduce safe systems of work, a lack of consultation and communication with the workforce, a failure to provide adequate levels of training for employees. Part C. The ways in which the likelihood of human error might be reduced are related to the potential defects identified in the second part of the answer above and how they might be remedied, including the introduction of effective procedures for the selection and recruitment of staff, including pre-employment health screening and health surveillance, the use of ergonomic principles in the design of tasks, the setting of realistic targets, introduction of job rotation and frequent breaks. Following consultation and communication with the involvement of the workforce, ensuring a high level of supervision and mentoring, establishing clear lines of responsibility, the introduction of procedures for the regular monitoring of health and safety standards with remedial action being taken whenever this was seen to be necessary, induction training, a means of reducing workplace accidents, outline how induction training programs for new workers can help to reduce the likelihood of workplace accidents. Such induction training for new workers may assist in reducing workplace accidents and incidents in a number of ways, including making workers aware of the workplace hazards and risks by introducing the new starts to related safe systems of work, by ensuring awareness in emergency preparedness procedures to be followed, making them aware of restricted areas by training them in the correct and safe use of tools and equipment and ensuring that they are conversant with their proper use. Ensuring that new starts are aware of the reporting procedures for malfunctioning equipment, making them aware of incident and hazard reporting procedures, making them aware of the sources of help available should further need arise. Such training will foster a positive attitude towards safety and safe working and may assist in countering any pressure put on them by peers and others. Page 57 of 231. Please note that this question was not concerning the topic of induction training sessions. Health and Safety Committee agenda outline the topics that may typically be included on the agenda of a safety committee meeting. A safety committee agenda would normally include subjects which are/were of concern to employees on various health and safety issues. The agenda would be made up of suggestions and issues which may have been brought up by employees, contractors, and others. The agenda items that may be typically included are the outcomes of any recent inspection by the enforcing authorities, the outcomes of any third-party audits that relate to health, safety, and environmental issues, any recent accidents, incidents and near misses reports, and outcomes any problems arising from workplace inspections, e.g. housekeeping, blocked fire exits, etc. Also areas such as the identification of unsafe acts, conditions, and hazards that have been reported and perhaps not suitably rectified. Other topics may include stress at work, due to long hours, or environmental conditions, manual handling issues, worker dissatisfaction with welfare arrangements, food and catering contractors, etc. Changes in legislation and their likely impact, outcomes of risk assessment and safe working system reviews, accident, incident, sickness, absence and ill health statistics, etc. Workplace inspection scheduled. Ineffective Health and Safety Committee gives 6 reasons why a health and safety committee may prove to be ineffective in practice. Lack of management commitment, no clear terms of reference, unbalanced membership, i.e. too many managers, lack of respect to team members, workers to managers and vice versa, poor leadership of the chairperson, no access to relevant health and safety advice, no direction or no priorities being assigned, inclusion of trivial topics or allowing topics to run on to put others out of time. Ways in helping a safety committee be effective. Outline ways to help ensure the effectiveness of a safety committee. Right number and mix of members, authority to consider recommendations, knowledge and expertise. Page 58 of 231. Good communication lines, management to employees and vice versa. Formality mix, agenda, minutes, chairperson part of meeting to be proactive, identified and agreed priorities, limiting the input of individuals, not allowing one person to take over or hog a meeting. Organizational benefits of having a safety committee. Outline the benefits to an organization of having a Health and Safety Committee. It allows a definite point of contact for allowing safety issues to be raised. Helps to keep management and workers informed of the company health and safety status. If properly managed, it will foster better employee/management relationships with regard to health and safety. It allows proper focus on the progress of achieving targets. Allows points to be raised in the presence of management without undue delay. Assists in the accurate communication of information from the committee to the workforce. If demonstrates management commitment to health and safety, it should improve or at least maintain a positive safety culture. 3.5 Emergency procedures and the arrangements for contacting emergency services. Emergency evacuations and emergency procedures. A. Identify 3 types of emergency in the workplace that may require the evacuation of workers. B. Explain why it is important to develop emergency procedures in the workplace. Part A. 3 types of emergency in the workplace that could lead to the need to evacuate workers could be fire or explosion, the accidental release of toxic chemicals or gases, transport incidents, bomb alerts or other terrorist activities, weather-related emergencies and earthquakes. Part B. The importance of developing procedures for the safe evacuation of workers in the event of an emergency could include, page 59 of 231, the need to comply with legal requirements, to be prepared for foreseeable emergencies, to ensure the safety and protection of the workers including those dealing with the emergency, to assist the safe evacuation of persons including those with specific needs such as visitors and the disabled, to provide information on the action to be taken, not only by workers but also by neighbors and others who might be affected by the emergencies such as in a shared or joint occupancy premises, to allocate specific responsibilities to certain workers in the event of an evacuation being necessary, to be able to mitigate the effects of adverse events and to restore the situation to normal, to ensure the procedures are made available to any relevant emergency services and to ensure business continuity. Emergencies requiring emergency procedures. Identify 4 types of emergency that would require an organization to have an emergency procedure. 1. Fire. 2. Accident. 3. Chemical spillage. 4. Dangerous occurrence. 5. Security/intruder alert. 6. Explosive device discovery. 7. Terrorist threat/nuisance calls. 3.6 Requirements for, and effective provision of, first aid in the workplace. First aid provision. Emergency provision. A. Identify 2 main functions of first aid treatment. B. Outline the factors to consider when making an assessment of first aid provision in a workplace. Part A. The main purpose of first aid is to control the life-endangering situation and prevent further injury. For serious accidents, the main responsibility of those in the work area is to get professional help. Ignorantly doing the wrong thing can cause further injury. Part B. Typical examples of the equipment and facilities a first aid room may contain are, page 60 of 231, a sink with hot and cold running water, drinking water and disposable cups, soap and paper towels, a store for first aid materials, foot-operated refuse containers, lined with yellow, disposable clinical waste bags or a container suitable for the safe disposal of clinical waste, an examination/medical couch with waterproof protection and clean pillows and blankets, a chair, a telephone or other communication equipment, and a record book for recording incidents attended by a first aider or appointed person. First aid risk assessment factors to be considered. Outline factors to be considered when carrying out an assessment of first aid requirements in a workplace. The factors to be considered include, but are not limited to, the number of trained first aid personnel and first aid facilities in relation to, for example, the size of the organization, the distribution and composition of the workforce including the special needs of workers such as trainees, young workers, and the disabled, the types of hazard and level of risk present, the past history of accidents and their type, location, and consequences, the proximity of the workplace to emergency medical services, the special needs of traveling, remote or lone workers such as the provision of personal first aid kits or mobile phones, the possibility of shared provision on multi-occupancy sites, the need to train the first aid personnel in special procedures, and the ability to provide continued cover over different shifts and for sickness, leave and other absence. Page 61 of 231. Health and Safety Management Systems 3. Planning learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to explain the importance of planning in the context of health and safety management systems, explain the principles and practice of risk assessment, explain the general principles of control and a basic hierarchy of risk reduction measures, identify the key sources of health and safety information, explain what factors should be considered when developing and implementing a safe system of work for general activities, explain the role and function of a permit to work system. 4.1 Importance of planning. Underestimation. The seriousness of a hazard. List the reasons why the seriousness of a hazard may be underestimated by someone exposed to it. The person may not have been exposed to the situation in the past, has worked in the same job without ill effect, their attitude does not care. The person may be tired, not had awareness training, initial or refresher, over-reliance on PPE controls not functioning, e.g. LEF alarms not operational, COH2S, effects of medication/drug/alcohol, cumulative impacts of failures, one adding to another and having more serious consequences. 4.2 Principles and practice of risk assessment. Hazard and risk. Explain, using an example each case, the meaning of the following terms: A. Hazard. B. Risk. Page 62 of 231. Part A. A hazard is the potential of a substance, activity, or process to cause harm. Hazards take many forms including, for example, chemicals, electricity and working from a ladder. A hazard can be ranked relative to other hazards or to a possible level of danger. Part B. A risk is the likelihood of a substance, activity, or process to cause harm. A risk can be reduced and the hazard controlled by good management. Alternatively, an acceptable definition of risk would have been the probability/likelihood of an occurrence and its possible consequences and severity in terms of injury, damage, or harm. So far as is reasonably practicable. Explain the meaning of phrase so far as is reasonably practicable. This means the degree of risk in an activity can be balanced against time, trouble, cost, and physical difficulty of taking measures to avoid risk. The greater the risk, then the more likely it is that to be reasonable would be to go to substantial expense and invention to reduce risk. Forms of identifying workplace hazards. Identify 8 means of hazard identification that may be employed in the workplace. The means of identifying hazards in the workplace may include carrying out workplace inspections. Safety tours can be undertaken. Carrying out observations of the workplace and work practices. Safety audits. Task or job analysis. Risk assessments. The analysis of accident, incident and ill health data. Reviewing accident and incident reports referring to legislation, approved codes of practices and guidance notes. Reviewing procedures in line with manufacturers' recommendations, e.g. a MSDS. Consultation with the workforce. Health surveillance. Page 63 of 231. Risk assessment. Suitable and sufficient. Explain what is required for the assessment to be suitable and sufficient. Here there are a number of considerations to be made. These will include: it should identify and prioritize the measures that need to be taken to comply with relevant statutory, legal, provisions. It should be appropriate to the nature of the work. It should remain valid for a reasonable period of time. A suitable and sufficient risk assessment should identify significant risks arising out of work. Trivial risks can usually be ignored, as can risks arising from the routine activities associated with life in general, unless the work activity compounds those risks or there is evidence of significant relevance to the particular work activity. The degree of sophistication of the risk assessment will be directly linked to the size and nature of the undertaking and the hazards and risks likely to be encountered. Employers should ensure that where specialist advisors are used, those advisors have sufficient understanding of the particular work activity they are advising on. Everyone involved in that process, employer, employees, and specialist, will often need to be all working together. Employers in the UK, for example, are expected to take reasonable steps, such as reading health and safety executive guidance notes, the trade press, etc., to familiarize themselves with the hazards and risks at their work. Near miss and dangerous occurrence and accident ratio studies. A. Outline, using a workplace example, the meaning of the terms, I. Near miss, 2. Dangerous occurrence. B. Outline how an accident ratio study can contribute to an understanding of accident prevention. Part A. A near miss is an incident which has potential to cause harm but where there was actually no loss or injury. A dangerous occurrence is a specified event that has not resulted in injury but which must be reported to the relevant enforcing authority. Examples of specific dangerous occurrences could have been chosen, including the collapse or partial collapse of a scaffold, the collapse, overturning or failure of a load-bearing part of equipment such as a lift, hoist, or crane. Page 64 of 231. Part B. Accident ratio studies have shown that there is a fixed ratio between accidents of different severity and those where no loss occurred, near misses. Consequently, organizations that have high numbers of near misses are likely to have a greater number of serious accidents, and therefore if they reduce the number of near misses they are likely to suffer fewer accidents. Similarly, if the causes of minor injuries are addressed and either eliminated or controlled, the causes of serious accidents will also be reduced. Many candidates, when answering this type of question, tend to discuss frequency and/or incidence rather than ratios. A few candidates draw a triangle but are then unable to apply its principle to the question. Hazard. Explain the meaning of the term hazard. A hazard is anything that has the potential to cause harm, with harm in this instance being related to injury, damage, or loss. Hazard and risk. Meanings and elements of a risk assessment. A. Give the meaning of the term hazard and give an example of a workplace hazard. B. Give the meaning of the term risk and give an example of a workplace risk. C. Outline the key stages of the risk assessment process, identifying the issues that would need to be considered at each stage. D. Outline the criteria which must be met for the assessment to be suitable and sufficient. For Part A. A hazard is something with the potential to cause harm or loss. Part B. A definition of risk would have be the probability/likelihood that the potential would be realized and its possible consequence and severity in terms of injury, damage, or harm. An example to support the explanation might have been, for instance, the likelihood of someone being killed by coming into contact with electricity. Most candidates provided an acceptable meaning of hazard but fewer managed to give an adequate meaning of risk, often omitting reference to severity and consequence. In both cases workplace examples are often not provided, thus marks will be lost. Part C. The outlined key stages of a workplace risk assessment would be, page 65 of 231-1. Identifying the hazards. Many state risk here, associated with the activities and tasks performed at the workplace. 2. Identifying who might be harmed, including operators, maintenance staff, cleaners, and visitors and groups especially at risk, including young workers and the disabled. 3. Evaluating the likelihood and probable severity of the harm that might be caused, assessing the adequacy of existing control measures and deciding whether additional controls should be introduced. 4. Recording the significant findings of the assessment, and 5. Carrying out a review at a later date and revising the findings when necessary. Part D. For a risk assessment, To be deemed suitable and sufficient, it should indicate the competence of the assessor together with any specialist advice that has been sought, should identify all significant hazards and risks arising from or connected with the activity to be carried out, identify all the persons at risk including workers, other workers, and members of the public with reference to those who might be particularly at risk, evaluate the adequacy and effectiveness of existing control measures and identify other protective measures that may be required, enable priorities to be set, record the significant findings of the assessment, and identify the period of time for which it is likely to remain valid. Answers to this type of question are not to a good standard, with many candidates showing little understanding of the terms suitable and sufficient. Risk assessment process. With respect to undertaking a general risk assessment on activities in a workplace, outline the key stages of the risk assessment process, identifying the issues that would need to be considered at each stage. The first stage is to consider the activities that are being undertaken at the workplace to identify the significant hazards involved. The second stage would be to identify those who may be affected or exposed by the said activities and related hazards. These may include operators, maintenance staff, cleaners, visitors, and vulnerable groups, etc. Vulnerable groups could include page 66 of 231 young workers, pregnant workers, and nursing mothers, persons with disabilities or special needs. The third stage of the process involves the evaluation of the risks from the identified hazards, taking into account the likelihood and severity that could be caused when related to the frequency and duration of the exposure of the employees and the measures currently in place to control such risks, and the scope for further reduction in the risks by introducing additional controls. The fourth stage is the recording of significant findings of the assessment in a written form that can be retrieved when the need arises. The additional protective and preventative measures need to control the risk, should be included. The fifth and final stage is concerned with the review and revision of the assessment at regular intervals, or more particularly if there are developments, changes, in things like legislation, working procedures, materials, and equipment used, etc. that may invalidate the original assessment. Risk assessment stages. Identify the key stages of a workplace risk assessment. A workplace risk assessment involved the following 5 stages. 1. The identification of the hazards associated with the activities and tasks performed at the workplace. 2. The classes and numbers of persons who might be harmed. 3. Evaluating the likelihood and probable severity of the harm that might be caused. 4. Assessing the adequacy of existing control measures and deciding whether additional measures were required. 5. Recording the significant findings of the assessment and carrying out a review at a later date and revising the findings when necessary. Lone worker factors to be considered. Identify the factors to be considered to ensure the health and safety of persons who are required to work on their own away from the workplace. Risk assessment is essential to examine the hazards and potential risks of lone workers who are more vulnerable. Control measure include procedures need to be put in place to ensure that lone workers remain safe. These may include supervisors periodically visiting and observing people working alone, regular contact between the lone worker and supervision using either a telephone or radio. Automatic warning device which operate if specific signals are not received periodically from the lone worker, e.g. systems for security staff. Other devices designed to raise the alarm in the event of an emergency and which are operated manually or automatically by the absence of activity. Checks that a lone worker has returned to their base or home on completion of their task. Page 67 of 231. Lone workers should be capable of responding correctly to emergencies. Lone workers should have access to adequate first aid facilities, and mobile workers should carry a first aid kit suitable for treating minor injuries. Pregnant worker. A. Identify work activities that may present a particular risk to pregnant women at work and give an example of each type of activity. B. Outline actions that an employer may take when a risk to a new or expectant mother cannot be avoided. Part A. The following work activities may present particular hazards to a pregnant woman: manual handling of loads such as in packing goods, tasks involving long periods of standing or sitting as experienced by shop assistants, Work involving exposure to biological agents or chemical substances that might affect the unborn child or pregnant/nursing mother, such as lead glazing. Work in hyperbaric atmospheres, for example underwater diving. Tasks involving exposure to ionizing radiation which would affect radiographers. Tasks involving regular exposure to shocks and low-frequency vibration or excessive movement such as driving. Unusually stressful work such as tasks involving exposure to heat or noise, contact with the public where there might be a risk of violence or verbal abuse, ergonomic issues such as in assembly work, and work at height, for example from a ladder. Part B. The actions that an employer may take when a risk to a new or expectant mother cannot be avoided include, modifying the working conditions or hours of work of the workers, offering them suitable alternative work or suspending them from work for as long as necessary on full pay. Young persons' vulnerability. A. Explain the reasons why young persons may be at a greater risk of accidents at work. B. Outline the measures that could be taken to minimize risks to young employees. Part A. Young persons at work are more prone to risk due to various factors. They include their age and physical capability, their lack of knowledge and experience of the workplace. Also, the young person's perception of risk has not developed in the workplace setting. Page 68 of 231. The general move from home/school and a tendency of young persons to take risks to respond to peer group pressures is also a factor. Part B. It is mandatory in a number of countries to conduct a risk assessment of the areas of work and activities where a young person is required to work. This should ensure that all hazards are controlled to as low as reasonably practicable. Young people should not be subject to excessive hours of work, exposed to risks, such as dangerous machinery, heavy lifting, manual handling, excessive heat or cold, etc. Other control measures should include comprehensive safety orientation, which should include emergency procedures, PPE where required, and competent supervision and monitoring. Risk assessment. When to review, outline 8 reasons for reviewing a risk assessment. Risk assessments should be regularly reviewed to ensure their adequacy and appropriateness. Passage of time, when there have been changes in the work process, when there has been a change in the rate of production, when there have been changes in the materials and/or substances used, moving to new premises or the introduction of new or the modification of existing plant, if new plant or equipment has been introduced as a result of investigation reports on accidents and cases of ill health, or monitoring exercises such as audit or workplace inspection, the availability of new information on hazards and risks, following changes in legislation, following comments/recommendations made by an enforcement officer and/or auditor when new controls or techniques are available, change in the personnel employed, use of younger persons, employing persons with disabilities, following reports of ill health, following complaints from the workforce, following action by the enforcement authority, the availability of new or improved control measures or techniques, following changes in legislation. Note that this question calls for an outline and not list. Should a list be provided, full marks will not be awarded. Risk assessment assistance. To complete, outline the factors that an employer should take into account when selecting individuals to assist in the carrying out of a risk assessment. Some of the factors that will have to be taken into consideration are the competency of the person assigned and their attitude to undertaking such a task. Page 69 of 231. Ability to be able to undertake the work in a responsible manner. Skill to be knowledgeable in the work being assessed. Age. Be of sufficient maturity. Past experience in risk assessment. Physical and mental capabilities to undertake the role. Report writing skills would be a distinct advantage. Training in risk assessment. Familiarity with the process, activity, knowledge of regulations and standards applicable to the risks being assessed. Communications and interaction with workers. Trade union safety representative duties towards visitors. Outline procedures that could be used to ensure the safety of visitors to an organization's premise. The proper identification of visitors being stopped and met at the gate prior to entering site. This will enable the issuing of safety-related messages/instructions, etc. Getting visitors to sign in, issue badges that identify them as visitors, etc. These badges may contain a version of site rules that have to be complied with, providing information regarding the risks present and site rules and procedures, especially in emergency situations. Tie this into the point mentioned above. Provide visitor supervision, i.e. escorts, to ensure that they are not unduly exposed to risks. Ensure that restricted access areas are suitably identified and visitors are made aware of them. Visitor awareness of emergency procedures. Explain why visitors to a workplace should be informed of emergency procedures that may be actions during their visit. There is a need for visitors to be aware of the emergency procedures that may be enacted during their visit to the premises for a range of reasons, including, there is a moral responsibility on the occupier/host to do so, there is a legal duty of care owed to visitors so that they will know the appropriate procedure to adopt to lessen the risk to themselves, and to prevent them being an hindrance to those dealing with the emergency situation. Risks to visitors and precautions. A. Give 2 reasons why visitors to a workplace might be at greater risk of injury than workers. B. Identify precautions that could be taken to reduce the risk of injury to visitors to a workplace. Part A, page 70 of 231. There are a number of reasons why visitors to a workplace might be at greater risk of injury than workers. These include, their unfamiliarity with the processes carried out at the workplace, the hazards they present and their associated risks, the fact that they may not have been issued with personal protective equipment, their lack of knowledge of the site layout, the fact that pedestrian routes might be inadequate and unsigned, their unfamiliarity with the emergency procedures, their vulnerability particularly if they were disabled, very young or had language problems. Part B. Measures such as the following may reduce the possibility of injury to visitors. Visitor identification, for example, by the issue of badges with a routine for signing in and out, prior notification to those members of staff to be involved in the visit, the provision of information to the visitors in suitable languages on hazards and emergency procedures, an explanation of specific site rules, for example, restricted areas, and the wearing of personal protective equipment. The clear marking of pedestrian routes and the need for visitors to be escorted by a member of management or supervisory staff. 4.3 General Principles of Control and a Basic Hierarchy of Risk Reduction Measures. Management of risk. Hierarchy of control with respect to the management of risk within the workplace. A. Explain the meaning of the term hierarchy of control. B. Outline, with examples, the standard hierarchy that should be applied with respect to controlling health and safety risks in the workplace. For Part A, an acceptable meaning of the term hierarchy of control would be either a list of measures designed to control risks which are considered in order of importance, effectiveness, or priority, or measures designed to control risk that normally begin with an extreme measure of control and end with personal protective equipment as a last resort. There are few candidates who are able to give an acceptable meaning of the term. Part B, on the application of the hierarchy, page 71 of 231. Here you should begin an answer with the possibility of eliminating the risks either by designing them out or changing the process. The next step would be the reduction of the risks by, for example, the substitution of hazardous substances with others which were less hazardous. If this were not possible, then isolation would have to be considered, using enclosures, barriers, or worker segregation. The application of engineering controls such as guarding, the provision of local exhaust ventilation systems, the use of reduced voltage systems or residual current devices would follow, as would management controls such as safe systems of work, training, job rotation, and supervision, with the final control measure being the provision of personal protective equipment such as ear defenders or respiratory protective equipment. Some candidates did not succeed in putting the hierarchy in the right order, and only a few add examples of the various control measures. Other candidates provide a list rather than the required outline, which is not what the question called for. Personal protective equipment limitations. Due to its limitations, personal protective equipment, PPE, should only be considered after other control measures. Outline the limitations of using PPE. There are numerous reasons why PPE should be considered only after other possibilities have been exhausted. These include: it is often a legal requirement that other means of control are considered first, particularly since PPE does not remove the hazard. PPE may not provide adequate protection because of such factors as poor selection, poor fit because of facial features such as beards, incompatibility with other types of PPE, contamination, and misuse or non-use by workers. PPE is likely to be uncomfortable and relies for its effectiveness on a conscious action by the user, which raises issues such as training and supervision. Its use can actually create additional risks, for instance, impaired vision and warning sounds masked by hearing protection. Personal protective equipment last resort, page 72 of 231. Explain why personal protective equipment, PPE, should be considered as a last resort in the control of occupational health hazards. Personal protective equipment, PPE, is considered the last resort in the hierarchy of control measures and precautions, as hazards should be assessed by the risk assessment process and all hazards where possible should be eliminated or controlled at their source, e.g. reduce the noise of a compressor by engineering controls by making it quieter with insulation, etc. This will help reduce the level of noise at source prior to issuing PPE, ear protection. If PPE is given without trying to eliminate or reduce the hazard, we are not using a systematic method of permanent controls. PPE is a good method of control for various hazards. However, if we use PPE without first trying to eliminate or reduce the hazard may still exist in its full form and PPE may not be sufficient means of safe control. Also, different types and ranges of PPE protect at varying levels, so health may be compromised. More importantly, PPE depends on the user to wear it, and this practice is difficult to ensure to enforce with consistent supervision and regular inspections, etc. Personal protective equipment eye protection. Outline what factors should be considered in the selection process of personal eye protection for use in the workplace. The type of hazard, i.e. particles, molten metal, chemicals, etc. present, the standard of equipment required as specified in British, European, ANSI or other appropriate and recognized standard, the suitability of different types of equipment, i.e. goggles, visors, and spectacles with regard to the person and the process, fit and comfort of the PPE and its ability not to adversely affect the operation, function or use of other items of PPE that may have to be used in unison with other items. Storage and maintenance requirements of the PPE with reference to the worker, the work environment and or the storage of it, costs of total replacement vs that of repair. Why replace the whole item when maybe only the lens needs to be replaced, the training needs of individuals expected to use, maintain, etc. the items of PPE, compatibility with other types of PPE as mentioned previously, general environment where the equipment will be used and or stored. Personal protective equipment. Hearing protection. Describe the factors to be considered when selecting suitable hearing protection to be used as an interim measure to reduce employees' exposure to noise. Select the right style. The two most common types of protection are muffs worn over the ears, and plugs worn in the ears. Muffs are comfortable for longer wearing times but are not effective when obstructed by eyeglasses or hats. Hearing plugs are less noticeable than muffs and their small size makes them convenient to put in a pocket. Page 73 of 231. Check the noise reduction rating, NRR. All hearing protection devices are rated according to how much noise, in decibels, they will reduce for the wearer. For general use, look for NRR of 25 or greater. Actual noise reduction will probably be about half of the manufacturer's NRR, because ratings were obtained under perfect lab conditions. Consider cost. Disposable earplugs are available for about $1, muffs, about $15. Disposable plugs are popular for short wearing periods but can be expensive if protection is needed on a regular basis. Reusable plugs or muffs may be a better choice for frequent wearers. Use clean items. Disposable plugs cannot be washed or used again. Use warm, soapy water to wash reusable devices, thoroughly rinse and dry them, and store in a clean, covered container. Look for hearing protection devices from reliable suppliers. Hearing protection factors that affect its performance. Outline the factors that are likely to affect the performance of personal hearing protection. A number of factors which could affect the performance of personal hearing protection include: incorrect selection, incompatibility with other personal protective equipment, incorrect or poor fitting by the wearer, incorrect attenuation, damage or lack of maintenance. Personal protective equipment footwear. Identify 4 different types of hazards that could require the use of special footwear, explaining in each type how the footwear protects the wearer. Falling objects. Steel toe caps would protect the toes from crush and or impact injuries. Sharp objects. Steel insoles would prevent sharp items piercing through the sole of the shoe/boot into the wearer's foot. Flammable atmospheres. Anti-static footwear would prevent the generation of sparks. Spread of contamination. Washable boots, i.e. food industry. Here washable footwear would prevent the spread of harmful contaminants. Molten metal. Heat-resistant boots and gaiters would prevent the hot material penetrating through clothing onto the wearer's skin/body. Electricity. Rubber soles to act as an effective insulator. Wet environments. Impermeable Wellington boots. Slippery surfaces. Non-slip/slip resistant soles. Cold environments. Thermally insulated footwear to protect the wearer from the effects of cold. Personal protective equipment. Last resort. Page 74 of 231. Personal protective equipment, PPE, should only be considered after other control measures have been found to be ineffective or not practicable. Give reasons why PPE should be considered only after other control measures. There are numerous reasons why personal protective equipment, PPE, should be considered only after other possibilities have been exhausted. Importantly, in accordance with legal requirements and those of international and national standards, the hierarchy of controls should be applied before PPE is used as a last resort, if only because the latter does not remove the hazard. Additionally, PPE may not provide adequate protection because of such factors as poor selection, poor fit because of facial features such as beards, incompatibility with other types of PPE, contamination and misuse or non-use by workers. Again, PPE is likely to be uncomfortable and relies for its effectiveness on a conscious action by the user, which raises issues such as training and supervision, and there are cost factors involved in its use such as those arising from its initial supply and its subsequent maintenance, cleaning and eventual replacement. In certain circumstances, its use can actually create additional risks, for instance, impaired vision with warning sounds masked by the use of hearing protection. 4.4 Sources of health and safety information. Absence. Investigating the problem. The number of absences due to work-related upper limb disorders, RULD, in an organization is increasing. Identify the possible sources of information that could be used when investigating this problem. A possible source of information is extensive, and sources of information can include review of absence/sickness, review of first aid/surgery treatments, speaking with work groups that appear to be affected, physical observations of work practices, review of risk assessments, review of health and safety committee meeting minutes, review of insurance claims. Consult with workplace representatives for information. Undertake a review of reliable web information. Identify if training sessions have increased the awareness of the importance of reporting such incidents. Absences due to work-related ill health. Sources of information. The number of absences due to upper limb disorders in an organization appears to be increasing. Outline the possible sources of information that could be consulted when investigating this problem. Page 75 of 231. A possible source of information is extensive, and sources of information can include 1. Review of absence/sickness. 2. Review of first aid/surgery treatments. 3. Speaking with work groups that appear to be affected. 4. Physical observations of work practices. 5. Review of risk assessments. 6. Review of health and safety committee meeting minutes. 7. Review of insurance claims. 8. Consult with workplace representatives for information. 9. Undertake a review of reliable web information. 10. Identify if training sessions have increased the awareness of the importance of reporting such incidents. 4.5 Factors that should be considered when developing and implementing a safe system of work for general work activities. Worker involvement in setting and maintaining standards. Outline ways in which an organization could encourage workers to be involved in setting and maintaining high standards of health and safety. Involving workers in risk assessments, accident investigations, and the development of safe systems and procedures, setting up suggestion schemes and acting on the ideas and recommendations put forward. Organizing training courses and information programs on the benefits of good safety standards, supporting active involvement in safety committee meetings, introducing an effective two-way communication system, introducing a system of award and reward to recognize achievement, and Ensuring that management set a good example for the workforce to follow. Some candidates are only able to come up with no or two brief suggestions such as management commitment and training, which was not sufficient to gain the marks available. Safe system of work development. Outline the factors that should be considered when developing a safe system of work. You need to outline factors such as details of the task or activity to be performed, such as might be provided by a job safety analysis, the equipment and materials to be involved, any information or guidelines provided by manufacturers, the number of employees who will carry out the activity, the level of their competence and training, and the possibility that some may be vulnerable, the inherent and contingent hazards and risks, taking into account the particular environment, the history of any accidents associated with the activity, the adequacy of the control measures in place. Page 76 of 231. Relevant legal requirements, the need for consultation with employees, emergency procedures and the systems for monitoring and supervision. An alternative answer to the one given above may take the following form: when developing a safe system of work you should consider the following. Environment: will the environment in which the work is being carried out have sufficient heating, ventilation, lighting, etc.? Will the activity or process have an impact on the environment? People: are people competent and suitably trained to conduct the specific work or task expected of them? Equipment: is the machinery/equipment to the specification for the work, and is it in good condition, with guards where necessary within the consideration? Risk assessments, inspection, and accident reports should be consulted to ensure the safe system of work addresses all hazards and risk which are likely to arise. Also, manufacturers' instruction and information and equipment, machinery, and chemicals, etc. should also be consulted. Safe systems of work and worker involvement. An organization is introducing a new work activity that requires a safe system of work. Outline: A. Why it is important to involve workers in the development of a safe system of work. B. Why it is important for safe systems of work to have written procedures. For part A, it is important to involve workers in the development of a safe system of work because of their knowledge of the particular working environment involved and what will work in practice. Additionally, their involvement will establish their ownership of the system and will encourage them to use and follow it once it has been finalized and introduced. Finally, their involvement will emphasize management's commitment to health and safety and help to raise its profile within the organization. For part B, once a safe system of work is developed, it is imperative that a clear method of communicating its procedures to the workforce is used, and this would be better achieved in writing rather than orally. The procedures may contain complex information that will need to be consulted on more than one occasion to ensure the correct sequence of operations is followed. Page 77 of 231. Additionally, different people will need to be aware of the procedures, and it is preferable to have them written down rather than pass them on by word of mouth, a method that may not always guarantee consistency in their presentation. A written document will also be needed for audit purposes and could be used as evidence in defending an enforcement action or a civil claim. Finally, the use of written procedures may well be a requirement of the organization's quality assurance procedures. Safe systems of work. Sources of information. Outline the sources of information that could be consulted when developing a safe system of work. The candidates here need to be quite specific. Statutory instruments including legislation and supporting regulations, approved codes of practice, a COPS house or municipality guidance, manufacturers' information, European and other official standards, industry and trade literature, trade association guidance, etc. Results of risk assessments, analysis of accident statistics, accident investigations, inquiries, investigation and analysis of health surveillance records from the employees involved via conversation, consultation, enforcement agencies, municipalities, government departments and/or their agencies, and other experts. The safe system of work will include how the task is to be done, what equipment is required, what communication needs must be met, and who can authorize variations to the procedure, and the following may need to be consulted: risk assessment, potential hazards, job descriptions, permit to work conditions, description of the work to be done, Existing instructions or procedures that may need to be adopted/adapted, who is required to do the work and what skills and abilities will be needed, supervisory requirements and competencies-based work to be done, instructions for any special tools, protective clothing, or equipment, e.g. breathing apparatus, that may be needed. Availability of special tools, protective equipment, training records of the people who are to do the work. Are they adequately trained? Specific isolations and locking off needs for the work to be done safely. What other site activities are occurring? Will the work interfere them or other activities create a hazard to the people doing the work? Determination of the respective permissions, page 78 of 231. Available communication facilities. How will the people doing the work communicate with each other? Emergency procedures and preparedness plans need to involve emergency procedures. Local rules. Safe system of work definition. Explain the meaning of the term safe system of work. A means of working in a safe manner. A safe system of work is the systematic examination of a task in order to identify all hazards. The aim is to produce a safe work method that will eliminate or reduce the risks associated with the identified hazards. It is important to involve employees that carry out the work or with detailed knowledge of the activity, so that the system of work produced is effective and practical as well as safe. Involving employees with the process helps them to understand why this level of control has to be established and maintained. Safe system of work, training. Outline the information that should be given to employees in a training session on a safe system of work. People doing work or supervising work must be made fully aware of the laid-down safe systems that apply. The preparation of safe systems will often identify a training need that must be met before the system can be implemented effectively. In addition, people should receive training in how the system is to operate. This applies not only to those directly involved in doing the work but also to supervisors/managers who are to oversee it. In particular, the training might include why a safe system is needed, what is involved in the work, the hazards which have been identified, the precautions which have been decided, and, in particular, the isolations and locking off required, and how this is to be done. Details of the permit to work system, if applicable. Any monitoring, e.g. air testing, which is to be done during the work, or before it starts. How to use any necessary personal protective equipment. Emergency procedures. Confined space working. A leaking underground concrete reservoir has been emptied in order that it can be visually inspected prior to its subsequent repair. A. Outline the features of a safe system of work for the inspection team in this. Confined spaces. Page 79 of 231. B. Describe the health risks faced by those repairing the reservoir when pneumatic tools are to be used to remove defective concrete and epoxy resin material used to effect repairs. Part A. If you cannot avoid entry into a confined space, make sure you have a safe system for working inside the space. Use the results of your risk assessment to help identify the necessary precautions to reduce the risk of injury. These will depend on the nature of the confined space, the associated risk and the work involved. Make sure that the safe system of work, including the precautions identified, is developed and put into practice. Everyone involved will need to be properly trained and instructed to make sure they know what to do and how to do it safely. The following checklist is not intended to be exhaustive but includes many of the essential elements to help prepare a safe system of work. Appointment of a supervisor. Are persons suitable for the work? Do they have sufficient experience of the type of work to be carried out, and what training have they received? Isolation. Mechanical and electrical isolation of equipment is essential if it could otherwise operate, or be operated, inadvertently. If gas, fume, or vapor could enter the confined space, physical isolation of pipework etc. needs to be made. In all cases, a check should be made to ensure isolation is effective. Cleaning before entry. This may be necessary to ensure fumes do not develop from residues etc. while the work is being done. Check the size of the entrance. Is it big enough to allow workers wearing all the necessary equipment to climb in and out easily, and provide ready access and egress in an emergency? Provision of ventilation. You may be able to increase the number of openings and therefore improve ventilation. Mechanical ventilation may be necessary to ensure an adequate supply of fresh air. Testing the air. This may be necessary to check that it is free from both toxic and flammable vapors and that it is fit to breathe. Testing should be carried out by a competent person using a suitable gas detector which is correctly calibrated. Provision of special tools and lighting. Non-sparking tools and specially protected lighting are essential where flammable or potentially explosive atmospheres are likely. In certain confined spaces, e.g. inside metal tanks, suitable precautions to prevent electric shock include use of extra low voltage equipment, typically less than 25 V, and, where necessary, residual current devices. Provision of breathing apparatus. This is essential if the air inside the space cannot be made fit to breathe because of gas, fume, or vapor present, or lack of oxygen. Preparation of emergency arrangements. This will need to cover the necessary equipment, training, and practice drills. Provision of rescue harnesses. Lifelines attached to harnesses should run back to a point outside the confined space. Communications. An adequate communication system is needed to enable communication between people inside and outside the confined space and to summon help in an emergency. Check how the alarm is raised. Is it necessary to station someone outside to keep watch and to communicate with anyone inside? Raise the alarm quickly in an emergency, and take charge of the rescue procedures. Page 80 of 231. Is a permit to work necessary? A permit to work ensures a formal check is undertaken to ensure all the elements of a safe system of work are in place before people are allowed to enter or work in the confined space. It is also a means of communication between site management, supervisors, and those carrying out the hazardous work. Emergency procedures. When things go wrong, people may be exposed to serious and immediate danger. Effective arrangements for raising the alarm and carrying out rescue operations in an emergency are essential. You should consider communications, rescue and resuscitation equipment, capabilities of rescuers, shutdown, first aid procedures and local emergency services. Part B, Health risks. Use of pneumatic tools, noise-induced hearing loss, temporary or permanent vibration effects such as vibration, white finger being struck by airborne particles, dust inhalation, musculoskeletal injuries from work process and working posture, work-related upper limb disorders due to frequency, duration and type of work process injuries as a result of slipping, tripping, and falling, injection of airstream into body from say a hose leak, high pressure, health risk. Epoxy resin, contact dermatitis. The primary risk associated with epoxy use is sensitization to the hardener, which, over time, can induce an allergic reaction. It is a main source of occupational asthma among users of plastics. Respiratory irritation is fairly common. Chemical burns as a result of chemical reactions. Confined space working maintenance. Underground storage vessel. Outline precautions needed when maintenance work is being carried out in an underground storage vessel. The precautions required in such an instance would be dependent upon a whole of factors. These could involve some, all or more aspects indicated below. Permit to work. This is a space not used for normal work activity by persons. Risk assessment to determine the level of risk, the adequacy of controls and any additional controls required. Isolation of plant and equipment that may endanger persons working or entering this environment. Pre-cleaning to make the area as safe as possible, not losing focus on potential gases that may escape if sludge, etc. is disturbed. Purging and testing the vessel's atmosphere, at all levels for particular gases or the adequacy of the oxygen content of the atmosphere. Safe means of access and egress. Appropriate tools, i.e. non-spark, intrinsic, P.E. appropriate to the environment and individual. Page 81 of 231. Appropriate lighting. Continual monitoring / observation of workers inside by a watchman safely positioned say outside. Competent and trained personnel including those who may be engaged in any rescue work of downed workers. Adequate first aid arrangements. Suitable and sufficient firefighting and fire control methods. Good communication systems between tank and above ground workers. Maintenance of detailed emergency procedures, etc. An adequate number of trained persons in recue being available. Lone working considerations. Identify the considerations to be taken into account for lone working situations. Safe arrangements for lone workers are no different to organizing the safety of other employees. It must be identified if the lone worker can adequately control the risks of the job. Precautions must be in place for both normal work and for emergencies such as fire, equipment failure, or sudden illness. Other considerations: does the lone worker have a safe way in and out of the workplace? Can one person handle temporary access equipment, plant, goods, or substances? Is there a risk of violence? Are women especially at risk? Do young people work alone? Check that lone workers have no medical condition that would make them unsuitable for working alone, seeking medical advice if necessary. Training is particularly important where there is limited supervision. Lone workers need to be sufficiently experienced to fully understand the risks and precautions required. Employers should set limits of what may and may not be done whilst working alone. Lone workers should be competent to deal with unusual or new circumstances beyond their training, and know when to stop and seek advice. The extent of supervision depends on the risk and the ability of the lone worker to identify and handle health and safety issues. Employees new to a job may need to be accompanied until competencies are achieved. Supervisors may periodically visit to observe the work being done. There should be regular contact by radio, telephone, or mobile phone. Automatic warnings should be activated if specific signals are not received at base. Other warnings that raise the alarm in the event of an emergency should be devised. Check that the lone worker has returned to base, or home, on completion of the work. Lone workers should be capable of responding correctly to an emergency, and emergency procedures should be in place with the worker trained to respond. Lone workers should have access to a first aid kit or facilities. Risk assessment may indicate that the lone worker needs first aid training, as this may have to be self-administered. Page 82 of 231. Staff involvement in health and safety. List practical means in which managers can involve their staff in the improvement of health and safety: training, information, instruction, communication, consultation, meetings, safety committees, suggestion schemes, joint inspections, recognition and rewarding good/safe behaviors, leading by example, workplace inspections. Worker involvement to improve health and safety standards. Identify ways in which a manager could involve workers in the improvement of health and safety in the workplace. The ways in which a manager could involve workers in the improvement of workplace health and safety may include, but not be limited to, involving workers in risk assessments, accident investigations, the selection of equipment and the development of safe systems and procedures, encouraging hazard spotting and the reporting of defects, setting up suggestion schemes for improvements, organizing training courses and information programs, supporting active involvement in safety committee meetings, being accompanied by workers or their representatives on safety tours and inspections, and giving workers responsibilities for mentoring young and inexperienced workers. 4.6 Role and function of a permit to work system. Permits to work effectiveness. Identify the factors which may influence the effectiveness of a permit to work system. The effectiveness of a permit to work system may be influenced by a number of factors, including the training needs of those involved in the work to be identified and met, and monitoring procedures to ensure that the system is operating as intended. The permit document will typically need to specify what work is to be done. Page 83 of 231. The plant/equipment involved, and how they are identified. Who is authorized to do the work. The steps which have already been taken to make the plant safe. Potential hazards which remain, or which may arise as the work proceeds. The precautions to be taken against these hazards. For how long the permit is valid. That the equipment is released to those who are to carry out the work. In accepting the permit, the person in charge of doing the authorized work normally undertakes to take/maintain whatever precautions are outlined in the permit. The permit will also include spaces for signature certifying that the work is complete, signature confirming re-acceptance of the plant/equipment. An alternative approach to this answer may be, permit systems must adhere to the following 8 principles. 1. Wherever possible, and especially with routine jobs, hazards should be eliminated so that the work can be done safely without requiring a permit to work. 2. Although the site manager may delegate the responsibility for the operation of the permit system, the overall responsibility for ensuring safe operation rests with him/her. 3. The permit must be recognized as the master instruction which, until it is cancelled, overrides all other instructions. 4. The permit applies to everyone on site, including contractors. 5. Information given in a permit must be detailed and accurate. It must state, a. which plant/equipment has been made safe and the steps by which this has been achieved, what work may be done, the time at which the permit comes into effect. 6. The permit remains in force until the work has been completed and the permit is cancelled by the person who issued it, or by the person nominated by management to take over the responsibility, e.g. at the end of a shift or during absence. 7. No work other than that specified is authorized. If it is found that the planned work has to be changed, the existing permit should be cancelled and a new one issued. 8. Responsibility for the plant must be clearly defined at all stages. Permit to work systems. A. Define the term permit to work system, page 84 of 231. B. Outline 3 types of work situation that may require a permit to work system, giving reasons in each case for the requirement. Part A. When work has to be carried out involving hazardous or high-risk activities, a permit to work is normally used. A permit to work is a formal documented control process which takes account of all the foreseeable interactions between the worker, the environment, and the associated hazards. It defines the procedures and precautions to be undertaken and the sequence in which they should be carried out. The permit to work approach is not in itself a safe system of work, but a very specific type of control. It is designed to prevent human errors, especially those of conflicting knowledge, incorrect assumptions, and mixed messages. Certain types of activities and certain hazards require permit to work procedures as part of the safe system. Part B. Complex and highly hazardous situations, examples being dangerous substances exposure and ill health, entry into explosives or inflammable atmospheres, explosions and fires, entry into non-respirable atmospheres, suffocation, potential confined spaces, dangerous atmospheres, work conditions, electrical work, especially high voltage contact with live electricity, pressurized systems and pressurized atmospheres, explosions, exposure leading to penetration, radioactive or biologically hazardous environments, occupational ill health, breaking into pipelines containing hazardous materials, including chemicals, gases, and steam, contact or exposure to hazardous situations, hot work such as welding, in certain situations fire and explosions, fumigation or other releases of hazardous substances, occupational health issues, contamination, maintenance work on plant and machinery, exposure to dangerous parts, entrapment, entanglement, nip points, etc. Working at height, fall from height, working in excavations, collapse of excavation and burying, cold work situations, fire or explosions from unintentional sparks. Functions of a permit to work and the elements. A. Outline the functions of a permit to work form. B. Outline the elements that should be included in a typical permit to work. Part A. Page 85 of 231. The functions of a permit to work system are to control high-risk activities by ensuring set procedures are followed, to formally record control measures and to give signed authority for the activity to be carried out. Part B. Elements that should be included in the permit include, firstly, a description and assessment of the task to be performed, including the plant involved, its location and the foreseeable hazards associated with the task. This will determine the need for, and nature of other relevant elements such as, the isolation of sources of energy and inlets, the additional precautions required such as atmospheric monitoring, the provision and use of personal protective equipment, communication arrangements, and the duration of the permit. An essential element of a permit to work system is, of course, the operation of the permit itself. By means of signatures, the permit should be issued by an authorized person, and accepted by the competent person responsible for the work. On completion of the work, the competent person would need to indicate on the permit that the area had been made safe in order for the permit to be cancelled by the authorized person, after which isolations could be removed. Permit to work details to be included. Outline the general details that should be included in a permit to work. The general details that should be included in a permit to work are, a description and assessment of the work to be performed, including the plant involved, its location and the possible hazards associated with the task. This will determine the need for, and nature of, other relevant contents of the permit such as, the isolation of sources of energy and product inlets, additional precautions required such as atmospheric monitoring, the provision and use of personal protective equipment, the emergency procedures to be followed and the duration of the permit. An essential element of a permit to work system is, of course, the operation of the permit itself. By means of signatures, the permit should be issued by an authorized person, and accepted by the competent person responsible for the work. On completion of the work, the competent person would need to indicate on the permit that the area had been made safe in order for the permit to be cancelled by the authorized person, after which isolations could be removed. Page 86 of 231. Welding operations outline the health and safety risks associated with welding operations. Welding/hot work is potentially hazardous as a source of ignition in any plant in which flammable materials are handled. A cause of fires in all processes, regardless of whether flammable materials are present. Possibly fatal electric shock if using electrically powered welding equipment. Burns to the people doing the work or in close proximity. Occupational health risks from fume and vapor from the welding operation. Exposure to intense light may give rise to eye problems, e.g. arc eye of the welder or others in the direct vicinity. Explosions may arise in circumstances where there are explosive atmospheres. In addition, if using gas welding equipment without the proper protective devices, flashback arresters, flames may go back into cylinders and give rise to an explosion. Hot work includes cutting, welding, brazing, soldering, and any process involving the application of a naked flame. Drilling and grinding should also be included where a flammable atmosphere is potentially present. Welding operations precautions before commencing work. Identify precautions that would need to be considered before welding work can commence. Before carrying out welding work, the following precautions need to be considered: the need to issue a permit to work for the operation. This would then point to the further precautions to be taken, such as removing or covering up all combustible materials in the area of operation, screening the working area, allowing entrance only to persons involved in the work, providing firefighting equipment, appointing a fire watcher, restricting ventilation in the working area by shutting windows and closing air ducts, setting in place procedures for evacuation in the event of an emergency, providing personal protective equipment such as a visor, apron, and means of respiratory protection, ensuring that workers concerned in the welding operation are made aware of the hazards involved and the precautions to be taken, including, for example, the importance of completing pre-use inspections of the equipment to be used. Page 87 of 231. Health and safety management systems for measuring, audit and review learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the principles, purpose, and role of active and reactive monitoring, explain the purpose of, and procedures, for health and safety auditing, explain the purpose of, and procedures for, investigating incidents, accidents, cases of work-related ill health and other occurrences, describe the legal and organizational requirements for recording and reporting incidents, explain the purpose of, and procedures for, regular reviews of health and safety performance. 5.1 Active and reactive monitoring. Reactive and proactive monitoring. A. List 6 proactive, active, monitoring methods. B. List 4 reactive monitoring methods. Part A. 1. Safety audits. 2. Safety inspections. 3. Safety survey. 4. Safety tour. 5. Safety sampling. 6. Benchmarking. 7. Hazard and operability studies. 8. Health surveillance. 9. Performance reviews. 10. Risk assessments. Part B. 1. Accident investigation and reviews. Page 88 of 231. 2. Insurance claims reviews. 3. Defect reports. 4. Enforcement action follow-up. 5. Legal and enforcement actions. 6. Legal mandates, notices, active and reactive monitoring of safety performance. Identify 4 active and 4 reactive means by which an organization can monitor its health and safety performance. In answering this question, candidates could have selected from a number of active monitoring methods, including 1. Safety inspections, 2. Surveys, 3. Audits, 4. Sampling, 5. Environmental monitoring, 6. Health surveillance, 7. Behavioral observation such as by carrying out safety observation tours and 8. Benchmarking against the performance of other like organizations. Reactive monitoring methods which might be used include 1. Accident and ill health statistics and reports, 2. Incidents of reported near misses and dangerous occurrences, 3. Property damage, 4. Actions taken by the enforcement authorities, 5. The number of civil claims, 6. An analysis of absences and lost time, page 89 of 231. 7. Complaints by workers and 8. The costs involved in all the above. Reactive and proactive monitoring differences with examples. Explain the difference between proactive and reactive monitoring and give an example of each. Proactive monitoring, which monitors the achievement of plans and the degree of compliance with standards before an accident, incident on ill health. Reactive monitoring, monitors after accidents, ill health, and incidents. Examples for proactive monitoring: performance reviews, review of training assessments, records and needs, workplace inspections, management system audits, safety survey. Examples for reactive monitoring: accident incidence rates, ill health incidence records and rate, accident investigation reports, accident frequency rates, accident severity rates, sickness and absence records. Reactive measure to monitor an organization's health and safety performance. Identify 6 reactive measures that can be used to monitor an organization's health and safety performance. The reactive measures that can be used to monitor an organization's health and safety performance include: 1. The number of reported accidents and the frequency, incidence, and severity rates. 2. Sickness absence rates, particularly those relating to occupational ill health. 3. Incidents of reported near misses and dangerous occurrences. 4. Property damage. 5. The number of actions such as the issue of notices, prosecutions and the serving of verbal or written warnings taken by the enforcement authorities, page 90 of 231. 6. The number of civil claims, 7. Records of absenteeism and staff turnover, 8. The number of complaints from employees or neighbors, and 9. The costs involved in all the above. Active monitoring methods. Outline 4 active monitoring methods that can be used when assessing health and safety. Active, proactive monitoring is intended to reveal hazards that are not controlled to a standard, and to reveal visible non-compliance with standards, and it relies heavily on visible evidence only when assessing health and safety in the workplace. Proactive, active monitoring can be achieved using various methods. These methods include: documented workplace inspections, which are conducted on a regular basis to spot immediate hazards, unsafe acts and conditions, and ensure action is taken for remedial measure as soon as possible. Checklists are often used for inspections, but care should be taken not to miss other hazards that are not part of the generic checklist. Risk assessments is a major active monitoring tool, as this systematic method highlights hazards and risks and eliminates of or reduce them to as low as is reasonably practicable, a LARP. Auditing is also a valuable monitoring tool, as this method examines the health and safety management systems and outlines areas for improvement. Reporting near misses/incidents is very important, as this can lead to prevention of major accident in the future. Checklist strengths and weaknesses. A. Outline the role of workplace health and safety inspections. B. Give 2 examples of strengths of using a checklist when carrying out an inspection. 2. Weaknesses of using a checklist when carrying out an inspection. Part A. A workplace inspection is a general examination of health and safety performance at a particular point in time. As well as demonstrating management commitment, its role is to identify workplace hazards, implement immediate corrective action where this is possible, ensure compliance with the law and with laid down standards, page 91 of 231, recommend improvements and further controls when these are seen to be necessary, observe employee behavior, for example, in the use of personal protective equipment, listen to and consult with workers on health and safety issues, review previous findings and recommendations and provide a summary report to individual managers on standards in their areas of control. Part B. Using a checklist to complete a health and safety inspection of a workplace. 1. Enables prior preparation and planning to be made so that the inspection is structured and systematic. 2. Reduces the chance that important areas or issues might be missed. 3. Provides an immediate record of findings, ensures a consistent approach by those carrying out the inspection. 4. Is easily adapted or customized for different areas, and provides an easy method for comparison and audit. Part B. 2. The weaknesses of using such a system are: 1. That over-reliance on a checklist may lead to a blinkered approach by inspectors with the possibility that significant risks might be missed. 2. That the checklist may not be reviewed and updated to account for changes to work processes or equipment. 3. That there is a danger that inspections become routine with no follow-up questions being asked. 4. That the system is too objective and restrictive with no scope for peripheral issues. To be considered. 5. That untrained persons might be tempted to conduct inspections. And 6. That the procedure is subject to human error and/or abuse. Strengths and weakness of checklists. Outline the strengths and weaknesses of using a checklist to complete a health and safety inspection of a workplace. Strengths of checklists: enables prior preparation and planning so that an inspection can be more structured and systematic, reduces the chances of important areas or issues being overlooked, provides an immediate record of findings, ensures a consistent approach, provides an easy method of comparison and audit. Weaknesses of checklists: may lead to a blinkered approach resulting in maybe significant risks may be overlooked. Page 92 of 231. May not be reviewed or updated to take account of changes in work processes, etc. Become routine with no follow-up questions. Too objective and restrictive with little or no scope for peripheral issues. Procedure is subject to human error and/or abuse. Inspection skills and knowledge required. A. Identify 2 types of health and safety inspection. B. Outline the skills and knowledge that are required of an employee who conducts health and safety inspections. Part A. 1. Pre-use checks, for example of portable appliances or ladders. 2. General periodic workplace inspections. 3. Statutory inspections. 4. Those associated with planned preventative maintenance. 5. Safety tours. 6. Safety sampling. 7. Inspections carried out by members of the enforcement authority. Part B. There are a range of qualities expected of an employee who carries out health and safety inspections, including relevant knowledge, the knowledge he/she should possess, such as a general knowledge of health and safety together with the legal requirements and any published guidance, knowledge of the workplace and the work activities carried out with the procedures that have been introduced, such as safe systems of work and the use of permits to work, knowledge as to whom he/she should report the results of the inspections. Relevant skills: the ability to identify hazards and risks and to detect deficiencies in the control measures provided. Observational skills together with the ability to record and report observations. Interpersonal skills including the ability to interview and question fellow employees, the ability to recognize his/her own limitations. Safety inspections considerations: identify the significant areas that should be considered during a planned health and safety inspection of a workplace. Page 93 of 231. Any substances or materials used in the area being inspected. Traffic routes in and around the inspection area. Means of access to and egress from the area of inspection. Work equipment and work processes used in the area being inspected. The work practices such as manual handling, ergonomics, etc. that are employed within the work area. Work environment itself, to include space, lighting, heating, air movement, ventilation, etc. Electricity and electrical sources as well as other power sources present. Fire precautions required within the workplace. First aid facilities provided with regard to the risks posed by work operations and/or situations. Welfare facilities to include washing, changing, resting, and toilet facilities as appropriate. Workstation ergonomics matched to the worker and the tasks that they perform. The standards of housekeeping being achieved against what is required. Any outstanding actions points from previous inspections. Safety inspections. Their role. Outline the role of workplace health and safety inspections. Safety inspections, which are a general examination of health and safety performance at a particular point in time, may be used to improve health and safety performance within an organization in a number of ways, including identifying hazards and assessing controls, enabling the appropriate remedial action to be taken before accidents have occurred, showing management's commitment to health and safety and improving the morale of the workforce, enabling the involvement of workers in the management of health and safety, and if carried out on a regular basis, identifying trends and weaknesses in existing procedures, ensuring adherence to legal requirements and standards, reviewing previous findings and recommendations, and providing a summary report to individual managers of standards in their area of responsibility. Be sure you read the question here. The word role is important. Health and safety inspections and audits outline the main features of a health and safety inspection of a workplace, b. a health and safety audit. Part A workplace inspection is a general examination of health and safety performance at a particular point in time. As well as demonstrating management commitment, its role is to identify workplace hazards, implement immediate corrective action where this is possible, page 94 of 231, ensure compliance with the law and with laid down standards, recommend improvements and further controls when these are seen to be necessary, observe employee behavior, for example, in the use of personal protective equipment, listen to and consult with workers on health and safety issues, review previous findings and recommendations and provide a summary report to individual managers on standards in their areas of control. Part B, a health and safety audit is a systematic critical examination of a health and safety management system, involving a structured process for the collection of independent information with the aim of assessing the effectiveness and reliability of the system and suggesting corrective action when this was thought to be necessary. 5.2 Health and Safety Auditing. Health and Safety Audit meaning, coverage and findings. A. Give the meaning of the term health and safety audit. B. Outline key areas that may be covered within a health and safety audit. C. Explain how the findings of a health and safety audit can be used to improve health and safety performance. Part A. The meaning of the term health and safety audit is a systematic critical examination of a health and safety management system, involving a structured process for the collection of independent information with the aim of assessing the effectiveness and reliability of the system and suggesting corrective action when this was thought to be necessary. Some candidates confuse an audit with an inspection. Be warned. Part B. Key areas that may be covered by a health and safety audit include the health and safety policy, the allocation of roles and responsibilities, the completion of risk assessments, the control of specific hazards such as those connected with display screen equipment, manual handling and working at heights, fire protection and prevention, arrangements for the control of contractors, records of employee competence and training, first aid and emergency procedures. Procedures for the reporting and investigation of accidents, arrangements for consultation with employees, minutes of safety committee meetings, page 95 of 231, maintenance records including those required by law, enforcement history, and recommendations for the improvement of the existing health and safety management system. Part C. The findings of a health and safety audit may be used for improving health and safety performance by identifying areas of compliance and non-compliance and the reasons for and nature of the non-compliance, identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the existing system, enabling comparison and benchmarking with other similar organizations and communicating the findings to management and staff, informing and enabling remedial actions to be taken, emphasizing the need for proactive rather than reactive measures, aiding prioritization and the allocation of resources, producing evidence of commitment by the organization in putting health and safety on the agenda, and encouraging continual improvement. Health and safety audits. Advantages and disadvantages. Describe the advantages and disadvantages of carrying out a health and safety audit of an organization's activities by a. an internal auditor, b. an external auditor. Part A. The possible advantages of using an internal auditor for a safety audit of an organization would include familiarity with the workplace, its tasks and processes, and awareness of what might be practicable for the industry, the ability to see improvements or a deterioration from the last audit, familiarity with the workforce and an individual's qualities and attitude, an audit which was relatively less costly and easier to arrange. Possible disadvantages being, an internal auditor may not be in possession of recognized auditing skills, may not be up to date with legal requirements, be less likely to be aware of best practice in other organizations. They may be subject to pressure from management and the workforce and have time constraints imposed upon them. Part B. Advantages with an external auditor, page 96 of 231, is more likely to possess the necessary auditing skills and credibility, will not be inhibited from criticizing members of management or the workforce, is more likely to be up to date with legal requirements and best practice in other companies, will view the organization's performance with a fresh pair of eyes. Disadvantaged are, they are unlikely to be familiar with the workplace, tasks, and processes, will not be familiar with the workforce and their individual attitudes to health and safety, will have difficulty in obtaining the full cooperation of the workforce, may be unfamiliar with the industry and seek unrealistic standards, and may well be more costly than an internal member of staff. Health and safety audits. Planning and gathering information. A. Outline the issues that need to be considered at the planning stage of an audit. B. Identify two methods of gathering information during an audit. Part A. The issues that need to be considered at the planning stage of an audit include, the selection of a competent audit team independent of the area to be audited, agreeing the objectives and scope of the audit, developing audit questionnaires and checklists and agreeing on relevant guidance and standards that would be applied, allocating resources and facilities, agreeing timescales and deciding on methods of feedback. Part B. Methods of gathering information during an audit include, interviewing, reviewing and assessing written procedures, and workplace observations to assess compliance with relevant health and safety standards and guidance. Management system review of documents. Identify documents that may be examined when reviewing an organization's health and safety management system. The documents that may be examined/reviewed during a management system review/audit include, Safety Policy, page 97 of 231, Risk Assessments, Risk Assessment Procedures, Safety Monitoring Procedures, Maintenance Records, Accident and Incident Reports, Health Surveillance Records, Health and Safety Committee Meeting Minutes, Training Records, Statutory Inspection Records and Reports/Outcomes, Previous Audit Reports. Topics to be included in a health and safety audit. Outline the topics that should be included in a health and safety audit. The topics for inclusion in a health and safety audit will include a document review, interviews, and actual observations on any or all of the following: the organization's health and safety policy, awareness of risk assessment procedures and compliance, awareness of safety monitoring procedures and compliance, the adequacy of maintenance arrangements and associated records, the gathering, analyzing, and dissemination of accident, incident and ill health data, a review of health surveillance records and procedures for gathering the same, the extent of legal compliance within the organization's operations, a review of the Health and Safety Committee minutes, the quality, range, and content of training records, the results of statutory/thorough inspections, a review of previous audit reports to ensure no recurrences and the addressing of previously identified nonconformances. 5.3 Investigating incidents. Benefits of accident investigation. Outline the benefits of conducting an accident investigation. There are a range of benefits that result from investigating accidents, including, the prevention of similar situations, complying with legal requirements, complying with insurance requirements, improving workplace safety standards, improving employee morale, preventing future business losses, the provision of information to assist in legal proceedings, evidence to support a defense in enforcement action or where a civil claim is being sought, page 98 of 231, improving attitudes towards health and safety in the workplace. Accident investigation report. List the information that should be included in an accident investigation report. Date, time, location, injured person, witnesses, injuries/losses sustained, equipment/tools involved, costs estimated/known, who investigated, date investigated, introduction, summary, main body, observations, legal breaches, likely enforcement action, recommendation, conclusion, circulation. List any immediate actions taken to make safe the area, estimated costs, identification of the causes, immediate, underlying and root accidents, immediate and root causes. A workplace accident has occurred and an investigation is to take place. A. Give the meaning of the term immediate causes. B. Give 2 examples of immediate causes that could have contributed to a workplace accident. C. Give the meaning of the term underlying, root, causes. D. Give 2 examples of root causes that could have contributed to a workplace accident. Part A. The term immediate cause is the unsafe act or condition that resulted in an accident, incident, or loss. Part B. 1. Carelessness. 2. Lack of attention. 3. Guard missing off a machine. Page 99 of 231. Part C. Underlying or root cause is the failure of procedures and/or management systems that resulted in the unsafe act or condition. Part D. 1. Not checking on the proper completion of a maintenance task. 2. Not providing training. 3. Inappropriate level of supervision for the risk. 4. Inappropriate procedure near miss accident. Engineer working NA cranes. Why investigate possible causes? What should be in the report? An engineer was involved in a near-miss incident when he dropped a component whilst working on an overhead crane. The component narrowly missed an employee who was passing below. A. Give 4 reasons why the near-miss incident should be investigated. B. Identify 6 possible root causes of the near-miss incident. C. Other than root causes, outline what should be included in the near-miss incident report. Part A. The incident should be investigated in the first instance to prevent a recurrence by identifying its causes and any weaknesses in the existing procedures and systems. It would also help to set priorities for any remedial action found to be necessary if, for instance, risk assessments and safe systems of work need to be amended. An investigation would additionally help to demonstrate management commitment to health and safety and assist in maintaining and even improving the health and safety culture of the organization and the morale of the workforce. Part B. Possible root causes include: A. Failure to carry out an adequate risk assessment of the operation resulting in the absence of recognized procedures for carrying out maintenance work. No safe system of work for handling components. No system in place for advising other employees of the operation which was about to be carried out. Lack of signs and barriers erected to keep employees away from the area beneath the crane. The engineer's competence and training would have to be questioned. Together, the possibility that he/she was subjected to excessive work demands so that he/she did not have the time to take the necessary precautions in completing the job with, in CO, calling into question the standard of supervision exercised by management. Page 100 of 231. Part C. In order to complete a near-miss incident report, information which should be collected includes details of the activity being carried out at the time with any history of previous similar incidents, the immediate causes of the incident with a description of the prevailing environmental conditions such as levels of lighting, drawings or photographs of the site of the incident with details of witnesses and copies of their statements, copies of relevant risk assessments and safe systems of work together with existing maintenance records, records of training received by the employees concerned, an indication of possible breaches of legislation, an estimation of the cost implications of the incident, recommendations for the action to be taken to prevent a recurrence including a proposed timescale and the allocation of responsibility for completion of the work to a named individual or individuals. Accident investigation reasons, information to be included in the report, possible immediate and root causes. An employee has been seriously injured after being struck by a reversing vehicle in a loading bay. A. Give 4 reasons why the accident should be investigated. B. Outline the information that should be included in the investigation report. C. Outline 4 possible immediate causes and 4 possible underlying, root, causes of the accident. Part A. The reason this accidents should be investigated are numerous and they include: 1. Examining the direct cause of the accidents and trying to establish the root cause of the accident to try to prevent future accidents by identifying and eliminating or reducing the causes. 2. Accidents also give use valuable information in relation to hazards that may exist in the workplace that have not been identified by a proactive approach. 3. To ensure compliance with legislation and 4. Accident reporting internally. 5. To ensure training and information can be targeted in the areas of concern and management controls can be strengthened. Part B. An accident report should be comprehensive to enable the direct and indirect root causes to be identified. The report should ideally contain the events preceding the accident, the date and time of the accident, the precise location information on person involved. Page 101 of 231. A clear account of what was found at the accident scene with the possible direct causes, together with witness statements. Initial injuries of person if medical personnel are at the scene, their initial findings should be included. Other information can be included as required, e.g., weather conditions, road and ground conditions, etc. If root cause analysis has been carried out, this information should be included. Part C. 4 possible causes of immediate causes of the above accidents may be: slips on workplace surface on the level, employee not paying attention, no reversing alarm on the vehicle, forklift truck operator not be attentive and not looking around for pedestrians. The root causes for the above accidents could be: slips on the workplace level may have a root cause of oil being split and not cleaned up immediately. The root cause of a forklift truck could be attributed to the driver being not properly trained and inadequate training in reversing techniques. The root cause of the employee slipping may be that the housekeeping regime is inadequate and not monitored. The forklift truck may not be well maintained to check the reversing alarm is working. Accidents to a machine operator. Immediate and root causes: a machine operator is involved in an accident by coming into contact with a dangerous part of a machine. Describe a. the possible immediate causes, b. the possible underlying root causes. Part a. the possible immediate causes could be: inadequate or non-existent safety devices that allow access to the dangerous parts of equipment, poor housekeeping resulting in slip and trip type incidents into the machinery, loose clothing, becoming entangled, machine malfunction, operator error and non-conformance with a safe system of work. Part B. the possible root underlying causes: inadequate training of the operator in the safe operation of the equipment. Page 102 of 231. Inadequate information/instruction/supervision: poor maintenance such as the non-replacement of guards following machine service. Inadequate risk assessment that did not consider all the significant risks, personal factors, stress, fatigue and the influence of drugs and alcohol. Poor management systems not properly allowing effective health and safety management of the workplace/workforce. Ineffective supervision either in terms of competency or numbers, scope of control, selection of personnel not being appropriate to the work expected, selection of correct equipment not being suitable and sufficient for the purpose intended. Accident investigation team who to include giving reasons in each case. Identify 4 categories of persons who may be considered a useful member of an internal accident investigation team. Accident team members must be chosen for their knowledge, skill, and experience in certain areas. 4 members who could be useful are: 1. Health and safety manager. The individual would bring the skills and knowledge of a health and safety professional and have in-depth knowledge of accident investigation. 2. Supervisor. This individual would have first-hand knowledge of the worker's task and activities and the on-the-job hazards. 3. Worker representative. This individual would bring the experience of the work and have information gained via interaction with colleagues on a range of issues in the workplace. 4. Worker. A person who was involved in the accident may be able to make useful contributions to other members of the investigation team. 5. Site engineer. This person would probably be the most senior to lead the investigation. The professional engineering background would bring a systematic methodology of examining any mechanical failures, etc. 6. Technical expert. If the technical level of knowledge is not readily available, there may be a need to include such a person. 7. Senior manager. If a senior manager was involved, then there is the availability of authority that may enable quicker decisions to be made to offset additional problems arising and not having to wait the course of time to obtain permissions to have certain works done, etc. 8. Health and safety practitioner. This person would be available to give advice on matters relating to legislative requirements, good investigation techniques, etc. 9. Trade union representative, e.g. safety representative. In some countries these have a right in legislation to be involved in such matters to represent their members. Accident information gathering checklist. Identify the items that might be included on a checklist to gather information following accidents involving slips, trips and falls. Suitable answers here would identify questions designed to elicit information on the personal details of the person involved, page 103 of 231, the time and location of the accident, the type and severity of the injury sustained, the task being undertaken at the time of the accident, the working environment as far as weather, standard of lighting and visibility were concerned, the condition of the floor or ground, the type and condition of any personal protective equipment that was being worn, whether the injured person had been given first aid, had returned to work or had been sent to hospital, the underlying medical condition of the injured person, whether there were any witnesses or CCTV footage of the accident, details of the training and information received and details of any relevant risk assessments that had been carried out or any previous similar accidents that had occurred. Actions management can take to prevent similar accidents in the future. Outline actions management may take to prevent similar accidents. In order to prevent similar accidents, management could take a range of actions such as carrying out a comprehensive investigation and communicating its findings to the workforce, reviewing the health and safety policy together with existing risk assessments and control measures, introducing a program of regular inspections and monitoring, a more effective standard of supervision and disciplinary action for non-conformance with set procedures, consulting on a regular basis with the workers and introducing a program of refresher training not only on the operation of plant and equipment but also on general health and safety awareness. Although the question clearly asks for an outline, some candidates provide just a list, and as such answers of this type would not be awarded maximum marks. Reasons why an inspection after a serious accident may not lead to unsafe conditions being corrected. A serious accident has occurred. During the investigation it is found that an inspection of the worksite had taken place before the accident. Outline possible reasons why the inspection did not lead to an unsafe situation being corrected. There are a number of possible reasons why the inspection did not lead to the unsafe situation being corrected. It may have been that the unsafe activity was not taking place at the time of the inspection, or the hazard was not obvious and consequently the inspector would not have noticed it. The unsafe condition might have been observed but was not mentioned in the report of the inspection, and even if it had been included, the report might not have been seen by a responsible person or had not been followed up and the corrective action taken. There might have been a situation where the responsibility for taking the corrective action was unclear, for instance if there had been a number of different employers on site. Page 104 of 231. The failure to correct the unsafe action may well have been caused by the inability of the inspector to carry out a proper inspection because of his/her lack of knowledge and competence. Near-miss incident investigation. A machine has leaked hot liquid into a work area. No one has been injured. Outline reasons why it is important for an organization to investigate near-miss incidents. Answers to this question need to outline that the investigation of near-miss incidents and the identification of their underlying causes might allow preventive action to be taken before something more serious occurs. It also gives the right message that all failures are taken seriously by the employer and not just those that lead to injury. Additionally, it is generally accepted that near misses far outnumber incidents resulting in injury and can therefore produce more data from which a greater understanding of the deficiencies in existing management systems such as risk assessments and safe systems of work can be identified and rectified. It would be good for delegates to briefly refer to Bird's or Heinrich's triangle. 5.4 Recording and reporting incidents. Accident reporting. Major accident. List 4 types of major injury which normally requires immediate reporting under national legislation. 1. Fractures, other than fingers, thumbs and toes. 2. Amputation. 3. Loss of sight, including temporary. 4. Broken bones. 5. Electrocution requiring resuscitation. 6. Hospitalization overnight or for more than 24 hours. 7. Injury that required resuscitation. Fatal injuries are a special case and do not come under the definition of major injury. Accident reporting. Under reporting/not reporting, outline 8 factors that could prevent accidents from being reported at work by employees. 1 person's being ignorance of reporting procedures. 2. Peer pressure placed on persons not to report. 3. The fear of possible retribution by management. 4. The preservation of the company's or department's safety record, particularly where incentive schemes are in place, page 105 of 231. 5. Avoidance of first aid or medical treatment for fear of an individual being considered a risk. 6. A worker wanting to keep on the right side of a supervisor or manager. 7. Overcomplicated reporting procedures. 8. Lack of management response to earlier reported accidents. 9. Persons not being encouraged to report injuries. 10. Blame culture. 11. Prone to disciplinary action. 12. Feeling of guilt. 13. Loss of incentives. 14. Jeopardizes advancement/promotion. 15. Too many formalities. 16. Embarrassment. 17. May be used as a poor example to others. Pride. Accident reporting. Why? Identify the factors why accidents need to be reported. May be a legal requirement. Allow investigation to establish immediate, underlying and root causes to prevent a recurrence following implementation of recommendations. A requirement of the management system. Accurate statistics to be maintained. Allows the identification of trends, thus introduction of preventative measures to ensure appropriate contingencies into the future. Actions to take following a serious workplace accident. Outline the immediate and long-term actions that should be taken after a serious workplace injury accident. Make sure the area is safe to enter to assist any injured person. Obtain assistance for the injured person and secure any damage. Call for external assistance. Assist with any external investigations, police, etc. Inform respective persons, management, HR, relatives, owner of assets, etc. Gather internal investigation team. Obtain facts, statements, photos, records. Maintenance, training, risk assessments, permits and safe systems of work. Analyze information, determine actions required, generate reports with action plans. Follow up, page 106 of 231. Review risk assessments, review management system and related procedures. Follow up on actions, progress. Actions to take following a serious workplace accident. Outline the immediate and longer term actions that should be taken following an accident at work that has caused serious injury to a worker. The immediate and longer-term actions that should be taken following an accident at work that has caused serious injury to a worker can include, isolating the scene of the accident and making the area safe, administering first aid treatment, contacting the emergency services, informing the next of kin, offering counseling and support, notifying the regulatory authority if appropriate and also the insurers, collecting initial evidence such as photographs and sketches and the names of witnesses, setting up the accident investigation team, investigating the accident, determining its root and underlying causes and preparing a report of the investigation, making and implementing recommendations to prevent a recurrence of the accident and ensuring feedback is provided to the workforce, collecting evidence to be used in any possible litigation following the accident and managing the provision of information to the media. 5.5 Review of health and safety performance. Reasons for reviewing health and safety performance. Outline the reasons why an organization should review and monitor its health and safety performance. The reasons for an organization reviewing and monitoring its health and safety performance are, to identify any substandard health and safety practices, to review trends and identify those that are adverse in a bid to remedy them, to compare actual performance against the established targets, to benchmark performance, to identify the use and effectiveness of control measures, to set priorities and establish realistic timescales, assess compliance with legal requirements, provide information to senior management, board members, and/or health and safety committee, etc. Page 107 of 231. Health and Safety Performance Review. Why? Outline reasons why an organization should review its health and safety performance. These reasons should be written to include such areas as, to identify substandard health and safety practices and conditions, to identify trends in relation to different types of incident, or incidents in general by analysis of relevant incident data, to compare actual performance with previously set targets, to benchmark the organization's performance against that of similar organizations or an industry norm, to identify whether control measures are in use, to assess their Effectiveness to be able to make decisions on appropriate remedial measures for any deficiencies identified, to identify any new or changed risks, to assess compliance with legal requirements and accepted national/international standards, to be able to provide a board of directors or safety committee with relevant information, to boost morale and motivate the workforce, and ultimately because monitoring and review is a vital component of any safety management system and is essential if the system is externally accredited and audited by a specific body. The importance of reading a question carefully cannot be overemphasized, since a number of candidates outline circumstances that would suggest a review of a health and safety policy was indicated, whilst others explain when an organization should carry out a performance review rather than giving reasons why it should be carried out. Page 108 of 231, Paper 2, Workplace Hazards and Risk Control Learning Outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline common health, welfare, and work environment requirements in the workplace, explain the risk factors and appropriate controls for violence at work, explain the effects of substance misuse on health and safety at work and control measures to reduce such risks, explain the hazards and control measures for the safe movement of people in the workplace, outline the hazards and control measure for safe construction and demolition work, explain the hazards and control measures for safe working at height, explain the hazards of and control measures for excavations. 1.1 Health, welfare, and work environment requirements. Welfare provision of facilities. Outline 4 requirements of welfare facilities that an employer must provide for his employees according to the workplace requirements of most national legislation. 1. Sanitary conveniences relative to the number and gender of persons employed. 2. Washing facilities with respect again to the number of persons employed and the type of work undertaken. 3. Fresh drinking water availability, potable with drinking vessels. 4. Accommodation for clothing, i.e. for outside clothing whilst wearing work clothing and vice versa. 5. Facilities for changing to take due account of privacy. 6. Facilities for resting and eating, these to be suitable in number, maintained in a clean condition and be sufficient to meet the number who will use the facility at any one time. Workplace welfare and work environment requirements. Identify welfare and work environment requirements that should be provided in a workplace. The welfare and work environment requirements that should be provided in a workplace include the provision of an adequate number of sanitary conveniences and washing facilities, including showers for both sexes, storage areas for clothing including lockers and changing areas. Page 109 of 231, facilities for the cleaning and replacement of working clothes. A restroom away from the working area with the facility for taking food and drink. The provision of effective and sufficient ventilation for the work area. An adequate heating system to maintain a reasonable temperature throughout the building. An adequate standard of lighting for the tasks being undertaken. The provision of adequate space. Provision of suitable seating at the workstations. The introduction of control measures to combat excessive noise. Outdoor working. Extreme heat. A. Identify 4 health effects of working outside in extreme heat created by the sun. B. Outline control measures that could be used to reduce the effects of the sun on construction workers. Part A. Working out of doors in extreme heat caused by the sun may result in health effects such as burns, damage to the eyes, skin cancer, dehydration, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, sweat rash, prickly heat, headaches, fainting, fatigue and stress. Part B. The control measures that could be used to reduce the effects of the sun on workers include limiting the duration of exposure by job rotation, ensuring periods of work are alternated with periods of rest, avoiding work when temperatures are at their highest, ensuring an adequate supply of drinking water, the use of appropriate clothing for working in high temperatures, persuading workers to adopt a policy of keeping their bodies covered, encouraging workers to maintain their salt levels, working under canopies where this is possible, wearing hats and eye protection and applying sun protection cream. Page 110 of 231, outdoor working. Ultraviolet light, sun, and old temperatures. Outdoor workers may be required to work in variable weather conditions. Describe the measures that can be taken to reduce the risk to workers who, A. are exposed to ultraviolet radiation from sunlight, b. are exposed to cold temperatures. Part A. The measures that can be taken to reduce the risk to workers who are exposed to ultraviolet radiation from sunlight include, the provision of advice to workers on the need to protect themselves from the sun, encouraging them to keep covered up during the summer months and especially at lunchtime when the sun is at its most powerful, the provision of shelter where workers might take their breaks, providing sunscreen and urging workers to use it on any part of the body that they are unable to cover up. Part B. The measures that can be taken to reduce the risk to workers who are exposed to cold temperatures include, decide whether the work might be delayed until the weather got warmer without compromising safety. If this was not possible, personal protective clothing appropriate for the environmental conditions would have to be issued to the workers. Workers should be allowed to take more frequent rest breaks in heated facilities and encouraged to drink warm fluids such as soup. Workers should also be given advice on recognizing the symptoms of cold stress, on how the effects of hand-arm vibration syndrome might be exacerbated by working in cold weather and on the precautions to be taken. Cold working environment outline the precautions to be taken to minimize the risks to persons working in cold stores at sub-zero temperatures. The following precautions need consideration for persons working in cold environments. Procedures: safe system of work, undertaking a suitable and sufficient risk assessment, the person provision of thermal clothing such as insulated suits or jackets, gloves, and head covering, page 111 of 231. Drying out facilities for this clothing, restricting time spent in the cold store, regular breaks, the availability of warm drinks, precautions against being locked in the cold store such as doors capable of being opened from the inside and alarms, measures to protect the employees against the escape of refrigerant gas, equipment racking designed to withstand low temperatures, the removal of ice buildup, the need for pre-employment examinations and continuing health surveillance, the provision to employees of information and training on the potential hazards associated with this type of work and the precautions to be observed. Workplace lighting. Effects of inadequate lighting. Describe the effects inadequate lighting in a workplace would have on health and safety. Eye strain is a significant factor if close work is required and the lighting not being adequate to allow this. In addition, a brighter level of lighting may be required for an older person doing such work when compared to a younger worker. Headaches as a direct result of the eye strain noted above. Person's ability to concentrate on the work may be affected by either eye strain or the resultant headache. This may be exaggerated by flickering lights. Adopting poor posture insofar as the persons affected will be adjusting their work position to achieve better vision. Tripping over unseen objects may be due to excessive shadows. Human error is likely to increase as there will be an inability to see or perceive certain hazards. Flickering lights may induce pre-existing medical conditions such as certain types of epileptic fits. Note: both individual health risks and physical risks are required. Response to this type of question: workplace lighting risk assessment. Open plan office outline which factors that should be considered in an assessment of the adequacy of lighting within an open plan office. The tasks being carried out, detailed close work or general lighting, the age of persons doing the work. Older persons may require a brighter level of lighting, the equipment being used, the size and layout of the office, i.e. distance of workstations to windows and the use of partitions. Natural light available at different times of the day and during the year. Seasonal, suitability of the number, type, intensity and hue of artificial lights. Computer screen glare and or shadow. Shadowed areas of the work environment may increase the likelihood of hazards being generated. Page 112 of 231. Localized lighting, need for and availability of maintenance of non-functional, flickering, damaged or dirty lights. Provision and adequacy of emergency lighting. 1.2 Violence at work. Violence between workers. Identify control measures that an employer could take to reduce the risk of violence between workers. The control measures that an employer could take to reduce the risk of violence between workers include: briefing staff on problems that are likely to occur and giving them training in dealing with them such as de-escalation techniques. Introducing a policy of zero tolerance for workplace violence. Setting up procedures for reporting any occurrence of violence. Providing counseling for both perpetrators and victims of violence. Arranging for relocation in different parts of the worksite. Where this is possible, introducing a policy for alcohol and substance misuse, including the disciplinary action to be taken against offenders, prohibiting the carrying of weapons on site, employing security personnel together with CCTV, introducing a recruitment strategy. Violence towards workers in a hospital emergency department. Controls identify control measures that can be implemented to reduce the risk of violence in a busy accident and emergency department. An approach here to this question would be to consider control measures connected with the management of the operations in the department, and then those directly related to the more physical precautions provided in the public areas of the building. The management of the operation measures here would include the provision of awareness training to staff to enable them to recognize the early signs of aggressive behavior and avoid, defuse, or otherwise deal with a violent situation, ensuring that staffing levels were adequate, having strict security procedures in place to deal with the storage and issue of drugs, utilizing security staff to deter known offenders, and ensuring an effective means of communication with patients, particularly on the subject of waiting times. For the public areas, page 113 of 231, they should be well lit with attention being given to the decor and furnishings in an attempt to create a calm and open environment. To protect the staff, there would be a need for wide counters and raised floor levels, coded locks on doors, CCTV systems, panic buttons and alarm systems. Signs would have to be displayed stressing the existence of a policy of zero tolerance for any form of violence. Violence against workers outline the measures an employer might consider to minimize the risk of violence against workers. There are a number of measures that may be considered. These would be dependent upon the work being undertaken and the person's vulnerability to violence and the type of violence potential. Risk assessment is an obvious starting point to properly identify hazards and the adequacy, or not, of existing controls. Internal policies regarding violence towards staff by colleagues, members of the public, etc. should be in place and actively enforced. This should include the encouragement of reporting such situation at entrances, the introduction of physical security measures such as entry systems, screens, lighting, reception desk may be a consideration to control unauthorized entry. CCTV to monitor activity. The provision of an alarm system should workers suffer/fear violence. Removal of likely weapons from those entering what could be considered as weapons may be controversial and a sensitive subject, but again risk assessments should be able to identify such eventualities, and a poster clearly outlining ground rules for visitors and staff will help to explain the need for such precautions. If there is a need to remove such items from visitors, etc. prior to entry, a secure facility must be provided to hold the items until that visitor, etc. leaves the premises. Better seating and information on delays if these are envisaged to raise tensions. Daily removal of cash or use non-cash alternatives. Queue management. Sufficient staff, opening hours to suit the customers, to customer ratios. Checking visitors' credentials. Accompanying staff when appropriate. This may involve journey planning/route planning. Avoid lone working. Improve communication. Zero tolerance of aggressive behavior. Violence against workers. Large office open to the public. A large office is open to the public for inquiries, and the risk assessment has shown a significant risk of violence to workers from visitors. Page 114 of 231 outline measures that the employer could take to reduce the risk. There are a range of measures available, such as the design of the workplace and public areas to restrict access, the use of security equipment such as CCTV, alarm systems, and personal alarms and panic buttons, secure areas with coded locks and physical barriers, the use of check-in and check-out procedures for visitors, the use of trained security staff keeping the area free of anything that could be used as a potential weapon, introducing procedures for the reporting of incidents, posting signs warning of the action that would be taken in cases of violence, providing workers with training in confrontation management and stress reduction techniques. Violence factors that may erase the risk of violence at work. Outline factors that may increase the risk of violence in the workplace. The factors that may increase the risk of violence in the workplace include working alone or after normal working hours, work involving the handling of money or other valuables, work involving the exercise of authority such as enforcement, employment involving working with people susceptible to violent outbursts or with mental health issues as do, for example, health practitioners or those in the prison service, dealing with people under the influence of alcohol or drugs, employment. Involving working or traveling in the community, dealing with people suffering from stress, inappropriate design of the workplace with a lack of visual security, a failure to give employees at risk training and information particularly in the diffusion technique. 1.4 Movement of people. Planning traffic routes. Outline the factors that should be taken into account when planning traffic routes for internal transport. Keep pedestrians and vehicles apart. Separate routes, designated crossing places and suitable barriers at recognized danger spots. High visibility clothing to be provided and worn if necessary. Clearly marked and signed traffic routes. Roads, gangways, and aisles should have sufficient width clearance for the largest vehicle. Roads, gangways and aisles should have sufficient overhead clearance for the largest vehicle. Speed limits established and enforced. Page 115 of 231. Adequate lighting to be provided. Ensure good all-round visibility. Provision of clear directional signs. Clear marking of doors and access/egress points. Avoid designing in sharp and/or blind bends. Avoid overhead obstructions. The floor surface should be suitable and sufficient for the intended traffic. Floors and traffic routes to be adequately maintained. Gradients should be kept as gentle as possible, not too steep. Suitable and sufficient number of parking areas to be provided and be of the size to suit the vehicles intended to be parked therein. Avoid reversing if possible. Make people aware of the movement of vehicles. Movement of vehicles. Vehicle and pedestrian interface. Outline the precautions that might be needed to ensure the safety of pedestrians in areas where vehicles are in use. A segregated system for vehicles and pedestrian traffic. Appropriate roadway and aisle markings. Maintaining a good level of visibility, e.g. mirrors, transparent doors, provision of adequate lighting, audible warning on vehicles. Establishing and enforcing site rules. The provision of refuges. The wearing of high visibility clothing. Good standards of housekeeping. Training and supervision of all those concerned/involved. Accidents on stairs. A. Give 4 reasons why accidents may occur on stairs. B. Outline ways in which accidents on stairs may be prevented. Part A. 1. Inadequate design, dimensions, treads, handrails. 2. Poor housekeeping, obstructions, spillages, trailing cables. 3. Poor lighting, shadows or glare. 4. Slippery surfaces, oil, water, ice. 5. Unsuitable footwear. 6. Damaged flooring or covering. 7. Manual handling loads on stairs. 8. Hurrying up/down the stairs. Part B, page 116 of 231. Adequate width of walkways to be ensured. Stairs to be fitted with handrails. Lighting levels are to be adequate for the environment and traffic. Emergency lighting provision to be ensured. Surfaces should be non-slip. Outside walkways/stairs to be covered. Procedures in place and enforced for the timely removal of spillages. Maintenance of defects to be undertaken in a timely manner. Introduce and enforce a defect reporting procedure. If loads have to be taken to a higher level, use a lift. If not available, introduce and enforce a safe working procedure. Instigate appropriate site rules for the use of stairs. Reversing vehicles. Outline the means by which the risk of accidents from reversing vehicles within a workplace can be reduced. Introduction and enforcement on one-way systems. Drive-through systems. Designated turning circles marked and enforced. Separation of vehicles and pedestrians. Suitable workplace design. Size and markings. Audible reversing alarms. Mirrors on/at blind corners. Adequate levels of lighting to remove shadow or reduce dazzle/glare. Use of trained banksmen. Wearing of high visibility clothing. Site rules introduced and enforced. Training of all concerned. Reversing vehicles. Control measures. Identify control measures to reduce the risk of accidents from reversing vehicles in the workplace. The control measures to reduce the risk of accidents from reversing vehicles in the workplace include the avoidance of the need for vehicles to reverse by the introduction of one-way systems or a drive-in/drive-out layout, the separation of vehicles and pedestrians by the erection of barriers and signs, vehicle design including the provision of good visibility, audible alarms, mirrors and sensors, positioning mirrors at blind corners in the workplace and providing refuges. Good standards of lighting, procedural measures such as driver and pedestrian training, the use of banksmen, site rules for reversing operations, the use of high visibility clothing by those working in areas where there is vehicle access. Page 117 of 231. Traffic route design features. The warehouse of a food manufacturer is to be redeveloped to enable its storage capacity to be increased as well as to enable the use of internal transport to transfer goods to and from the loading bays. A. Outline the design features of the traffic routes that should be addressed in order to minimize the risk of forklift truck-related accidents. B. Describe additional measures that need to be taken to protect pedestrians from the risk of being struck by a forklift truck in the warehouse. Part A. Keep pedestrians and vehicles apart. Separate routes, designated crossing places and suitable barriers at recognized danger spots. High visibility clothing to be provided and worn if necessary. Clearly marked and signed traffic routes. Roads, gangways, and aisles should have sufficient width clearance for the largest vehicle. Roads, gangways and aisles should have sufficient overhead clearance for the largest vehicle. Speed limits established and enforced. Adequate lighting to be provided. Ensure good all-round visibility. Avoid designing in sharp and slash or blind bends. Avoid overhead obstructions. The floor surface should be suitable and sufficient for the intended traffic. Floors and traffic routes to be adequately maintained. Gradients should be kept as gentle as possible, not too steep. Suitable and sufficient number of parking areas to be provided and be of the size to suit the vehicles intended to be parked therein. Avoid reversing if possible. Make people aware of the movement of vehicles. Part B. A segregated system for vehicles and pedestrian traffic. Appropriate roadway and aisle markings. Maintaining a good level of visibility, e.g. mirrors, transparent doors, provision of adequate lighting, audible warning on vehicles. Establishing and enforcing site rules. The provision of refuges to allow vehicle passing if aisles have a restricted width. The wearing of high visibility clothing. Good standards of housekeeping. Training and supervision of all those concerned / involved. Enforcing reasonable speed limits. Introducing a pedestrian has the right-of-way system. Lift trucks using horns when entering the building, approaching blind corners, etc. Ban on people using mobile phones which may be a distraction for the work environment. Page 118 of 231. Slip and trip avoidance. Outline the precautionary measures that may be needed to prevent slips and trip hazards in an engineering factory. The condition of the floor / road surface. These need to be well maintained, not holes, and kept in a clean condition. Having designated walkways. Having a protected walkway, fencing, barrier, etc. Timely removal of any contamination of the walking surface from spillages and leaks, etc. Ensure that accumulations of debris, stacking of items, etc. that cause obstructions to a walkway are not permitted. The availability of adequate space to undertake the expected task. The environment. Lighting levels to be adequate, noise that may disguise traffic activity to be addressed. Footwear being worn to be suitable and sufficient. Introduction of training of persons so that they are aware of the dangers in the area and the site rules. Provision of warning and / reminder signage. Vehicles in the workplace. A. Identify 4 ways in which people can be injured by vehicles in the workplace. B. Give ways in which a vehicle driver who has not received adequate training may put the safety of other employees in the workplace at risk. C. Identify issues that should be included in a training program for vehicle drivers in order to reduce the risk of accidents to themselves and other employees. Part A. The most obvious way in which people may be injured by vehicles in a workplace is being struck and knocked down while the vehicle is in motion. 1. Being struck by something falling from a vehicle. 2. Being crushed between a vehicle and a fixed object. 3. Being injured if 2 vehicles collide. 4. Being trapped if a vehicle overturns. 5. Falling from a vehicle whilst it is in motion. And 6. Being burned by the spillage of hot components such as oil or acid from battery-operated vehicles. Part B. There are a number of ways in which a driver who has not been properly trained might put the safety of persons in a workplace at risk. These include, unauthorized or incorrect use of a vehicle, operating in a restricted zone or exceeding the speed limit, page 119 of 231. Overloading a vehicle or loading a forklift truck incorrectly, parking in unauthorized areas, taking refreshment, smoking, or using a mobile phone whilst at the wheel, leaving the ignition key in an unattended vehicle, carrying out a reversing operation incorrectly, carrying unauthorized passengers, and inability through incompetence to carry out routine checks of the vehicle and a failure to report defects. Part C. Issues that need to be considered in this training includes, operation of the vehicle's controls and ways to maneuver it safely both forward and in reverse, information on the internal traffic routes and site rules including speed limits together with the signage and markings used, the specific workplace hazards such as restricted areas and the presence of hazardous materials, parking restrictions in force and the method of parking the vehicle safely, the requirements for giving right-of-way to pedestrians and other vehicles, information on the safe working load of the vehicle and how to secure loads and stack them safely when unloading, securing the vehicle after use and the procedures for key management, the precautions to be taken when refueling the vehicle, the need to carry out pre-operational checks of the vehicle and the procedures for the reporting of defects and unsafe conditions, health issues such as physical fitness and eyesight, and the employees' legal duties as contained in relevant country legislation. External storage areas, hazards. Identify possible hazards that could cause employees to be injured when walking through an external storage area of a workplace. The factors that may increase the risk of injury to employees who need to walk through the external storage area of a workplace including, answers were generally the condition of the floors with the possible presence of potholes, loose coverings, oil, and water, the presence of obstructions in the walkways, changes in levels such as ramps, curbs, or steps, a failure to provide barriers or fences round pits, voids, or trenches, the possibility of being struck by moving vehicles or by loads falling from them because of a failure to segregate vehicles from pedestrians by the provision of suitable walkways, objects projecting or falling from racking, a lack of housekeeping, a poor standard of lighting, and inclement weather conditions. Page 120 of 231 1.5, Construction Hazards and Control. Construction site traffic route, controls. A vehicle traffic route needs to be established on a construction site. Outline control measures to consider for a suitable and sufficient traffic route. The control measures that should be considered when establishing suitable vehicle traffic routes on a construction site include, the provision and maintenance of well-constructed roadways with adequate drainage, and appropriate for the type and number of vehicles using them, ensuring that the number of steep gradients and tight bends are kept to a minimum, the routes are kept clear of obstructions such as overhead cables, the physical separation of pedestrians from site traffic areas by the provision of walkways, the introduction of designated crossing points, the elimination of reversing maneuvers by the introduction of a one-way system, providing turning circles using banksmen where required, the provision of designated areas for loading, sheeting, and unloading, the provision of a good standard of lighting, the introduction, monitoring, and enforcement of speed limits, the provision of clear signage indicating the right-of-way. Demolition work. Main hazards. Identify the main hazards that may be present during the demolition of a building. The main hazards associated with the demolition of a building include, falls from a height or on the same level, falling debris and premature collapse of the structure, use of explosives, contact with and noise from equipment and heavy plant, dust possibly including asbestos, manual handling, the presence of hazardous materials from previous uses of the building, the presence of cellars or vaults affecting the stability of structures and adjoining premises, the presence of storage tanks both above and below ground and their current or previous contents, the possible presence of services such as electricity, gas, and water, hot work. Biological hazards from the presence of stagnant water and vermin. Demolition work considerations. Describe what factors should be considered before a demolition project commences. Page 121 of 231. Location and disconnection of public utilities such as gas, water, electricity. Legal considerations, i.e. ownership and local authority regulations, neighbors, and the effects of localized nuisance, dust, noise, sound, of the work. Obtain building plans to determine any critical factors, i.e. supporting walls and structures. Assess soil structure to allow safe vehicle movement. Identify any likely contaminants or contaminated land, i.e. asbestos, dangerous substances, etc. Competency of contractors undertaking the work, communication, consultation, and cooperation between the persons undertaking and or coordinating the work, degree of supervision required, training in any specific aspects that may be particular to the demolition project being undertaken. Children on construction sites. Outline 8 precautions that should be considered to prevent accidents to children who might be tempted to gain access to a construction site. 1. Fencing to be maintained in a good condition of repair. Ensure this by periodic inspections of the perimeter fencing. 2. Warning signs of any dangers to be posted in conspicuous places. 3. No man traps should be set to catch children and or other intruders. 4. Security patrols to operate regularly. 5. CCTV used where physical controls would prove difficult. 6. Isolating services when not in use, especially at times when the site may not be occupied, i.e. weekends. 7. Reducing heights of materials so that they do not become attractive climbing frame or pose less risk of becoming unstable. 8. Covering excavations to ensure that children and others cannot fall into the excavation. 9. Removing ladders, lashing the ladders to deny access to scaffolding. 10. Securing tools, chemicals, equipment, and vehicles under lock and key. 11. Community liaisons, either in close proximity, schools, youth centers, etc. Contractor evaluation criteria. Identify the criteria when selecting a contractor. Fortunately, a contractor who works well and meets the client's requirements in terms of the quality and timeliness of the work is likely also to have a better than average health and safety performance. Cost, of course, will have to be part of the judgment but may not provide any indication of which contractor is likely to give the best performance in health and safety terms. In deciding which contractor should be chosen for a task, the following should be considered. Do they have an adequate health and safety policy? Can they demonstrate that the person responsible for the work is competent? Can they demonstrate that competent safety advice will be available? Do they monitor the level of accidents at their worksite? Page 122 of 231. Do they have a system to assess the hazards of a job and implement appropriate control measures? Will they produce a method statement, which sets out how they will deal with all significant risks? Do they have guidance on health and safety arrangements and procedures to be followed? Do they have effective monitoring arrangements? Do they use trained and skilled staff who are qualified where appropriate? Judgment will be required, as many construction workers have had little or no training except training on the job. Can the company demonstrate that the employees or other workers used for the job have had the appropriate training and are properly experienced and, where appropriate, qualified? Can they produce good references indicating satisfactory performance? Contractor reducing risks to them prior to and during project. Contractors are carrying out a major building project for your organization. Outline how your organization could reduce the risks to contractors both before and during the building project. Selection of a competent contractor and ensuring that they have relevant experience in the type of work expected in the project. Induction training to be effectively delivered. Training in expected safe systems of work and to include permits to work, lockout and tag out. Checks to ensure that they are aware of their duties. Satisfy yourself that they and anyone they employ or engage are competent and adequately resourced, that they plan, manage, and monitor their own work to make sure that workers under their control are safe from the start of their work. Ensure that any contractor who they appoint or engage to work on the project is informed of your requirements and that they are allowed time to plan and prepare before starting their work. That they provide workers under their control, whether employed or self-employed, with any necessary information, including about relevant aspects of other contractors' work, and site induction which they need to work safely, to report problems or to respond appropriately in an emergency. Ensure that any design work they do complies with the requirements of your designers. That they cooperate with others and coordinate their own work with others working on the project. On arrival at the site, subcontractors should ensure that share information with the contractor on the particular project risks. They report to the site office on arrival on site and report to the site manager. They abide by any site rules, particularly in respect of personal protective equipment. The performance of their work does not place others at risk. They are familiar with the first aid and accident reporting arrangements of the principal contractor. They are familiar with all emergency procedures on the site. Any materials brought onto the site are safely handled, stored, and disposed of in compliance, where appropriate, with the current control of substances hazardous to health regulations. They adopt adequate fire precaution and prevention measures when using equipment which could cause fires. They minimize noise and vibration produced by their equipment and activities. Page 123 of 231. Any ladders, scaffolds, and other means of access are erected in conformance with good working practice and the work at height regulations. Any welding or burning equipment brought onto the site is in safe operating condition and used safely with a suitable fire extinguisher to hand. Any lifting equipment brought onto the site complies with the current lifting operation and lifting equipment regulations. All electrical equipment complies with the current electricity at work regulations. Connections to the electricity supply is from a point specified by the principal contractor and is by proper cables and connectors. For outside construction work, only 110V equipment should be used. Any restricted access to areas on the site is observed. Welfare facilities provided on site are treated with respect. Any vehicles brought onto the site observe any speed, condition, or parking restriction. Checking on a contractor's competence. Outline the checks that could be made in assessing the health and safety competence of a contractor. Review of their health and safety policy document. Is it suitable and sufficient? What is their training program? What is the standard of risk assessments? How adequate are their method statements? How complete are their safe systems of work? What level of supervision will they be implementing? What are their accident incident statistics? Do they have records of any enforcement action? Have they done this type of work in the past? Have they adequate insurance coverage? What competence proof do they have for their key workers, e.g. plant operators, electricians, etc.? Do they have reliable references? Do you need to visit an existing project to see firsthand how they perform on site? Are they members of a recognized trade association? Competence of contractor. Assessing. List the factors that could be considered when assessing the health and safety competence of a contractor. This is a list question, thus a simple listing would suffice, but the following points need to be considered for inclusion: previous experience in the type of work expected to be undertaken, reputation within the industry / with clients, quality and content of health and safety policy, availability of risk assessments, level of training and qualifications of staff including health and safety staff, accident / enforcement statistics, membership of official bodies, equipment maintenance records. Page 124 of 231. Detailed proposals of work to be undertaken, recommendations from past clients, ability to provide safe systems of work for the job, i.e. resources, overall health and safety culture, their arrangements to fulfill their duties with respect of the health and safety plan, a site visit to an existing project, competence of contractor. Identify the factors that could be considered when assessing the health and safety competence of a contractor. In deciding which contractor should be chosen for a task, the following should be considered: do they have an adequate health and safety policy? Can they demonstrate that the person responsible for the work is competent? Can they demonstrate that competent safety advice will be available? Do they monitor the level of accidents at their work site? Do they have a system to assess the hazards of a job and implement appropriate control measures? Will they produce a method statement, which sets out how they will deal with all significant risks? Do they have guidance on health and safety arrangements and procedures to be followed? Do they have effective monitoring arrangements? Do they use trained and skilled staff who are qualified where appropriate? Judgment will be required, as many construction workers have had little or no training except training on the job. Can the company demonstrate that the employees or other workers used for the job have had the appropriate training and are properly experienced and, where appropriate, qualified? Can they produce good references indicating satisfactory performance? 1.6 Working at height. Contractors working on a roof. Contractors are to carry out maintenance work on a roof, and working at height cannot be avoided. Outline measures to consider to help reduce the risk of injury to contractors and others. The measures to consider to help reduce the risk of injury to contractors and others include: the initial completion of a risk assessment of the work to be carried out, the production of a method statement detailing the safe system of work to be followed, the provision of safe means of access to the place of work, the provision of roof edge protection such as guardrails and toe boards to prevent the fall of persons and materials from the roof. If the provision of this type of protection was not practicable, then the use of other equipment such as safety harnesses with adequate fixing points and or nets might be necessary. Identify areas of the roof containing fragile materials, to mark them with barriers or signs and to prevent falls through them by the use of covers. The possible provision of a hoist to transport tools, equipment, and materials to the roof. Page 125 of 231. The use of chutes should be considered for the removal of rubbish. The use of competent personnel fully briefed and aware of the risks involved and the precautions to be observed. Draw up procedures to deal with any emergency that might occur. The erection of barriers and signs to prevent persons passing beneath areas of the roof where work was being carried out. Work on a flat roof. Outline the precautions that may be needed when carving out repairs to a flat roof of a building before starting repair works. The occupants to be informed about the work that is to take place and the precautions which they should observe. Protection for person falling from height. Edge protection to prevent person fall from height by providing proper guarding of edges. Protection for falling materials. Toe boards at least 150 mm high to be fixed to prevent materials falling from the roof. Restricted entry by providing entry pass or visitors log. Public/visitor entry to be restricted by providing barriers or warning signs. Access/egress. Proper and safe access and egress be provided by scaffolding or access platform. Mechanical or electrical, or by ladders. Suitable controls to be taken in the use of chemical agents by providing personal protective equipment and preventing the entry of chemicals through inhalation, ingestion, or absorption by prohibiting eating, drinking and smoking in work areas. Appropriate protective equipment to be used: gloves, hard hat, goggles, personal fall arrest equipment, inapplicable, etc. Environmental and climatical controls to be introduced as appropriate. Waste materials are to be transported in a skip covered by a net. The fixing of a suitable and sufficient safety net below the work area under the roof by a competent persons can prevent persons and or materials from falling onto areas below. Electrical tools to be used with electricity control. Measures such as proper earthing, insulation and protection. Use of low voltage work equipment will be more suitable for working on roofs. Presence of asbestos cannot be neglected if the roofing material is of a sheet nature. Adequate clearance shall be maintained from overhead services. Work on a sloping roof. Outline the precautions to be taken when repair work is to be carried out on the sloping roof of a building. There are a number of precautions that need to be taken in such a situation, including the use of competent and trained persons undertaking a risk assessment to identify hazards and adequacy of controls working to a safe system of work, the display of appropriate warning signs, e.g. fragile roof, use crawling boards etc. Page 126 of 231. The provision of suitable and sufficient equipment including roof edge barriers or scaffold, roof ladders, or other suitable and sufficient access equipment, crawling board/toe board or scaffold. Fanning. Availability of suitable and sufficient means of safely lowering broken tiles and materials. A properly inspected and erected hoist or the provision of an enclosed debris chute into SKIPS1. Electrical isolation. Where barriers cannot be erected, the use of fall arrest devices such as safety net and harness. The provision of adequate training and supervision will also be required. Scaffold loading bay. Identify, by means of a labeled sketch, the main requirements for a loading bay on a scaffold in order that materials for bricklayers and roofers can be safely placed on the bay by a forklift truck. Independent tied scaffold. Protection of the public. An independent tied scaffold is to be erected on a building in a busy town center location. Outline the precautions that should be taken to reduce the risk of injury to members of the public during erection and use of the scaffold. The situation outlined in the question is one seen often in town centers. The precautions that should be taken in such a situation should include, page 127 of 231, excluding the public from the area where the scaffold is to be erected, obtaining a temporary pavement or even street closure if this is thought to be necessary, undertaking the erection work in the quiet hours such as early evening or late evening, erecting fans, tunnels and nets using barriers and signs to direct the public away from the operation, taking care not to raise or lower materials over areas where members of the public are likely to be present, storing scaffold materials safely on site, erecting cones and signs to direct traffic flow, preventing unauthorized access to the scaffold by boarding over the access ladder, using an internal hoist and slash or chutes, providing a close boarded working platform with toe boards and guard rails, providing a good standard of lighting for enclosed walkways and ensuring the initial erection and subsequent regular inspections of the scaffold are carried out by competent personnel. Roofing contractor. Fragile roof working and independent tied scaffold. A roofing contractor is required to carry out extensive repair work on a fragile roof on a large manufacturing building. A. Outline the factors that should be considered in the selection process for hiring the roofing contractor. B. Identify the main risks to the contractors from working at height. C. Identify possible control measures for the erection of an independent tied scaffold. Part A. In deciding which contractor should be chosen for a task, the following should be considered: do they have an adequate health and safety policy? Can they demonstrate that the person responsible for the work is competent? Can they demonstrate that competent safety advice will be available? Do they monitor the level of accidents at their work site? Do they have a system to assess the hazards of a job and implement appropriate control measures? Will they produce a method statement, which sets out how they will deal with all significant risks? Do they have guidance on health and safety arrangements and procedures to be followed? Do they have effective monitoring arrangements? Do they use trained and skilled staff who are qualified where appropriate? Judgment will be required, as many construction workers have had little or no training except training on the job. Can the company demonstrate that the employees or other workers used for the job have had the appropriate training and are properly experienced and, where appropriate, qualified? Can they produce good references indicating satisfactory performance? Part B, falling from height. Page 128 of 231. Being struck by falling materials. Scaffold collapse. Poorly maintained access equipment, overloading. Contact with overhead surfaces and structures. Fragile roof surfaces. Falling through weather. Access equipment being struck by passing vehicles. Slips, trips and falls. Inappropriate maintained walkways. Unprotected edges. Deterioration of materials. Part C, scaffolding must only be erected by competent people who have attended recognized training courses and who are authorized to do the work. Any work carried out on the scaffold must be supervised by a competent person. Any changes to the scaffold must be done by a competent person. Adequate toe boards, guardrails, and intermediate rails must be fitted to prevent people or materials from falling. The scaffold must rest on a stable surface. Uprights should have base plates and timber sole plates if necessary. The scaffold must have safe access and egress. Work platforms should be fully boarded with no tipping or tripping hazards. The scaffold should be sited away from or protected from traffic routes so that it is not damaged by vehicles. Lower level uprights should be prominently marked in red and white stripes. The scaffold should be properly braced, secured to the building or structure. Overloading of the scaffold must be avoided. The public must be protected at all stages of the work. Regular inspections of the scaffold must be made and recorded. Reasons why a scaffold may collapse. Identify reasons why a scaffold may collapse. One of the main reasons why a scaffold may collapse is because it was not properly designed for its intended purpose. Other reasons include incomplete and incorrect erection, the condition of the ground on which it was erected, the poor condition or incompatibility of its components, unauthorized alteration or interference with the erected scaffold, uneven load distribution on or overloading of the scaffold, being struck by passing traffic and as a result of severe weather conditions. Precautions to be taken to minimize risks to those working on scaffolds. Identify precautions to be taken to minimize the risks to workers when working on a scaffold. Page 129 of 231. The precautions to be taken to minimize the risks to workers when working on a scaffold include: ensuring the original erection and any subsequent alterations were carried out by or under the supervision of competent persons. Erecting the scaffold on stable ground, using base and sole plates. Ensuring that working platforms were close boarded and were provided with guard rails, mid-rails and toe boards to prevent the fall of persons and materials, providing adequate bracing. And tying the scaffold into the building or structure, providing safe access such as by secured ladders to the working platforms, providing protection if the scaffold was adjacent to traffic routes, ensuring the scaffold was inspected on a regular basis by a competent person, providing personal protective equipment for the workers such as boots and hard hats. Reasons for inspecting scaffolds. Identify when a scaffold should be inspected. A scaffold should be inspected at the following situations: before being taken into use, at periodic intervals thereafter as may be prescribed for the different types of scaffold, following any alterations to the scaffold, following any adverse weather conditions or other events such as a collision or fire, any of which might be likely to affect its strength. Scaffold inspection considerations. Give details of the inspection duties that should be carried out to ensure a scaffold erection is safe. A competent person to inspect all components of a system before first use and periodically thereafter. Erection of scaffold systems by experienced, competent and authorized operative supervision of the erection of the system by a competent person. Consideration to be taken regarding the use of the scaffold and type of structure therefore needed. Inspect scaffold every 7 days. This can vary from country to country or even within different areas of the same country. The inspection of the scaffold after incidents of inclement weather by a competent person. Details of inspection to be maintained in an appropriate register. Various countries have differing formats on which this can be entered. Mobile tower scaffold. Safe use. Mobile tower scaffolds should be used on stable, level ground. Identify additional factors that should be considered for the safe use of a mobile tower scaffold. The additional factors that should be included for the safe use of a mobile tower could include the following: ensuring the correct ratio between the height and base dimensions of the tower, page 130 of 231. The use of diagonal bracing together with outriggers, wheels capable of being locked when the tower was in use, ensuring the platform was fully boarded, toe boards and guard rails were provided, the provision of a suitable means of access, preferably a fixed internal ladder. Positioning the tower clear of overhead hazards such as power lines, ensuring the tower was not overloaded, that it was positioned to avoid overreaching, that it was not moved when loaded with equipment and/or persons, giving due consideration to its use in adverse weather conditions. Mobile Elevating Work Platform, MEWP, Safe Working Practice. Identify safe working practices for the use of a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP. Safe working practices which should be adopted for the use of a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, include the involvement of competent persons both to operate and work from the platform, the completion of any statutory testing and inspection requirements, its use only on firm level ground, checks being made on the presence of overhead obstructions such as power cables, the use of outriggers which should be locked in position, the correct inflation of the tires with the wheels. Immobilized during elevation of the platform, the prohibition on moving the platform when elevated or in use, the use of harnesses by workers on the platform, the erection of barriers round the area where the platform is to be used, ensuring the platform is not overloaded, securing all tools and equipment before the platform is moved, and introducing emergency procedures in the case of failure of the platform. Mobile Elevating Work Platform, MEWP, outline the factors to be considered in the selection and use of personal head protection at work. In the selection of personal head protection for a work activity, factors to be considered include its suitability for the task, its quality, for instance whether it carries a CE marking, its compatibility with other personal protective equipment such as ear defenders, its cost relative to the risk involved, its size, fit and adjustability, comfort factors such as its manufacture from non-irritant materials and the existence of an absorbent sweatband, its color if this is necessary to designate different categories of worker. Consideration would have to be given to procedures for the cleaning and replacement of the sweatbands, the regular inspection of the equipment for signs of deterioration, its replacement at intervals recommended by the manufacturer, the provision of suitable storage for the equipment when not in use, page 131 of 231, the arrangements for its cleaning and inspection before being issued to another person. Safe use of ladders, hazards elimination and reduction. A. Identify the principal hazards associated with the use of ladders at work. B. Explain how these hazards indicated above may be eliminated or reduced. Part A. Poor maintenance of ladders is a significant concern. Areas of concern center around visible damage, poor maintenance, no pre-user checks, etc. Incorrect use insofar as ladders being used in an unsafe manner, sometimes by persons not in receipt of the proper training in how to complete the work expected of them, using such equipment, ladders being used in incorrect or inappropriate locations applicable to the type of ladder available, i.e. metal ladders being used close to overhead live electrics. All of the above can lead to persons falling from height and sustaining injuries to themselves and or others, as well as damaging plant, equipment, and building fabric. Part B. The hazards indicated above may be eliminated or reduced by periodic inspection of ladders to identify their state for continued safe use, effective repairs to damage to be undertaken by competent persons. If this was not possible, then the equipment should be withdrawn and replaced. The correct storage is important to ensure that their condition does not deteriorate over time, making them unsafe for use in the future. Pre-use inspections for visual defects may assist in the early identification of ladder-related hazards. 75° slope, 1 in 4. Ladders should be secured at their top and base to prevent sliding or slippage. Not to use aluminum or metal ladders near overhead cables. Persons trained in the safe and correct use of this equipment. Management to periodically monitor work involving ladders to ensure that it is being undertaken in an appropriate and safe manner. Ladders safe use. Explain the issues that needs to be addressed if the work needs to be carried out safely in a ladder. Using the correct ladder, using competent trained persons, ensuring the length of the ladder is adequate. Do not use the top 3 rungs. Ladders used for access should project at least 1 m above the landing point and be tied. Alternatively, a safe and secure handhold should be available. Page 132 of 231. Stepladder. Don't use the top 2 steps of a stepladder, unless a suitable handrail is available on the stepladder. Stepladder. Don't use the top 3 steps of swingback or double-sided stepladders, where a step forms the very top of the stepladder. The ladder or stepladder rungs or steps are level. The weather is suitable. Do not use them in strong or gusting winds. Users to wear robust, sensible footwear, e.g. safety shoes/boots or trainers. Users to know how to prevent members of the public and other workers from using them. Users are fit. Certain medical conditions or medication, alcohol, or drug abuse could stop them from using ladders. On a ladder or stepladder, don't move them while standing on the rungs/steps. Support them by the rungs or steps at the base. Slide down the stiles. Stand them on movable objects, such as pallets, bricks, lift trucks, tower scaffolds, excavator buckets, vans, or mobile elevating work platforms. Extend a ladder while standing on the rungs. Ladders safe use. Accident prevention. Identify ways in which accidents may be prevented when using portable ladders as a means of access. Ways in which accidents might be prevented when using portable ladders include: using only authorized ladders which were regularly maintained and inspected, using the correct ladder for the task to be undertaken, ensuring it was of suitable length and non-conductive, carrying out a pre-use inspection of the ladder to ensure it was in good condition, unpainted and with no splits in the stiles, placing the ladder on a firm base, at the correct location to prevent overreaching, at the correct angle, between 70-80°, ensuring it extended at least 4 rungs beyond the landing point and that it was secured both at the top and bottom. Ensuring the ladder was not overloaded, one person to climb at a time, that it was not erected near overhead cables, that its base was protected from collision. It should be used only for work of short duration and not in inclement weather. The worker using the ladder should avoid wearing muddy or greasy footwear, using a holster or tool bag to carry tools, and maintain 3 points of contact on the ladder. 1.7 Excavations. Excavation safety precautions. Page 133 of 231. Outline the main precautions to be taken whilst undertaking an excavation project. Excavation work is being undertaken on a construction site. Identify the control measures that should be in place to minimize the risk to workers. Detection of services using plans, cable/pipe detectors etc. supporting the sides to prevent collapse, storage of materials and spoil away from the edge to prevent them falling into the excavation, measures to prevent vehicles falling into excavations such as stop blocks, mounds, etc. guardrails and barriers, measures to prevent collapse of adjacent structures, safe means of access/egress, testing for, and ventilation of, noxious fumes, measures to pump out water, dewatering, to prevent or reduce the likelihood of flooding, safe procedures for working with mechanical plant inspection, training and supervision of the staff involved and those providing supervision. Provision of information, instruction, training, and supervision of an appropriate standard. Excavations control measures outline control measures needed to improve safety during excavation work on a construction site. The control measures needed to improve safety during excavation work include the provision of support for the sides such as shoring or benching where there is a risk of collapse, the detection of underground services such as gas or electricity by the use of plans or the use of cable/pipe detectors, storing materials, equipment and spoil away from the edge of the excavation, providing means of preventing vehicles falling into the excavation such as stop blocks, using edge protection such as barriers or guardrails to prevent persons from falling into the excavation, protection against flooding by the provision of pumps, supporting adjacent buildings against collapse, providing safe means of access and egress to the excavation, testing deep excavations for fumes, providing means of ventilation where necessary, carrying out regular inspections of the excavation by a competent person, providing adequate lighting, ensuring the use of personal protective equipment such as hard hats and boots, introducing procedures to deal with possible biological hazards or contaminants. Page 134 of 231. Transport hazards and risk control. Learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to explain the hazards and control measures for the safe movement of vehicles in the workplace, outline the factors associated with driving at work that increase the risk of an incident and the control measures to reduce work-related driving risks. 2.1 Safe movement of vehicles in the workplace. New vehicle route features to reduce the risk to pedestrians. A new vehicle route is to be provided into the goods delivery area of a workplace. Identify features of the vehicle route in order to reduce the risk of pedestrians being injured by vehicles. The features of the vehicle route to be considered in order to reduce the risk of pedestrians being injured by vehicles include the width of the route, which should be sufficient for the number and size of the vehicles which would use it, a firm and even road surface subject to regular maintenance, the avoidance of sharp bends, the introduction of a one-way system, the separation of vehicles and pedestrians, the provision of barriers and refuges, designated crossing points. Visibility aids such as vision panels indoors, visibility mirrors, an adequate standard of lighting, the provision of traffic and pedestrian signage, the introduction of speed retarders. Traffic route physical features describe the physical features of traffic routes within a workplace designed to ensure the safe movement of vehicles. Designed to keep pedestrians and vehicles apart, separate routes, designated crossing places and suitable barriers at recognized danger spots, high visibility clothing to be provided and worn if necessary, clearly marked and signed traffic routes. Roads, gangways, and aisles should have sufficient width clearance for the largest vehicle. Roads, gangways and aisles should have sufficient overhead clearance for the largest vehicle. Speed limits established and enforced. Page 135 of 231. Adequate lighting to be provided. Ensure good all-round visibility. Provision of clear directional signs. Clear marking of doors and access/egress points. Avoid designing in sharp and/or blind bends. Avoid overhead obstructions. The floor surface should be suitable and sufficient for the intended traffic floors and traffic routes to be adequately maintained. Gradients should be kept as gentle as possible, not too steep. Suitable and sufficient number of parking areas to be provided, and be of the size to suit the vehicles intended to be parked therein. Avoid reversing if possible. Make people aware of the movement of vehicles. Provision of trained banksmen if reversing has to take place. Segregation of pedestrians and vehicles. A. Identify 3 control measures to segregate pedestrians and vehicles in the workplace. B. Identify measures to reduce the risk to pedestrians when segregation is not practicable. Part A. Control measures such as the provision of separate walkways which are clearly marked, the provision of barriers and fencing, site rules which are strictly enforced, the issue of instructions to drivers, and the provision of instruction and training to pedestrians on the precautions that must be observed. Part B. When segregation is not possible, measures to reduce the risk to pedestrians include the provision of designated safe crossing points and refuges, fitting vehicles with audible or visual alarms, for example to give warning of a reversing operation, the use of a banksman to ensure safe vehicle movement in areas where pedestrians are likely to be present, ensuring a good standard of visibility by the provision of mirrors, transparent doors and CCTV, the introduction of a speed restriction on vehicles, the use of trained and authorized drivers particularly for forklift trucks, the provision and use of high-visibility personal protective equipment, and the provision of a good standard of lighting which avoids the possibility of glare. Pedestrians walking through a warehouse outline the factors that may increase the risk of injury to pedestrians who need to walk through a warehouse. Page 136 of 231. The condition of the floor/road surface: slippery, holes, potholes, uneven, etc. Not having designated walkways, not having a protected walkway, fencing, barrier, etc. Contamination of the walking surface from spillages and leaks, etc. Accumulation of debris, stacking of items, etc. that cause obstructions to a walkway. The task that may be being completed: manual handling, carrying the availability of adequate space to undertake the expected task. The environment: lighting levels, noise that may disguise traffic activity, footwear being worn may not be suitable and/or sufficient, person factors such as being unaware of the dangers, fooling around, taking shortcuts, etc. The lack of warning and/or reminder signage. Pedestrians in areas where vehicles are maneuvering: identify control measures that could be implemented to reduce the risks to pedestrians in areas where vehicles are maneuvering. Control measures to be considered include the management of traffic movement such as the introduction of one-way systems, the designation of specific traffic routes which should be clearly marked, segregation of pedestrians from transport with demarcation of walkways, and the provision of barriers and refuges, introducing safe systems of work for loading, unloading and stacking using banksmen when necessary, maintaining good visibility by means of mirrors, transparent doors, and the provision of lighting, the enforcement of site rules covering speed restrictions and limited areas of access for vehicles, the fitting of visual and audible alarm devices to vehicles, ensuring that workers wore high visibility clothing, ensuring that floors were regularly cleaned and kept free from spillages, ensuring that workers were fully trained in the precautionary measures that should be taken, and that an effective level of supervision was in place to ensure the controls were followed. Persons injured by vehicles: driver training. A. Identify 4 ways in which people can be injured by vehicles in the workplace. B. Give ways in which a vehicle driver who has not received adequate training may put the safety of other employees in the workplace at risk. C. Identify issues that should be included in a training program for vehicle drivers in order to reduce the risk of accidents to themselves and other employees. Part A. The most obvious way in which people may be injured by vehicles in a workplace is being struck and knocked down while the vehicle is in motion. By something falling from a vehicle. Page 137 of 231. Being crushed between a vehicle and a fixed object, being injured if 2 vehicles collide, being trapped if a vehicle overturns, falling from a vehicle whilst it is in motion, and being burned by the spillage of hot components such as oil or acid from battery-operated vehicles. Part B. There are a number of ways in which a driver who has not been properly trained might put the safety of persons in a workplace at risk. These include unauthorized or incorrect use of a vehicle, operating in a restricted zone exceeding the speed limit, overloading a vehicle, loading a forklift truck incorrectly, parking in unauthorized areas, taking refreshment, smoking, or using a mobile phone whilst at the wheel, leaving the ignition key in an unattended vehicle, carrying out a reversing operation incorrectly, carrying unauthorized passengers, an inability through incompetence to carry out routine checks of the vehicle, and a failure to report defects. Part C. the issues that should be included in training program for vehicle drivers in order to reduce the risk of accidents to themselves and other employees, operation of the vehicle's controls and ways to maneuver it safely both forward and in reverse, information on the internal traffic routes and site rules including speed limits together with the signage and markings used, the specific workplace hazards such as restricted areas and the presence of hazardous materials, parking restrictions in force and the method of parking the vehicle safely, the requirements for giving right-of-way to pedestrians and other vehicles, information on the safe working load of the vehicle and how to secure loads and stack them safely when unloading, securing the vehicle after use and the procedures for key management, the precautions to be taken when refueling the vehicle, the need to carry out pre-operational checks of the vehicle and the procedures for the reporting of defects and unsafe conditions, health issues such as physical fitness and eyesight, and the employee's legal duties as contained in national/local legislation. Workplace collisions reason physical workplace layout page 138 of 231. Following the introduction of forklift trucks into a workplace, several collisions have occurred. Give reasons why the physical layout of the workplace may have contributed to the collisions. There are several reasons which may have contributed to the collisions. These include: a failure to designate traffic routes with suitable road markings. The routes provided were of insufficient width with no passing bays, little room allowed for parking. Speed restrictions might not have been imposed, no signage provided so that there was no indication given of priority at junctions. Visibility for drivers could have been impaired, particularly at blind corners where no mirrors were provided. The lighting provided was not to a good standard. A failure to maintain a good standard of housekeeping would also not have helped, particularly if this led to obstructions being allowed to remain on traffic routes. Remember, this question is about physical layout and vehicle movement. 2.2 Driving at Work Risk Assessment. Long-distance lorry driver. Outline the factors to consider when assessing the risks to a long-distance delivery driver. The factors to be considered in assessing the risk to a long-distance lorry driver would include the following: job, duration of the journey, complexity of the routes, traffic means of communication to convey any message, security issues like potential and violence. Individual factors, physical and psychological capabilities of the driver to cope with the demands of the job, and the level of training provided. The vehicle, soundness and proper maintenance schedule of the vehicle to be considered. Load, nature and weight of the load like hazardous/bully/wet or dry, shall be considered. Further, there has to be provision for emergency procedures and means of handling materials. Long-distance lorry driver safety hazards. Page 139 of 231. Identify 8 health and safety hazards relevant to the role of a long-distance delivery driver. Health and safety hazards relevant to the role of a long-distance delivery driver include: the duration of the journey, the hours of driving with the possibility of fatigue, issues connected with the route to be followed, the different road conditions, the weather and other environmental factors, inadequate vehicle maintenance, the possibility of breakdown, the manual and/or mechanical handling of the goods being carried, and other hazards associated with them such as exposure to chemicals, physical hazards such as exposure to noise and vibration, the possibility of accidents or collisions, lone working with a possible absence of communication and supervision, the lack of emergency procedures including the provision of first aid, inadequate welfare facilities, security hazards including the possibility of violence, and psychological hazards such as stress. Page 140 of 231. Musculoskeletal hazards and risk control. Learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to explain work processes and practices that may give rise to work-related upper limb disorders and appropriate control measures, explain the hazards and control measures which should be considered when assessing risks from manual handling activities, explain the hazards, precautions and procedures to reduce the risk in the use of lifting and moving equipment with specific reference to manually operated load moving equipment, explain the hazards and the precautions and procedures to reduce the risk in the use of lifting and moving equipment with specific reference to mechanically operated load moving equipment. 3.1 Work-related upper limb disorders. Ergonomics. Definition. Define the term ergonomics. You should note that there are many acceptable definitions, Any of the following would be deemed appropriate: the study of the interaction between workers and the work environment making the job or task fit the person, the study of how people interact with machinery or equipment within the workplace. Ergonomics is the application of scientific information concerning humans to the design of objects, systems and environment for human use fitting the job to the people who have to do it, through the design of equipment and procedures fitting the person to the job, through the use of placement procedures or training. The study of how the workplace relates to human functions. Meaning of the term ergonomics: ergonomic problems with the use process equipment, an item of process equipment which has two large fixed control panels together with a computer screen has been introduced into it. Workplace: one person operates the equipment, which includes loading and unloading material by hand. An ergonomic assessment has been undertaken. A. Give the meaning of the term ergonomics. B. Identify potential ergonomic problems associated with the use of this equipment. Part A, page 141 of 231. An acceptable answer for the meaning of the term ergonomics would have been a study of the interface between the person, the equipment, and the working environment. Part B, potential ergonomic problems that might arise from the use of the equipment described in the scenario include: manual handling issues, the effect of repetitive work and/or actions, postural issues such as twisting or stooping, the duration of shifts with no opportunity for breaks, the control buttons might be out of reach, it might be difficult to see the computer screen from the operating position, the operator might be subjected to reflected glare from the screen. There could be the possibility of environmental issues arising such as temperature, lighting, and space constraints. Ergonomic machine operator's workstation design lists 6 observations of a machine operator's station which could suggest that the machine has not been ergonomically designed: the need for excessive force or repetitive movements, the need for the operator to constantly stretch, the need for the operator to regularly stoop, machine controls located in awkward positions, machine controls unmarked or poorly marked, the functions of machine controls are not obvious, lack of visibility by the operator of the process or its controls, size or weight of work item making it difficult to position or because of type of machine protection, difficulty in changing, adjusting or cleaning the machine tools, work-related upper limb disorders, RULD, in relation to work-related upper limb disorders, WRULDs. A. Identify the typical signs and symptoms that might be experienced by affected individuals. B. Identify the factors that could increase the risk of WRULDs. Part A. Typical symptoms such as pain to the back, neck, shoulders and/or arms, page 142 of 231. Swollen joints, reduced mobility and stiffness, cramps and muscle fatigue and loss of strength in the hands and grip. Such conditions will typically affect sleep and normal functioning. Part B. Workstation layout, the failure to provide sufficient break space, constraints resulting in poor working postures, excessive force, awkward hand movements needed to carry out an operation, poorly designed tools and equipment, the frequency with which tasks needed to be repeated, the use of vibrating tools and equipment, the involvement of vulnerable workers such as those with pre-existing medical conditions and pregnant women, environmental factors such as working in areas where the temperature is low, and a lack of training in the precautionary measures that should be taken to reduce the possibility of suffering from WRULDs. Display screen equipment ergonomic assessment, outline which factors should be considered in an ergonomic assessment of a DSE workstation. Equipment in use: screen, keyboard, mouse, document holder, footrest, etc. Environment in terms of lighting, heating, noise, etc. Task being undertaken: basic office use, data entry, information requiring a high degree of concentration, etc. The individual themselves and their interrelationships between the following 4 points. 1. Repetition of the work, highly repetitive, rapid hand and finger movements, etc. 2. The actual working posture of the individual, i.e. fingers, hands, and wrists. 3. Working posture of shoulders and arms, are they appropriate? 4. Psychosocial factors such as the pace of work, unplanned overtime/shift work, little control over own work, stressful deadlines, lack of training. Display screen equipment, page 143 of 231. A. Outline the possible risks to health associated with the use of display screen equipment, DSE. B. Identify the features of a suitable seat for use at a DSE workstation. Part A. Work-related upper limb disorders such as pain in shoulders. This could as a result of poor posture, sitting, arms, including forearms, again from poor posture or awkward actions. Wrists, hands, fingers. This could be the result of lack of wrist or lower arm support, appropriate layout of DSE equipment and the like. Another reason for finger and wrist pains is the excessive use of force used on keys, etc. Neck pains can be as a result of excessive head movement, i.e. referencing a document, and to which a document holder has not been provided, thereby causing exaggerated head and or neck movement. Eye strain. This could be caused predominantly from glare or screen reflection. Also a contributor here would be a poorly adjusted screen or characters that are not easy for the operator/user to see. Stress. This can be induced if the worker has not had the appropriate training in the use of the software, as an example by may be exaggerated by environmental factors such as inappropriate lighting. The required pace of work may add to the stress being experienced by a user. Shift patterns may also be a consideration under this heading. Headaches. These may be attributed to maybe eye strain and/or stress, or even the amount of concentration required. Alternative answer to Part A. There are 3 basic ill health hazards associated with DSE. These are: 1. Musculoskeletal problems, 2. Visual problems, 3. Psychological problems. A 4th hazard, of radiation, has been shown from several studies to be very small and is now no longer normally considered in the risk assessment. Similarly, in the past, there have been suggestions that DSE could cause epilepsy, and there were concerns about adverse health effects on pregnant women and their unborn children. All these risks have been shown in various studies to be very low. Part B. Considerations here being, page 144 of 231. Suitable for the individual. Remembering that some chairs have a maximum weight limit, appropriate base for stability and type of floor, e.g. a 5-star base design with casters for use on carpeted flooring. Height, adjustable back support, lumbar support, ability to be tilted. If this is the case, then a tilt lock should be incorporated. Top, save the user losing balance. Arm support, not interfering with allowing the user to get close to table. Ability to swivel, allowing ease of access into the workstation/desk. If the knees of the user are lower than the hips when seated, then a footrest should be provided. Display screen equipment. Workstation features. Seat. Identify the features of a suitable seat for use at a DSE workstation. Here the features are fairly straightforward, being, the seat must be adjustable to suit the operator. Height and tilt. Seat should be stable and comfortable, should have at least 5 legs with a backrest and footrest. The backrest shall be able to tilt and adjust. A lumbar support could be beneficial. Arms, if fitted, must not prohibit the user getting close to the desk. 3.2. Manual handling hazards, risks, and control measures. Manual handling injuries and load affecting the risk of injury. A. List 4 specific types of injury that could be caused by the incorrect manual handling of loads. B. Identify factors in relation to the load that will affect the risk of injury. Part A. A list of potential injuries could include spinal disc compression or prolapsed disc, strains to tendons or muscles, hernia, dislocation or fracture of bones, cuts and abrasions, and crushing or impact injuries. Part B. Page 145 of 231. This part is aimed at exploring knowledge of the way the nature of a load can present a risk of injury during manual handling activities. Here you need to identify matters such as the size, weight, and shape of the load, the possibility that the contents might move or the load become unbalanced, the position of the center of gravity, difficulty in securing a firm grasp of the load, the presence of sharp edges, and the possibility that the contents of the load might be hazardous. Some candidates do not read the question with sufficient care and provided answers relating to the load, task, environment, and the individual. Others confuse task and load, and identified factors relevant to the former and not the latter. Manual handling load, individual, and task outline the factors that may arise from manual handling activities in relation to load, individual, task load, physical size, weight, rigidity, stability, sharp edges, temperature, hot/cold, state, dry, wet, slippery, individual, physical abilities, medical conditions, ISIT, risk assessment, provision of PPE, task, lifting, lowering/putting down, pushing, pulling, distance to travel/carry, is twisting the body, essential, page 146 of 231. Manual handling, load, individual, and task. A. Outline a good lifting technique that could be adopted by a worker when lifting a load. B. Give 2 examples of how a manual handling activity might be avoided. Part A. A good lifting technique that could be adopted by a worker when lifting a load being, assessing the weight and size of the load, the distance it is to be carried, adopting the technique of placing the feet close to the load and slightly apart to ensure a good balance, bending at the knees, keeping the back in natural alignment, the head up and the chin in, securing a firm grip on the load, keeping it close to the body while lifting it smoothly, using the leg muscles, refraining from twisting the trunk when turning to the side. Part B. Ways of avoiding manual handling could include considerations of using lifting equipment such as hoists, cranes, or pulley blocks, transportation equipment such as conveyors, air pallets, or chutes, and mechanical means such as forklift trucks, trolleys, or barrows. Manual handling risk assessment considerations outline the 4 main factors that should be considered when carrying out a manual handling risk assessment. 1. Task to be undertaken: lift, carry, push, pull. 2. Individual undertaking the task: not all individuals have the same abilities or capabilities. 3. Load that has to be handled: its physical size, weight, stability, etc. 4. Environment in which the load has to be handled: need to consider things like route, potholes, steps, ramps, lighting, resting places if distance excessive, etc. A good way to remember these is TILE or LITE. Manual handling injury: storeman. A storeman is engaged in placing boxes of metal components by hand onto shelves. A. List 4 types of injury to which the storeman may be at risk while carrying out this operation. B. Outline the factors in relation to the task that will affect the risk of injury. Part A. Page 147 of 231 had injuries from sharp items or from swarf, arm injury from striking against rack/shelving, back injuries due to bending and/or twisting and/or stretching, head injuries striking against a low or close shelf, foot/leg injuries due to dropping the items, back injury if load is heavy, personal injuries falling over stacked items at ground or near ground level, hand injuries if contact was made with the shelf/shelves during positioning of the boxes into/onto them. Part B. Placing boxes of metal components onto shelves by hand, positioning of the stock of boxes: if these are too close to the work they may cause an obstruction leading to tripping/falling. Positioning if not appropriate could lead to the need for a twisting of the trunk whilst lifting, thereby increasing the risk of injury. Height of the stock boxes: the height may give rise to excessive bending which will exaggerate the risk of injury when related to the weight of the boxes of components. If too heavy or unstable, round components rolling, could cause the storeman to undertake a compensatory movement which could give rise to back/spine injuries. The boxes not having handles may mean that the storeman could not handle the boxes properly, maybe leading to dropping them and causing leg and/or foot injuries. The height of the shelves, if low, may cause the need for excessive bending, if too high for excessive stretching, both giving rise to the potential to back injuries. If the boxes had to be carried for any distance, the risk of injury may be increased. The physical capability of the person doing the work: he has to be suitably fit. The environmental conditions, e.g. lighting, if not appropriate, may give rise to an increase in the possibility of injury. Manual handling sources of information: an organization has had an increase in the number of manual handling accidents and associated ill health. Identify sources of information that may be available to help reduce the risks to the workers. Sources of information that may be available to an organization in their quest to reduce the number of manual handling accidents to members of their workforce include international agencies such as the ILO, national enforcement agencies such as the Health and Safety Executive in the United Kingdom, employers' organizations and trade unions, national and international standards making bodies such as ISO, information from manufacturers and also from other organizations carrying out work of a similar nature, professional health and safety bodies such as IOSH and ROSPA in the United Kingdom, Occupational Health Services, Risk Assessments page 148 of 231 Accident and Ill Health Statistics consultation with the workers themselves who from their experience could be in a position to offer information on procedures that could be followed to reduce the risks. Many candidates do not read this type of question with sufficient care and describe the assessment process for manual handling activities rather than identifying relevant sources of information. Candidates also tend to concentrate only on sources immediately available within the organization and do not consider the broader availability of information. Good manual lifting techniques. A. Outline a good lifting technique that could be adopted by a person when lifting a load from the ground. B. Give 2 examples of how a manual handling task might be avoided. Part A. Ensure appropriate clothing is worn to avoid entanglement or inhibition of movement. Back straight, grip the test the weight to ensure within your capability. Keep feet slightly apart, bend knees, lower the body to the load, keep the load firmly and close to the body, smoothly lift the load first to knee level, then to waist level. Avoid any jerking movement. Make sure you can see where you are going without twisting the body. Turn by feet movement. Move the load to the required destination, at all times keeping the load as close as possible to your body. Set the load down at the desired location, first from the waist level, then to knee level and then to the floor. Part B. Replace with mechanical means. Use of a sack truck, use of a conveyor, use of mechanical lifting equipment, lift truck, scissor lift, use of rollers. Manual handling. Airport baggage handler. Outline factors to be considered when undertaking a manual handling assessment of the work undertaken by a baggage handler in a large busy airport. Think light. Page 149 of 231 Load. Varying sizes of luggage, unknown weights, unknown contents, stability of baggage, center of balance, lodged/jammed baggage, release, individual physical abilities, medical conditions, twisting body requirement, task, lifting bags from one location, e.g. belt, cage, lowering, e.g. from a cage onto a belt, pulling, e.g. jammed bag, the cart full of bags, pushing the cart of bags, helping a bag move along a conveyor, carrying luggage, environment, limited space, e.g. from receiving hatch, lighting, e.g. maybe bright sun, heat, e.g. outside on the apron, relating to weather, aircraft, engines, air movement. Other than the pure manual handling aspects considered above, one has to think also about falling from height, e.g. from a conveyor, steps, loading equipment, etc. Drawing into engine turbines if too close and they are operating, movement of vehicles around the aircraft, e.g. fuel, food, luggage, and passenger transporters, chemical spillages that may come from passenger luggage and any broken items. 3.4 Mechanically operated load handling equipment. Mechanical handling systems. Conveyor control measures. In a factory, a conveyor system is used to transfer manufactured articles to the warehouse area. Identify the control measures to be taken to reduce the risk of injury to workers from the conveyor. Here you need to refer to control measures such as the provision of guarding for transmission machinery and the intakes of belts and drums, the erection of barriers to keep workers away from the conveyor, the provision of emergency stop buttons for the system conveniently situated and easily accessible. Page 150 of 231 Ensuring operators are trained in the use of the conveyor system and the hazards associated with its use, such as the danger that could arise from overloading the conveyor, wearing loose items of clothing or allowing long hair to hang loose, using a signal to warn workers that the conveyor is about to be put into operation, ensuring maintenance and servicing work is carried out only by authorized personnel and that the power supply to the conveyor is disconnected or locked off before the start of the work, and encouraging workers to report unsafe practices to the supervisor. Leaving a lift truck unattended. Outline 8 rules to follow when a forklift truck is left unattended during a driver's work break. Rules to follow when a forklift truck is left unattended during a driver's work break include: parking the truck away from other vehicles, parking in a position that does not obstruct emergency exits, walkways, and fire points, leaving it on a firm level surface, leaving it in a designated area, leave with the mast tilted slightly forward, leave with the forks resting on the floor, switching the power off, leave with the front wheels turned in towards the cab, applying the brake, removing the key and returning it to a responsible person to prevent unauthorized use. Battery-powered lift truck operation. List the hazards associated specifically with battery-powered lift trucks. Quiet operation, speed, stability/instability, battery changing, battery charging, fire, explosion, chemical spills, electrocution, weight, counterbalanced, lack of a suspension system. Forklift truck instability. Identify 8 ways in which a forklift truck may become unstable during operation. Typical to mention are: insecure, excessive or uneven loading, a failure to position the load correctly on the forks, incorrect elevation of the forks when traveling, page 151 of 231, uneven or unconsolidated ground, crossing or turning on slopes or ramps at an angle, obstructions both overhead and at low level or changes in level, for example, edges of loading bays, cornering at excessive speeds, making contact with potholes, sudden braking, poor condition of tires, mechanical failure and collision with other vehicles. Forklift truck hazards. Identify the hazards associated with forklift trucks. The hazards related to forklift trucks are wide-ranging. Electric lift trucks are silent in operation and have a range of issues associated with battery charging, etc. Lift trucks can be relatively unstable due to the center of gravity dynamics when transporting loads, especially up and down inclines or even across an incline. They are prone to tipping when they make contact with small potholes or uneven surfaces, and also when they attempt to turn at very tight angles. Moving with the forks raised too high. Also present hazards to pedestrians should they be in the same vicinity. Overloading exceeding the rated capacity of a lift truck can also lead to mechanical failure of lifting parts with dramatic and injurious consequences. Poor visibility is often experienced when lift trucks are operated in a way when the transported load obstructs the operator's vision. Sliding loads can be problematic in transit, due mainly to the lack of friction between the layers of goods being carried. Should such vehicle tip/topple and they were not fitted with rollover protection systems, then driver injury is quite foreseeable. When operating in locations such as warehouses, should lighting levels not be sufficient, then the loading/unloading of racks can generate problems when the operator misjudges heights, etc. This often leads to items falling off pallets at height. Normally there is minimum age requirements for operators in line with local road traffic regulations. Competency of operators is often called into question as normal vehicle drivers feel that they can operate such lift trucks in a safe manner. This is not the case and specialized training is normally required. Forklift truck daily inspection. List 8 routine inspection items included on a checklist at the beginning of a shift, before using a forklift truck. Tire pressure and condition, lights functioning, where fitted, secure and properly adjusted seat, undamaged mirrors with good vision potential, no leakages from various fluids, diesel, battery acid, oil, brake fluid, etc. Page 152 of 231. Battery connections and good and sound with no identifiable shorts, lifting chains and associated equipment in good visual order. Horn operates, reversing audible signals operable where fitted. Forks in good order, e.g. no signs of physical damage, bending, etc. Undertake brake checks, including hand brake. Forks do not drop when raised. Hydraulic fluid levels okay. No play in steering wheel. Battery powered forklift trucks. Hazards and precautions. Identify the hazards associated with battery powered forklift and state the precautions in each case. Hazards and precautions. Silent operation warning devices, e.g. flashing beacons, designated working areas, instability, correct loading/safe systems of work, easy to use, proper key control. Authorized users only can achieve a reasonable level of speed restrictor, electric shock, safe system of work for connecting and disconnecting batteries. Fumes during charging, good battery maintenance, area venting, gas detectors, LEF, or good natural ventilation, dilution, chemical spillage, PPE, emergency eyewash, safe system of working and first aid facilities. Lifting equipment failure, battery hoist maintenance, inspection and thorough examination. Fire sensible storage of items in the area of charging. Page 153 of 231. Provision of suitable extinguishers, slips and trips on spillages or trailing cables. Good housekeeping standards. Heavy foot protection. Lifting a load by a crane. Outline the procedure for a safe lifting of a load by the use of crane. Suitability of the lifting tackle. It must be inspected, must be free of damage, certified safe working load. The weight of the load should not exceed the safe working load of the crane, free from defect, The crane itself should be free from any defects such as hydraulic defects, tire conditions etc. Competence of the persons involved, driver, slinger, and the signaler. All must be competent and authorized and be in receipt of adequate training for the equipment to be used, type of crane, lifting accessories, etc., the load to be lifted vertically. The load should be secured, balanced, and controlled during the lift. Taglines may be used as required. Ensure proper slewing, lowering and moving of the load under control. Mobile crane causes of overturning. Identify possible causes of a mobile crane overturning on a construction site. Possible causes that might cause a mobile crane on a construction site to overturn: the failure to set the crane on a level footing, siting it on poor and unconsolidated ground, failing to distribute the weight of the crane by providing adequate timber beneath outriggers. The condition of the tires, mechanical or hydraulic failure, overloading, incorrect slinging resulting in an unstable load, operating when winds were too strong, driver error such as slewing too quickly, causing an abrupt movement of the jib, traveling with a load over poor terrain, colliding with structures, overhead cables or another vehicle. Page 154 of 231. Forklift truck. Minimizing the chance of overturning. Identify 8 rules to be followed to minimize the risk of forklift trucks overturning. 1. Ensure that the load being carried is stable. 2. Where necessary, restrain loads. 3. Do not exceed the safe working load of the truck. 4. The driver should refrain from driving outside designated areas such as on uneven ground. 5. The driver should keep a careful watch for obstructions. 6. Refraining from driving or maneuvering or using the forward tilt with the load elevated. 7. Avoiding turning or crossing on ramps or slopes at an angle. 8. Avoid reversing down slopes when loaded. 9. Avoid taking corners at excessive speed. 10. Remembering always to brake gradually. 11. Carrying out checks on the truck before use. Persons working in path of a gantry crane. Outline the precautions to be taken when employees are working at ground level in a workshop where loads are lifted and transported by means of an overhead gantry crane. Ensure crane operator trained and authorized crane only to be used within its established and certificated safe limits. Crane inspected and certificated loads to be properly secured to prevent slippage. Use of tag lines as appropriate to prevent swinging. All lifting tackle tested and certificated and inspected prior to use. Employees not to work under the path of the crane. No one should stand on the track. Safe system of work established and enforced when crane approaching staff. Sound warning device or give warning. Set down area properly established. All persons in the vicinity to be issued with and use appropriate PPE precautions when using a mobile crane. Outline the precautions that should be taken when using mobile cranes. The precautions include, page 155 of 231. Ensuring the crane and its attached lifting gear are suitable for the task and that their test certificates and examination reports are up to date. That the ground on which the crane is to be sited is flat and firm, that the outriggers of the crane are always correctly positioned, that the driver and slinger to be used in the operation are competent, that there is a good means of communication available between the driver and the other workers involved in the operation, that there are no obstructions such as overhead power lines or buildings in the vicinity of the lift, that warning signs and barriers are erected to ensure that the area where the lifting operations are to take place is kept clear of personnel not directly involved in the operation, that due consideration is given to the prevailing weather conditions, that the load is carried near to ground level and that the operations are ideally carried out to an arranged lifting plan. Mobile crane driver checks. A mobile crane has been permitted to be used on a construction site. Identify checks that the driver should carry out before the lifting operation. The checks that should be undertaken include, the prevailing weather conditions, the availability of current inspection certificates for the crane, the condition of the ground on which the crane was to be sited to ensure it was firm and level, the availability and condition of the lifting accessories, that outriggers were deployed and were properly positioned, that the load to be lifted was within the safe working load of the crane, that adequate communication systems were in place and that the driver and the banksman fully understood the signaling system to be used, that the landing position was clear, that there were no obstructions in the lifting path, that no site personnel were working under the line of traction. Page 156 of 231. Work equipment hazards and risk control. Learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline general principles for selection, use, and maintenance of work equipment, explain the hazards and controls for handheld tools, describe the main mechanical and non-mechanical hazards of machinery, explain the main control methods for reducing risk from machinery hazards. 4.1 General principles for selection, use, and maintenance of work equipment. Safe use of work equipment. Information, instruction and training. With respect to the safe use of work equipment, employers are required to provide adequate information, instruction, and training. A. Identify 3 categories of employees that should receive information, instruction, and training on the safe use of work equipment. B. Outline the issues that could be included in such information, instruction, and training. Part A. Categories of employees that should receive information, instruction, and training should at least include users, supervisors, managers, maintenance staff, and vulnerable persons. Part B. The issues that might be included in the information, instruction, and training given on the safe use of work equipment include the manufacturer's instruction and maintenance manual, the written operating procedures, the methods of use of the equipment including its functions and the stop and start controls, the hazards arising from the use of the equipment such as moving parts, hot surfaces, or ejected particles, the risks associated with its use as identified in the completed risk assessments, the precautions to be taken such as the use of guarding and personal protective equipment, the procedures for adjusting, cleaning, and storing the equipment, the methods for isolating and disconnecting the equipment from its power source, the need to carry out pre-use inspections, and the procedures for reporting defects. Page 157 of 231. The emergency procedures to be followed in the event of fire, spillage, or breakup, and the legal duties placed on the employee when using the equipment. Newly installed machine pre-use safety factors. An employer has installed a new item of machinery in their workplace. Outline the factors to be considered before the machine is put into use. The following factors such need consideration: conformity to EU requirements through the CE mark or the issue of a declaration of conformity, the suitability of the machine for the task, location, and environment, the availability of operating and maintenance instructions, the completion of training for employees and supervision, the commissioning and the provision of a practical demonstration by the machine suppliers, the correct siting of the machine with regard to its stability, the level of lighting and the space provided for operation and for carrying out maintenance, ensuring that protective devices were in place for the dangerous parts of the machine, controls were properly labeled and were tested to ensure they functioned correctly, ensuring control measures were in place to counter the potential environmental effects of dust, fumes, noise, and vibration, the selection of competent personnel to operate the machine, and the preparation of a schedule for its regular inspection and maintenance. 4.2 Hazards and controls for handheld tools. Non-mechanical hazards. Hand tools. A. Outline defective conditions of non-powered hand tools that could present risks to the user. B. Outline the requirements for the safe use of non-powered hand tools. Part A. Defective conditions such as split shafts on tools such as on a hammer or an axe, loose heads on tools, again with the hammer or axe in mind, handles missing from files, bud or mushroomed heads on chisels, blunt blades on chisels, saws, or knives, split handles on tools, bent spanners or spanners with splay jaws, worn sockets and screwdrivers, and corroded tools. Part B. The requirements for the safe use of non-powered hand tools include, page 158 of 231, selecting the appropriate or suitable tool for the task, ensuring that the users carry out regular inspection of the tools, introducing a program of routine maintenance and replacing those tools that are found to be defective, arranging for storage facilities for the tools to be available, and training the users in the safe use and inspection of hand tools. Wood chisel safety precautions. Outline the safety precautions a worker should take while using a wood chisel. The safety precautions a worker should take while using a wood chisel include: it is necessary to use a suitably sized chisel for the job and to check that the handle was firmly attached and was not damaged. The chisel should be kept sharp and struck with a wooden or plastic mallet. It should not be used if the blade is damaged. When using the chisel, the operator should adopt a stable stance to reduce the risk of overbalancing if the chisel should slip, chip, cut or tear away from the body, keeping hands and body behind the cutting edge, and replace the protective cap on the chisel when it is not in use. The user should wear the appropriate personal protective equipment such as goggles or face shield. Portable electrical appliances: faults and bad practices with respect to the use of portable electrical appliances in the workplace. Identify 8 examples of faults and bad practices that could contribute to electrical accidents. Examples of faults and bad included: an initial failure to select the right equipment for the job and/or environment, inadequate checks on the equipment before use to ensure it was not damaged, and a lack of procedures for its regular maintenance, incorrect fuse rating and a failure to use residual current devices, poor earth protection, the overloading of sockets, the use of cables which were split, twisted, kinked or jointed, poor cable management resulting in trailing cables. The use of coiled extension cables and cables that were insufficiently protected and liable to damage, particularly in workshop or construction environments, plugs with bent pins or broken cases, unauthorized repairs to the appliances, and misuse and abuse of the equipment by employees. Page 159 of 231. 4.3 Machinery hazards. Mechanical hazards provide sketches to show clearly the nature of the following mechanical hazards from moving parts of machinery: A. Entanglement, B. Crushing, C. Drawing in, D. Shear part, A. Entanglement part, B. Crushing part, C. Drawing in. Page 160 of 231. Part, D. Shear. Mechanical and non-mechanical hazards. Identify: A. 2 mechanical hazards associated with moving parts of machinery. B. 2 non-mechanical hazards to which a machine operator may be exposed. Part A. Mechanical 1. Entanglement 2. Trapping 3. Collision/impact 4. Crushing 5. Piercing/injection/stabbing/puncture 6. Friction/abrasion 7. Shearing/severing 8. Cutting 9. Drawing in 10. Ejection of particles. Part B. Non-mechanical 1. Fire 2. Contact with hot surfaces 3. Electricity 4. Noise 5. Dusts. Page 161 of 231. 6. Fume 7. Vibration 8. Heat/fire 9. Light excessive 10. Radiation 11. Hazardous chemicals 12. Biological 13. Extremes of temperature 14. Possibility of slips, tips and falls 15. Ergonomics related issues. Work equipment. Powered cylinder mower. Mechanical and non-mechanical hazards. A petrol-powered cylinder mower is to be used by a groundsman to prepare a grass tennis court prior to a major tournament. Outline the mechanical and non-mechanical hazards that the groundsman could be exposed to during the use of the cylinder mower. Mechanical hazards to which the groundsman might be exposed include: entanglement with and being cut by the rotating cylinder blades, shearing between the rotating cylinder and the bottom blade, the danger of being drawn in between exposed parts of the transmission machinery such as belts and pulleys and gears, crushing between the roller and the ground, being struck by material ejected from the machine and impact with the moving mower. Non-mechanical hazards include: noise from the engine, vibration through the machine handles, heat from the exhaust fumes and petrol vapors, ergonomic issues such as pulling the starter cord and handling the machine and exposure to the sun's rays. Mechanical hazards of machinery. List 8 types of mechanical hazards associated with machinery. Page 162 of 231. 1. Entanglement 2. Trapping 3. Collision/impact 4. Crushing 5. Piercing/injection/stabbing/puncture 6. Friction/abrasion 7. Shearing/severing 8. Cutting 9. Drawing in 10. Ejection of particles. Maintenance work on a commercial washing machine. Measure to reduce the risk of injury. Maintenance is to be carried out on a large washing machine within a commercial laundry. Outline measures to be taken to reduce the risk of injury during the maintenance of the washing machine. The measures that should be taken to reduce the risk of injury during the maintenance of the washing machine include: a suitable and sufficient risk assessment should be undertaken prior to the work commencing. Attempt to complete the maintenance work during a quiet period, for example during a weekend. Inform all employees of what was to happen. A safe system of work would need to be prepared for the operation, and this would involve isolating and locking off the electrical power to the machine, isolating pipelines by closing and locking off valves, releasing stored energy such as any buildup of pressure, and allowing the washing machine, if hot, to reach room temperature before work started. Barriers would need to be erected around the working area and safe means of access provided to the machine for members of the maintenance staff. The maintenance staff should be skilled and competent in the work that had to be performed. A good standard of lighting would have to be provided. If any specialized tools were required for the maintenance work, they should be issued to the employees and used. Personal protective equipment such as overalls, gloves, and eye and head protection should be issued to and worn by those involved in the operation. Typical workplace hazards. Garage workshop. Identify specific hazards that may be encountered in motor vehicle repair premises. Page 163 of 231. Moving vehicles. Damaged vehicles. Fuel leakage. Hot work. Welding, cutting, grinding, soldering. Electrical short circuits on vehicles. Exhaust emissions from vehicles. Vapors and fume from paint spraying. Storage and use of flammable substances, e.g. paints and thinners. Naked flames, e.g. welding. Various chemicals including used oil, paints, thinners, powder coating. Slippery surfaces due to spillages such as oil and fuel. Poor working postures, e.g. working on an engine while still in the engine compartment. Fall from height. Working close to pits. Use of lifting equipment, hoists and jacks and their suitable maintenance and capabilities. Trailing cables, e.g. inspection lamps. Damaged bodywork giving sharp edges. Noise from cutting operations. Metal shaping, engines without exhausts. Fitted slip, trip, and fall. Hazards due to items being left on the floor, e.g. tools, equipment, etc. Dust from grinding, sanding, brake fittings, clutches, etc. Work equipment. Chainsaw hazards, PPE and controls. An employee is to use a petrol-driven chainsaw to fell a tree from ground level. A. Outline the hazards faced by the employee in carrying out this task. B. List 5 items of personal protective equipment that should be provided to, and used by, the employee. C. Outline control measures other than personal protective equipment that would be necessary to ensure the health and safety of the chainsaw operator and other persons involved in the operation. Part A. Hazards. Fire from petrol on hot parts. Burns from hot equipment parts. Entanglement in chain. Dust. Respiratory chipping. Impact. Noise from the sawing operation. Falling items, wood, branches, etc. Heat stress. Working outside with PPE. Slips on wet surfaces. Trips and falls due to uneven surfaces. Part B. PPE. Head protection. Hard hat. Page 164 of 231. Face protection. Visor. Eye protection. Goggles. Ear protection. Muffs. Gloves. Hand protection. Apron. Chainmail. Entanglement safety footwear. Legs. Use of gaiters around the ankle area. Overalls. Body protection. Mask. Appropriate respiratory protection. Part C. Control measures. ISIT. Segregation. Risk assessment method statement. Safe operating procedures. Fire controls. Chemical controls including storage, first aid facilities and arrangements. Warning signs and signals plus awareness training. Welfare facilities. Washing and changing. Mechanical hazards related to maintenance operations. A. Identify 4 hazards associated with maintenance operations on machinery in the workplace. B. Give 4 examples of how a worker could be injured when carrying out maintenance operations on an item of machinery in the workplace. C. Outline measures to be taken to minimize the risk of injury during the maintenance of machinery. Part A. Hazards here could include 1. Contact with dangerous moving parts of the machinery, 2. Electricity, 3. Stored energy such as heat or pressure, 4. Contact with gases, fumes, and vapors. 5. Exposure to radiation. 6. Exposure to biological agents. 7. Manual handling of heavy machine parts or tools. page 165 of 231-8. Noise and vibration and 9. Working at height 10. Working in confined spaces. Part B. A worker might be injured whilst carrying out maintenance work on an item of machinery by 1. Contact with moving parts of the machine, 2. Contact with live electrical components, 3. Contact with hot surfaces causing burns, 4. Being overcome by emissions of gas or vapors, 5. Contact with high pressure fluid, 6. Falling from a height 7. Falling on the same level. Part C. Measures such as the following may reduce risks during such work: designing the machine where possible to reduce the need to remove guards for routine maintenance and lubrication, to operate a permit to work system which would help to ensure that electrical power to the machine was isolated and locked off, and all pipelines leading to the machine were similarly isolated, to release stored energy and to allow sufficient time for the machinery to cool down before maintenance starts. Where necessary, means of access such as a scaffold may have to be erected and barriers and warning signs placed round the machinery to advise workers that maintenance work was in progress. It would be necessary to use only skilled and competent personnel in possession of specialized tools where required, to carry out the work, to provide them with personal protective equipment such as head protection, eye protection, and harnesses, to ensure adequate standards of lighting and ventilation in the work area, and to arrange for the work to be properly supervised. Petrol chainsaw use. Hazards. Outline the hazards and risks to which a worker could be exposed when cutting down a tree using a petrol-driven chainsaw. Page 166 of 231. Here there are a good range of hazards associated with the task, including contact with the moving parts or the hot exhaust system of the chainsaw, exposure to fumes and dust, hazards arising from manual handling operations, exposure to noise and vibration, falls from a height, handling lubricating oils which might lead to dermatitis, flying particles such as tree bark and sawdust, uneven ground or wet grass which could lead to slips and falls, falling objects such as branches or the tree itself, contact with overhead surfaces, hazards arising from adverse weather conditions and stings or bites from insects or reptiles. Work equipment hazards and control. Floor polisher. Factory cleaning staff have to use a rotary floor polisher each night. A. Identify the associated hazards. B. Outline what control measures could be used to reduce the risks. Part A. The associated hazards could include entanglement of persons in the rotating part, slips, trips and falls on wet or slick surfaces, noise from the machine, vibration generated by the machine function, electrical hazards when considering wet substances and electrical components, ergonomic hazards resulting from the excessive bodily forces required to move and use the machine. Possible chemical contamination of the operator from the cleaning agents used. Part B. The possible control measures could be guarding of dangerous parts of equipment, cable management to remove slip and trip potential, isolation of the electrical source for the task of changing brushes, polishing pads, etc. Appropriate slip-resistant footwear worn, regular testing and maintenance of the equipment to ensure is state for continued safe use. Residual current devices, RCDs, trip devices. Information, instruction, training, and supervision to ensure proper use of equipment, operator to be trained in and to undertake pre-use safety checks of the equipment to be used. Page 167 of 231. Work equipment hazards and control. Cement mixer. A. Identify the hazards associated with the use of a cement mixer. B. For the hazards identified above, outline control measures that can be used to reduce the risks. Hazards controls measures: manual handling, mechanical handling aids, training in correct lifting techniques, adequate rest breaks, corrosive and irritant properties of the cement, provision and use of suitable and sufficient PPE, e.g. gloves and overalls to help prevent contact with the cement, RPE provided to prevent inhaling dust, contact with moving parts and ejection of materials, provision and maintenance of guards to prevent ejection of materials, noise, provision of hearing protection or job rotations to reduce time exposed to the noise, power supply, fuel, internal combustion engine, not to be used in confined space. CO being emitted. Storage for flammable substances to be adequate. Minimal storage of quantities of fuel. Also advised no smoking. Controls in areas where fuel stored to reduce the likelihood of a fire outbreak. Power supply. Electric maintenance of equipment. Use of RCDs to reduce risk and severity of shock. Risk assessment prior to the commencement of the activity should identify the above. Development and use of safe systems of work would assist in generating appropriate controls. Training would be required in all aspects mentioned here, and refresher training may be in the form of toolbox talks. Work equipment hazards and control. Electric sander. A portable electric sander is being used in a factory. Page 168 of 231. A. Identify hazards that may be present. B. Outline control measures that could be taken to reduce risk. Hazards. Control measures. Entanglement with the rotating parts of the machine, ensuring appropriate guards are in place and properly maintained, not damaged/missing, ensuring that operators do not wear items of loose clothing which might become entangled in the machine being struck by ejected material, use of personal protective equipment such as eye protection. Giving consideration to segregating the work to minimize the risk to other workers. The possibility of electric shock. Regular mechanical and electrical testing of the equipment. Use of RCDs to reduce risk and severity of shock exposure to dust, noise and vibration. Use of personal protective equipment such as eye and hearing protection. Giving consideration to segregating the work to minimize the risk to other workers. Introducing job rotation to minimize periods of exposure. Ergonomic issues related. Ensuring that operators are trained to use the appliance in a way that will minimize the risk of fatigue and discomfort. Risk assessment prior to the commencement of the activity should identify the above. Development and use of safe systems of work would assist in generating appropriate controls. Training would be required in all aspects mentioned here, and refresher training may be in the form of toolbox talks. Pillar drill. Reducing risk of injury to users. A new pedestal, pillar, drill has been installed in an engineering workshop. Identify the factors that should be considered before it is first used to reduce the risk of injury or ill health to the operators. There are a range of factors that should be considered before it is first used to reduce the risk of injury or ill health to the operators, including undertaking a risk assessment, ensuring protective devices were properly provided/in place, compliance with local health and safety legislation, the machine's suitability for the type of work it was to do, page 169 of 231, that it was CE marked, the availability of operating and maintenance instructions, arranging for the commissioning and the provision of a practical demonstration by the machine suppliers, the correct siting of the machine with regard to its stability, the level of lighting, the space provided for operation and access, that controls were properly labeled and were tested to ensure they functioned correctly, ensuring control measures were in place to counter the environmental effects of dust, noise, and vibration, providing personal protective equipment such as goggles, the selection of competent personnel to operate the machine, the preparation of a schedule for its regular inspection and maintenance. Reference to and relevant national/local legislation could gain additional marks. Mechanical hazards. Pedestal drill. A. Identify 4 mechanical hazards presented by pedestal drills and, in each case, outline how injury may occur. B. Outline 4 control measures to reduce the risk of injury to operators of pedestal drills. Part A. 1. Contact with the rotating drill bit. Entanglement. 2. Contact with the drill bit. Stabbing and slash or puncture. 3. Hit by an unsecured workpiece. Impact. 4. Making contact with swarf. Cutting/severing. 5. Being hit by materials or a broken bit. Ejection. 6. Being hit by a falling workpiece. Crushing. Part B. The control measures to be considered to include 1. Adequate information, instruction, training, and supervision. 2. Wearing of appropriate clothing to prevent entanglement. Tight-fitting cuffs, no rings, hair under a cap if long, no ties, no loose clothing. 3. Prevention of stabbing or puncturing. Keep hands away from drill bit, implement safe systems of work/safe operating procedures. 4. Not being hit. Ejected workpiece. Ensure adequate clamping/securing of the workpiece. 5. Coming into contact with the swarf instigate a swarf chip breaker being ground into the drill bit page 170 of 231-6. Not being hit by a falling workpiece adequate security of the workpiece. If a radial drill ensure that the operator is aware of the drill arm path relative to his head height hazards bench top grinder. A. Identify 4 hazards associated with the use of a bench top grinder. B. Other than a guard, outline 4 control measures that could be introduced to reduce risk to a worker using a bench top grinder. Part A. 4 hazards associated with the use of a bench top grinder are: 1. Entanglement on the rotating wheel or spindle. 2. Trapping between the wheel and the tool rest. 3. Disintegration of the wheel. 4. Friction and abrasion following contact with the revolving wheel. 5. Being struck by material or sparks ejected from the wheel. 6. Noise. 7. Vibration. 8. Inhalation of dust from the material being ground. Part B. Other than a guard, 4 control measures that could be introduced to reduce risk to a worker using a bench top grinder are: 1. Ensuring the grinder was permanently fixed and bolted in position. 2. The installation of local exhaust ventilation. 3. The provision and maintenance of correctly positioned stop, start and emergency stop controls. 4. Ensuring an inspection of the equipment before use. 5. The use of competent operators. 6. The provision and use of personal protective equipment such as impact-resistant goggles, face masks, overalls with tight-fitting cuffs and hearing protection. 7. Introducing a program of regular maintenance. Page 171 of 231. Health and safety risks to an office cleaner. Identify 8 possible risks to the health and safety of a cleaner in an office. There are a range of health and safety risks to which an office cleaner may be exposed, including: 1. Ergonomic risk arising from the manual handling of waste and heavy floor cleaning machines which could be inadequate for the task to be performed. 2. The cleaner may come in contact with hazardous substances such as cleaning materials and sharps or broken glass in the waste and could be exposed to dust during the cleaning process. 3. Inhalation of dangerous fumes/vapors from cleaning chemicals. 4. Slips, trips and/or falls on wet or slippery surfaces. 5. Some equipment used could be electrically driven, and this would involve electrical hazards, particularly if the equipment was faulty, not subjected to regular maintenance and was not used in conjunction with a residual current device. 6. The cleaner may carry out some work at height to clean windows or high surfaces and there would be the danger of falling. 7. Risks arising from the working environment would include the temperature of the office, particularly if the heating or air conditioning was turned off, and, if working alone and unsupervised, with little means of communication with a nominated person. 8. If no security procedures in place, there would always be the risk of him/her being subjected to violence from an intruder. 9. Risks could arise from the duration of the work and its timing, often involving early morning or night work. 10. Possible entanglement in rotating parts of equipment, e.g. floor polisher. 11. Bites and/or stings from vermin and insects. Those who tend not do so well only identify generic risk categories such as substances, for example, without then linking them to a particular activity that the cleaner might carry out. 4.4 Control measures for reducing risk from machinery hazards. Guard/safety device selection for a piece of work equipment. Outline the basic requirements that you would consider when selecting a guard or safety device for a piece of work equipment. The basic requirements for the selection of a guard or safety device include: its suitability for its intended purpose, the robust nature of its construction which would withstand the forces of ejection. Page 172 of 231. Not increase the risk to operators through contact with rough or sharp edges. Its location at an adequate distance from a danger zone. No easy way to bypass it. Not restricting the operator's view. Its maintenance which should be able to be carried out easily and safely. Guards and safeguards. Types. List the types of guards and safeguarding devices that may be used to minimize the risk of contact with dangerous machine parts. Guards: fixed, interlocked, adjustable, self-adjusting, photoelectric. Safeguards: two-handed, presence sensing, pullback restraint. Safety controls, e.g. tripwire cable or two-hand controls, gates, push sticks, jigs. Fixed guards: protection against types of danger other than contact with dangerous parts. Identify 4 types. Of danger against which fixed guards on machines may provide protection. Read the question carefully, to identify hazards other than those caused by contact with dangerous parts. A fixed guard might help to protect employees by, for example, by reducing noise emissions, by containing hazardous substances such as oil, mist or dust, by providing shielding against heat or electricity, by protecting against the ejection of particles from the machine. Page 173 of 231. Machine guard and safeguards. Main types. Outline 4 main types of guards and safeguarding devices that may be used to reduce the risk of contact with dangerous parts of machinery. 1. A fixed guard, being a physical barrier which was not linked to the machine operation and required a special tool for its removal. 2. An interlocked guard, which is linked to the machine operation and prevents access when the machine is in a dangerous condition while also preventing operation of the machine until the guard is in position. 3. A trip device such as a probe, pressure mat, or light curtain, stops movement of the machine when approach is detected. 4. An automatic or self-acting guard such as a push-away guard, is linked to the machine mechanism and physically moves the operator away from the danger zone. 5. An adjustable or self-adjusting guard which covers dangerous parts of the machine while material passes through and allows for materials of different thickness such as, for example, that provided for a circular saw. Guards. Fixed and trip devices in relation to machinery safety. Outline the principles of operation of a fixed guard. B. Trip devices. Part A. An interlocked guard is one that is linked to the machine controls by mechanical, electrical, hydraulic, or pneumatic means so that the machine will not operate until the guard is closed, and when the machine is in a dangerous condition, the guard is either prevented from opening or, if it is opened, the dangerous parts of the machine are made safe. Part B. A trip device operates when a person approaches a danger area/zone. Typical examples of such devices are trip bars or probes, pressure mats, and photosensitive systems, light curtains. Once the device is triggered, it trips the machine, which either stops or otherwise becomes safe. Main types of guards. Outline 4 main types of guards and safeguarding devices that may be used to reduce the risk of contact with dangerous parts of machinery. Page 174 of 231. 1. A fixed guard, outlining it as a physical barrier which was not linked to the machine operation and required a special tool for its removal. 2. An interlocked guard, which is linked to the machine operation and prevents access when the machine is in a dangerous condition while also preventing operation of the machine until the guard is in position. 3. A trip device such as a probe or pressure mat, stops movement of the machine when approach is detected. 4. An automatic or self-acting guard such as a push-away guard, is linked to the machine mechanism and physically moves the operator away from the danger zone. Advantages and disadvantages of interlock guards and trip devices. Outline the merits, advantages, and limitations, disadvantages, of both. I. An interlocking guard. 2. A trip device. Part I. The advantages of an interlocking guard are, that it allows regular access, and since it is connected to a power source, a machine cannot be operated when the guard is in the open position. Its disadvantages are, it can be overridden. The dangerous parts of the machine may not stop automatically, and before access is gained in certain cases, access can be gained perhaps over a fence or gate. The machine can be started by a second operator. The guard requires regular and frequent maintenance. Part 2. The merits/benefits of a trip device are, it minimizes the severity of an injury. It can be used as an additional control measure. Its limitations are, it can be overridden. It may not prevent harm from occurring. It may cause production delays. Can increase stress for users if it trips out regularly and frequently. Page 175 of 231. Electrical safety learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the principles, hazards and risks associated with the use of electricity in the workplace, outline the control measures that should be taken when working with electrical systems or using electrical equipment in normal workplace conditions. 5.1 Principles, Hazards and risks associated with the use of electricity in the workplace. Common electrical hazards. List the common hazards from electricity: electrical burns, electrical shock, electric arc, electrical fires and electrical explosion. A good way to remember this would be safe. Portable electrical appliances. Accidents. List the causes of accidents involving portable electrical appliances: being run over by vehicles, being dragged over rough surfaces, becoming trapped in machinery, coming in contact with hot, corrosive, or chemicals or solvents, continuous flexing, connection lead get pulled out of cord, rips, etc. The making of wrong connections in the plug or other fittings, poor earth connections, no overload protection being provided, unsafe work practices, modification by persons who are not competent. Electrical fires. Outline how fires could be caused by electricity. How fires might be caused by electricity could be related to causes such as page 176 of 231, inadequate specification or poor design of electrical equipment and systems, defective wiring such as damaged cables or loose connections, system faults such as short circuits, ignition of flammable or combustible materials due to arcing, sparking from switches or motors and static electricity, incorrect fuse rating, coiled extension leads, overloaded electrical sockets generally with multiple adapters, unsafe modifications to the system such as unauthorized wiring and fuse replacement, poor or blocked ventilation on equipment leading to overheating and lack of adequate maintenance both of fixed installations and portable appliances. Electricity use of portable appliances. Outline the practical measures to reduce the risk of injury from electricity when using a portable electrical appliance on a construction site. Use of reduced or low voltage equipment. Use of a residual current circuit breaker equipment should be visually inspected prior to use to ensure free of visible defects. Apparatus and cables should be protected against overload by fuses and or circuit breaker. All cables should be insulated and protected against mechanical damage. Correct types of sheathing to suit working conditions. Sufficient sockets to minimize the need for trailing cables. The use of a cable drum whenever possible. Correct maintenance and repair of equipment. Correct connections to be assured. Regular inspections and checks to remove damaged equipment. Properly trained and authorized operators of the equipment. The effects of electricity on the body. A. Identify the possible effects of electricity on the body. B. Identify the emergency action to take if a person suffers a severe electric shock. Part A. The effects of electricity on the body need to include reference to the cardiorespiratory effects, in particular the risk of fatal injury due to disruption to heart rhythm, muscular contraction resulting in an involuntary grip on the live conductor, thus prolonging current flow through the body, tissue burns with the main sites of damage being the entry and exit points with the possibility of damage to internal organs, and page 177 of 231, fractures or dislocations caused by it. Resulting fall. Part B. The emergency action necessary after someone receives an electric shock is dependent on the circumstances. Action may include isolation of the victim from the supply, either by switching off or pushing him/her clear with a non-conductive implement, summoning help, administering first aid such as cardiopulmonary resuscitation, treatment of burns and other injuries, placing the victim in the recovery position and remaining with him/her until professional medical help arrives. Electricity. Severity of an electric shock. Outline 4 factors that may affect the severity of injury from contact with electricity. 1. Current in amperes. 2. Length of contact time. 3. Current path through the body. 4. Conductivity/resistance of the body. 5. The voltage. 6. Conductivity of the environment. 7. The nature of the contact. 8. Age, health status of the victim. 5.2 Control measures. Electrical isolation, earthing, reduced low voltage and overcurrent protection. Terms in relation. Electrical safety. Explain the following terms: A. Isolation, B. Earthing, C. Reduced low voltage, D. Overcurrent protection. Page 178 of 231. Part A. Isolation involves cutting off the electrical supply from all or a discrete section of the installation by separating the installation or section from every source of electrical energy. This is the normal practice so as to ensure the safety of persons working on or in the vicinity of electrical components which are normally live and where there is a risk of direct contact with live electricity. Part B. Earthing. Electrical equipment and conductive items are connected to earth by cable or other suitable means such that the route to earth provides the path of least resistance to a current flowing under fault condition. The purpose of earthing is to minimize the risk of receiving an electric shock if touching metal parts when a fault is present. This is achieved by providing a path for fault current to flow safely to earth, which would also cause the protective device, MCB, fuses, to disconnect the circuit, removing the danger. Part C. Reduced low voltage. When the working conditions are relatively severe either due to wet conditions or heavy and frequent usage of equipment, reduced voltage systems should be used. All portable tools used on construction sites, vehicle washing stations or near swimming pools, should operate on 110 V or less, preferably with a center tap to earth at 55 V. This means that while the full 110 V are available to power the tool, only 55 V are available to shock the worker. At this level of voltage, the effect of any electric shock should not be severe. For lighting, even lower voltages can be used and are even safer. Another way to reduce the voltage is to use battery, cordless, operated hand tools. Part D. Overcurrent protection in electricity supply. Overcurrent or excess current is a situation where a larger than intended electric current exists through a conductor, leading to excessive generation of heat and the risk of damaging infrastructure and equipment and causing fires. Possible causes for overcurrent include short circuit, excessive load, and incorrect design. Fuses, circuit breakers, temperature sensors and current limiters are commonly used protection mechanisms to control the risks of overcurrent. Earthing. Explain how earthing can reduce the risk of receiving an electric shock. Provision of effective earthing, to protect against indirect contact, can be achieved in a number of ways, including connecting the extraneous conductive parts of premises, water pipe etc., to the main earthing terminal of the electrical installation. This would create an equipotential zone and eliminate the risk of shock, if a person touched two different parts of the metalwork, liable to be charged at different voltages, under earth fault conditions. It is crucial to ensure that in the event of earth fault, the electricity supply is automatically disconnected. Page 179 of 231. Reduced low voltage and double insulation. Describe how the following two protective measures reduce the risk of electric shock and, in each case, give an example of their application. A. Reduced low voltage. B. Double insulation. Part A. Reduced low voltage, commonly used for portable electrical hand tools on construction sites, involves the reduction of mains voltage by a transformer to a lower, safer voltage, typically 110 volts. Any shock voltage can be restricted to 55 volts by means of a transformer that is center tapped to earth. Additionally, safety extra low voltage, SELV, a voltage less than 50 volts is used in low power tools such as hand lamps or soldering irons. Part B. In double insulation, internal live parts of a piece of equipment have two layers of insulation which prevent the exposure of live parts to exposed conductive parts such as the outer metal casing of the equipment. Consequently, an internal fault condition cannot make any part of the casing live. Double insulation is used on Class II appliances such as handheld portable appliances and non-handheld portable appliances such as desk fans and desk lamps. Portable appliance inspection. List the items to include on an inspection checklist for portable electrical appliances, e.g. portable electric drill. Appropriate equipment for the task and environment. Equipment is tested on a periodic/routine basis. Equipment, plugs, connectors and cables are free from damage. Correct wiring and sound connections. Fuses and other means of preventing excess current in place and correct rating. Accessible and appropriate means of isolation. System not overloaded. Obvious damage to plug, socket, fittings, equipment. Sensible siting used in appropriate conditions. Fit for purpose. No patent. Defects. Workplace electrical equipment checks outline a range of checks that should be made for electrical safety in a workplace. Page 180 of 231. Visual inspections for damage to cables, plugs, and sockets. The need to ensure that all fuses are of the correct rating, checking that outlets are not overloaded and cables are not coiled or in vulnerable positions where they might suffer damage. The equipment itself should be checked to ensure that it is suitable and conforms with recognized standards such as CE marking and European standards, that it is properly sited to avoid damage, that it has been subject to appropriate and regular fixed installation and portable appliance testing, that it is provided with means of isolation after use and records are kept of the maintenance that has been carried out. Checks should also be made to ensure there is an effective procedure for reporting defects or damage. Portable appliance inspection. Determining the frequency of inspection. A portable electric drill for use on a construction site needs periodic inspection and testing to ensure it is safe to operate. Identify the factors that would determine the frequency of the inspection and testing. The factors that might affect the frequency of inspection and testing of the portable drill include but are not limited to the following: the nature of the work, the environmental conditions in which the drill is to be used, the frequency and duration of use, the age of the equipment, the intrinsic safety features of the equipment such as double insulation, the use of low voltage user checks and the number of problems reported, the number and competency of the user's manufacturers. Recommendations and best practice guidance. The results of previous tests and inspections. Electrical hazards. Brush cutter. A mains electricity powered brush cutter, strimmer, is to be used to clear undergrowth in the grounds of a workplace. A. Identify safety features of the brush cutter that will reduce the risk of electric shock to the user. B. Other than electricity, identify additional hazards associated with the brush cutter that the user could be exposed to. C. Other than electricity safety features, outline the control measures to reduce the risks to the user when operating the brush cutter. Page 181 of 231. D. Outline additional control measures to reduce risks to other employees who may be in the vicinity of this work. Part A. Safety features of the brush cutter could include: its voltage, preferably 110 volts, it is Class 2 double insulated and has a waterproof casing, it is used in conjunction with a residual current device, RCD, it is properly earthed and provided with a mains cable of robust construction and is fitted with a fuse of the correct rating or connected to a circuit breaker. Part B. Additional hazards faced by the user in clearing the undergrowth could include: contact with the moving parts of the brush cutter such as the rotating blade, the possibility of being struck by flying stones or other material, slips, trips and falls, for example caused by contact with the trailing cable, manual handling hazards, exposure to noise from the operation of the motor, vibration through the handles of the machine, dust and biological hazards, for instance coming into contact with animal waste. Part C. The control measures to reduce the risks to the user of the brush cutter include: the selection and maintenance of equipment to reduce to a minimum the levels of noise and vibration, restricting the time spent on the operation, ensuring the guards were correctly positioned before starting the work, the use of a hold-to-run switch, the provision and use of ear defenders, eye protection, dust mask, gloves, safety footwear, gaiters, and high-visibility clothing that also afforded protection against the weather, and the provision of information, instruction, and training on the hazards associated with the equipment and the control measures to be observed. Part D. Additional control measures necessary to reduce risks to other employees who might be in the vicinity include: advising them that the work is to be carried out, cordoning the area with barriers and slash or tapes and erecting warning signs, providing alternative means of access around the work area, protecting the cable route, carrying out the clearing operation if possible outside normal working hours using a standby person to deter other employees from entering the work area. Page 182 of 231. Fire safety learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to Describe the principles of fire initiation, classification, and spread. Outline the principles of fire risk assessment. Describe the basic principles of fire prevention and the prevention of fire spread in buildings. Identify the appropriate fire alarm system and firefighting equipment for a simple workplace. Outline the factors which should be considered when implementing a successful evacuation of a workplace in the event of a fire. 6.1 Fire initiation, classification, and spread. Common causes of fire in the workplace. Identify 8 common causes of fires in a workplace. 1. Naked flames from smoking materials, cooking appliances, heating appliances, and process equipment. 2. External sparks from grinding metals, welding, impact tools, electrical switchgear. 3. Internal sparking from electrical equipment, faulty and normal, machinery, lighting. 4. Hot surfaces from lighting, cooking, heating appliances, process equipment, poorly ventilated equipment, faulty and or badly lubricated equipment, hot bearings and drive belts. 5. Static electricity causing significant high voltage sparks from the separation of materials such as unwinding plastic, pouring highly flammable liquids, walking across insulated floors, or removing synthetic overalls. 6. Chemicals. The storage in close proximity of incompatible substances, and not following safe working procedures, e.g. recapping containers, giving of flammable vapor when the container is not in actual use. 7. Housekeeping. Allowing flammable materials to accumulate in areas where there is a risk of fire. 8. Waste storage and disposal. Flammable waste not being placed in lidded containers and not emptied regularly. 9. Flammable gases leaks. Inappropriate controls that identify the presence of leaking cylinders, valves, and or associated fittings. 10. Maintenance. Not having adequate maintenance procedures in place to ensure preventative measures against the generation of heat, e.g. friction from bearings that are not properly lubricated, not clearing cleaning ventilation holes on equipment that may cause heat to build up as it is unable to escape ventilate properly. 11. Effects of strong sunlight. This may focus beams of light which can be excessively hot onto flammable materials and cause combustion, almost spontaneous combustion, should sufficient flammable gases be given off. 12. Hot work activities not being properly controlled, e.g. welding, cutting, and grinding. 13. Arson. Setting fire to material by malicious intent. 14. People playing with fire in a foolish manner. Page 183 of 231. 15. Electrical overloaded sockets, damaged equipment, etc. that may lead to overheating of electrical equipment and or short circuits. 16. Discarded smoking materials, e.g. cigarettes that are still lit. The fire triangle. A. Identify the key components of the fire triangle. B. Identify sources of ignition that may cause a fire to occur, and give a typical workplace example of each. Part A. Each side of the fire triangle represents one of the 3 elements, namely, fuel, oxygen, and a source of ignition, heat, or energy that must be present for combustion to occur. Part B. Possible sources of ignition that could have been identified included, electricity, such as arcing or overheating due to faulty wiring, poor connections, or excess current; chemical reactions such as spontaneous combustion or exothermic reaction; hot work such as welding or cutting; naked flame or smoldering material perhaps from discarded smoking materials; friction caused by, for instance, inadequate lubrication of machinery; and hot surfaces such as those on cooking or heating appliances. Fire triangle principles. Outline the principles of the fire triangle. The principles of the fire triangle is simply to identify if you remove any one of the 3 principal elements and the fire will eventually die, e.g. suffocation / smother, remove oxygen, starvation, remove fuel, cooling, remove heat. Fire triangle, heat transfer and electrical fires. A. Explain, using a suitable sketch, the significance of the fire triangle. B. Identify 3 methods of heat transfer and explain how each can cause the spread of fire. C. Outline measures that should be taken to minimize the risk of fire from electrical equipment. D. Explain why water should not be used on fires involving electrical equipment. Page 184 of 231. Part A. If one or more of the 3 elements of the fire triangle is removed, the fire will be extinguished. This can be done by cooling the fire to remove the heat, starving the fire of fuel, and smothering the fire to limit the available oxygen. Part B, 1. Conduction, the movement of heat through a material, usually a solid. 2. Convection, the movement of hotter gases up through the air, a main cause of fire spread. The heated air is able to pass through gaps and cause a fire to start elsewhere. 3. Radiation, transfer of heat through the air. The air or gas is not heated but solids or liquids in contact with the heat are. 4. Direct burning, combustible materials in contact with naked flame. The materials can then cause the transfer of heat by conduction and or convection and or radiation. Part C. Disconnection of equipment when not in use. Pre-inspection of equipment visually by the users. Use suitable equipment for the task being undertaken. Frequent maintenance and inspection by competent persons. Avoid misusing the equipment. Prevent the overloading of circuits and fittings. Correct design and fuse rating for the task equipment. Improve the means of protection, e.g. RCD. Good standards of housekeeping. Staff awareness and training. Part D. For fires involving live electrical equipment where the power cannot be isolated, there is a severe risk of electrical shock. Water is a conductor of electricity. Classifications of fire and fire extinguishers. Identify the types of fire and extinguishers. Class A, fires which involve solid materials such as wood, paper, cardboard, textiles, furniture, and plastics where there are normally glowing embers during combustion. Such fires are extinguished by cooling, which is achieved using water. Page 185 of 231. Class B, fires which involve liquids or liquefied solids such as paints, oils, or fats. These can be further subdivided into Class B1, fires which involve liquids that are soluble in water such as methanol. They can be extinguished by carbon dioxide, dry powder, water spray, and light water and vaporizing liquids. Class B2, fires which involve liquids not soluble in water, such as petrol and oil. They can be extinguished by using foam, carbon dioxide, dry powder, light water, and vaporizing liquid. Class C, fires which involve gases such as natural methods of extinction, gas or liquefied gases such as butane or propane. They can be extinguished using foam or dry powder in conjunction with water to cool any containers involved or nearby. Class D, fires which involve metals such as aluminium or magnesium. Special dry powder extinguishers are required to extinguish these fires, which may contain powdered graphite or talc. Class F, fires which involve high-temperature cooking oils or fats in large catering establishments or restaurants. There are designated extinguishers for such fires. Electrical fires, fires involving electrical equipment or circuitry do not constitute a fire class on their own, as electricity is a source of ignition that will feed a fire until switched off or isolated. But there are some pieces of equipment that can store, within capacitors, lethal voltages even when isolated. Extinguishers specifically designed for electrical use like carbon dioxide or dry powder should always be used for this type of fire hazard. Fire extinguishers are usually designed to tackle one or more class of fire. Fire classifications. In relation to the classification of fires, give an example of a material, fuel, that fall within the classes A, B, C and D. Class A, fires in carbonaceous materials such as wood, paper, etc. Class B, fires in flammable liquids such as petrol, oil, grease, diesel, etc. Class C, fires in flammable gases such as LPG, acetylene. Class D, fires in flammable metals such as sodium, potassium and aluminium. Page 186 of 231. 6.2, Fire risk assessment. Fire risk assessment. Factors to be considered. Outline factors to be considered when carrying out fire risk assessment of a workplace. Identify the hazards. Hazards include anything that can start a fire, such as naked flames, heaters, or commercial processes such as cookers or hot air dryers. Anything that can burn in a fire, including piles of waste, display materials, textiles, or other flammable products. Oxygen sources such as air conditioning, medical products or commercial oxygen supplies which might intensify a fire. Identify people at risk. These include people who work close to or with fire hazards, people who work alone, or in isolated areas such as storerooms, children or parents with babies, elderly people, disabled people, vulnerable people, e.g. hospitals, delivery rooms, ICU, etc. Evaluate, remove, or reduce the risk. You should, where possible, get rid of the fire hazards you identified, e.g. remove build UPS of waste, and reduce any hazards you can't remove entirely. Replace highly flammable materials with less flammable ones. Keep anything that can start a fire away from flammable materials. Have a safe smoking policy for employees or customers who want to smoke in a designated area near your premises. Smoking in enclosed spaces is banned. Once you have reduced the risk as far as practical, you need to look at any risk that can't be removed and decide what fire safety measures to provide. Hazards to firemen when attending a fire. Outline the hazards to which workers in the fire and rescue service could be exposed while attending emergencies. The hazards to which workers in the fire and rescue service could be exposed while attending emergencies include, but are not limited to, exposure to fire, heat, smoke, fumes or toxic gases, falls from heights, the collapse of structures or being struck by falling objects, contact with electricity, being involved in an explosion such as that of gas cylinders, page 187 of 231, exposure to chemicals, radiation, or biohazards such as discarded syringes, hazards connected with the need to move or handle equipment in restricted spaces, being struck by moving road traffic, being attacked by members of the public or even by animals, stress arising from the very nature of the work they have to carry out. Fire plan. The manager of an industrial unit containing a number of offices and workshops has just completed a risk assessment and is to develop a fire plan. Identify the factors that should be addressed in the fire plan. Factors that should be addressed in the fire plan include the action workers should take if they discover a fire, the system for raising the alarm, the system of notifying the fire service, the escape routes and travel distances, the provision of fire exit route signs, the provision of emergency lighting, the provision and siting of firefighting equipment, the identification of an assembly point and the procedures for taking a roll call, the appointment of and delegation of specific responsibilities to marshals and wardens, the arrangements for workers with disabilities and for non-workers, the location of service shutdown switches and valves, the arrangements for stopping and isolating machinery and plant in the event of a fire, the training required for all workers and that for those with special responsibilities, coordination and cooperation with other employers who might be affected if a fire occurred. 6.3 Fire prevention and prevention of fire spread. Fire prevention and control. List 8 ways of reducing the risk of a fire starting in a workplace. 1. Apply the principles of the fire triangle. Reduce or eliminate any one of the aspects, heat, fuel, and oxygen, then the fire potential will be reduced. 2. Ensure electrical equipment is properly vented and maintained. 3. The regular inspection of electrical equipment. 4. Eliminate or reduce the storage of flammable materials in the workplace. 5. Suitable and sufficient controls over ignition sources. 6. Proper control over smoking and smoking materials, page 188 of 231. 7. Maintain a good standard of housekeeping, in particular preventing the accumulation of debris. 8. Ensure the appropriate maintenance of machinery and equipment to prevent friction. 9. Suitable and sufficient controls over hot work activities. 10. Correct storage of flammable liquids. 11. Correct storage and isolation of combustible gases. 12. Appropriate segregation of incompatible chemicals. 13. Adequate security measures to prevent arson. 14. Regular inspections of the workplace to ensure controls are being maintained. 15. Adequate levels of supervision. 16. Appropriate training of all persons in the ways to prevent/minimize the risk of fire. Highly flammable liquid storage. Outline suitable control measures for the safe storage and use of highly flammable liquids in the workplace. Precautions that should be considered when storing and handling highly flammable liquids in the workplace should include, but not be limited to, their substitution with substances with less flammable properties, the selection of containers that are suitable for the purpose and labeling the containers clearly with information about their contents, storing the containers away and at a safe distance from the process area and protected against sunlight or in a store constructed of fire resisting materials which should be clearly marked, limiting the quantities in use in the process area and preventing vapor buildup by the provision of a good standard of ventilation, removing likely sources of ignition, Preventing or reducing the impact of spillages by using non-spill caps or bunding the area where the containers are held and providing spill kits and training workers in their use, ensuring the segregation of full and empty containers, ensuring the use of suitable electrical equipment whether flameproof or intrinsically safe, providing workers with personal protective equipment such as flame retardant overalls, ensuring the provision of appropriate firefighting equipment for example powder-filled fire extinguishers, introducing safe systems of work for handling and storing the liquids and providing training to the workers in the hazards involved and the control measures to be taken. Fire spread heat transfer. Identify the four methods of heat transfer and explain how each can cause the spread of fire. Heat transfer, page 189 of 231. This is by conduction, radiation, convection, and direct contact. 1. Convection. Hot air becomes less dense and rises, drawing in cold new air to fuel the fire with more oxygen. The heat is transmitted upwards at sufficient intensity to ignite combustible materials in the path of the very hot products of combustion and flames. This is particularly important inside buildings or other structures where the shape may effectively form a chimney for the fire. 2. Conduction. This is the transmission of heat through a material with sufficient intensity to melt or destroy the material and ignite combustible materials which come into contact or close to a hot section. Metals like copper, steel, and aluminium are very effective or good conductors of heat. Other materials like concrete, brickwork, and insulation materials are very ineffective or poor conductors of heat. Poor conductors or good insulators are used in fire protection arrangements. When a poor conductor is also incombustible, it is ideal for fire protection. Care is necessary to ensure that there are no other hazards like a health problem with such materials. Asbestos is a very poor conductor of heat and is incombustible. Unfortunately, it has, of course, very severe health problems which now far outweigh its value as a fire protection material, and it is banned in the UK, although still found in many buildings where it was used extensively for fire protection. 3. Radiation. Often in a fire the direct transmission of heat through the emission of heat waves from a surface can be so intense that adjacent materials are heated sufficiently to ignite. A metal surface glowing red-hot would be typical of a severe radiation hazard in a fire. 4. Direct burning. This is the effect of combustible materials catching fire through direct contact with flames, which causes fire to spread, in the same way that lighting an open fire, with a range of readily combustible fuels, is spread within a grate. Page 190 of 231. 6.4. Fire alarm system and firefighting equipment. Raising the alarm in the event of a fire and sighting of extinguishers. A. Identify 2 ways in which an alarm can be raised in the event of a fire. B. Identify the issues to consider in the selection and sighting of portable fire extinguishers. Part A. The ways of raising the alarm in the event of a fire can be, by automatic methods, for example smoke detectors, manually operated devices such as break glass alarms, visual alarms with the use of flashing lights, horns, klaxons, and the human voice. Part B. For selection, the relevant criteria would be, the type of extinguisher required relative to the fire class, the number to be provided relative to the size of the premises, the number of floors. Issues to be considered in the sighting of the extinguishers include accessibility. Is access unobstructed? Visibility. Can the equipment be easily seen and identified by signs of an appropriate standard? Proximity to exits and escape routes. Travel distances. Is the distance one has to travel to get to such equipment reasonable, i.e. under 2.5 m? Support of the equipment off the ground. Are extinguishers located off the ground and on wall brackets, if they have to be mounted on the floor? Are they located on stands of a suitable construction free from obstruction? Is access easily available to such equipment? Protection from the weather with regards to extremes of temperature, heat and cold, as well as dusty conditions, sand in the desert environment, which may affect their operability. Protection from other sources of damage such as impact from passing vehicles. Page 191 of 231. 6.5. Evacuation of a workplace fire. Means of escape. A. Outline the requirements for an adequate means of escape from inside a place of work to a final exit door. B. Identify the issues to consider for the location of an assembly point for use in a workplace evacuation. Part A. Here the identification of requirements such as an unobstructed escape route with consideration given to the needs of the disabled and with alternative routes available, ensuring that travel distances were kept to a minimum, protected corridors and stairways of sufficient width with internal self-closing smoke doors, the provision of adequate directional signage, the provision of emergency lighting, exit doors fitted with simple catches and opening outwards. Part B. Issues to be considered for the location of assembly points such as unenclosed positions in the open air at a safe distance from the building and large enough to accommodate all employees, direct access from final exits to assembly points which should be accessible to all occupants of the premises, and ensuring that the assembly points are marked and signposted, do not obstruct emergency services and do not put employees at risk from passing traffic. Fire evacuation requirements outline the requirements to ensure the safe evacuation of persons from a building in the event of fire. The requirements to ensure the safe evacuation of persons from a building in the event of fire are adequate fire identification system, means of raising the alarm quickly and effectively, warning devices, lighting and emergency lighting signage of the appropriate standard and positioned in an effective manner, adequately protected routes, practice and drills, ISIT, adequate capacity of the exit routes, adequate capacity of the exit doors and final exit doors, page 192 of 231. Unobstructed ways, fire marshal/wardens, fire protection systems, availability of extinguishers and correct sighting facilities / arrangements for persons with disabilities, realistic travel distance to a place of safety, emergency exits and routes, state the normal requirements with regards to workplace emergency exits and routes. The risk assessments undertaken to take into account the dimensions of the escape route, the length and width of the exit routes and doors, and the expected number of persons to be evacuated. The persons who may have to use exits/routes, e.g. disabled. Travel distance, emergency exit doors must open easily and in the direction of escape, emergency signs and lighting to be provided and remain in a properly functioning condition. All emergency escape routes must be kept clear of obstructions at all times. Escape routes must lead directly to a place of safety. Emergency exit routes and exits must be clearly identifiable, page 193 of 231. Chemical and biological health hazards and risk control. Learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the forms of, the classification of, and health risks from exposure to hazardous substances, explain the factors to be considered when undertaking an assessment of the health risks from substances commonly encountered in the workplace, describe the use and limitations of workplace exposure limits, including the purpose of long-term and short-term exposure limits, outline control measures that should be used to reduce the risk of ill health from exposure to hazardous substances, outline the hazards, risks, and controls associated with specific agents, outline the basic requirements related to the safe handling and storage of waste. 7.1 Forms of, classification of, and health risks from hazardous substances. Chemical agents. Forms, chronic and acute health effects. Employees can be exposed to chemical agents in the workplace. A. Identify 4 forms that chemical agents can take. B. Outline the differences between the acute and chronic health effects from exposure to chemical agents. Part A. Chemical agents can be present in many forms such as 1. Dusts and fibers, 2. Fumes, 3. Gases, 4. Vapors, 5. Mists and aerosols, 6. Liquids and 7. Solids. Part B. In the case of acute health effects, the adverse effects appear after a single or short-term exposure to the agent, and the response is invariably rapid or immediate. Page 194 of 231. In most cases, acute effects recede on cessation of exposure. Chronic health effects, on the other hand, usually result from prolonged or repeated exposure to the agent. The response is normally gradual, may go unrecognized for long periods of time, but is often progressive and irreversible. Biological agents. Types. Identify types of biological agents. Fungus. Fungi are small organisms that produce spores. It is the spores that may be inhaled or enter the body through the skin. Bacteria. Bacteria are very small single-cell organisms, which invade and infect humans. Destroyed by the employment of antibiotics. However, antibiotic-resistant bacteria are developing and are becoming increasingly difficult to treat. Virus: they are minute organisms which develop within the cells of the body, e.g. the common cold, hepatitis, HIV. Recognized as a major source of illness, although usually of short duration. Viruses are microscopic organisms which multiply in the living cells of their hosts. They do not multiply in food, although food may be the vehicle that introduces the virus into the host. Some 10 viral particles are sufficient to cause illness, thus it is highly infective. Hazardous substances: biological organisms reducing the risk of infection. Outline the control measures that could be used to reduce the risk of infection from biological organism. Keeping numbers of persons likely to be exposed to a minimum. Effective engineering controls. Collective control measures: left. Good personal hygiene, PPE and RPE. Effective containment, safe collection and storage. Warning signage, emergency plans and practices. Appropriate information being given to those concerned. Effective supervision, suitable and sufficient instructions and training being issued/delivered and understood, e.g. safe systems of work, by those at risk. Health surveillance, vaccinations where deemed necessary. Page 195 of 231. Flammable solvent, health effects and precautions. A large item of process machinery is to be cleaned manually with a flammable solvent before being partially dismantled for repair. A. Identify 4 possible health effects from exposure to the solvent. B. Outline the safety precautions that should be taken when using such flammable solvents. C. Outline further precautions that might be needed in order to ensure the health and safety of those carrying out the maintenance work. Part A. 1. The vapors, if inhaled, enter the bloodstream and some can cause short-term effects, dizziness, and 2. Long-term effects, brain damage. 3. Many chemicals such as solvents are also irritants. 4. If ingested they may also have toxic effects. 5. Organic solvents, trichloroethylene, are well-known neurotoxins. 6. Organic solvents, e.g. glycol ethers used in screen printing, can restrict the operation of the kidneys, possibly leading to failure. 7. The most common industrial disease of the skin is dermatitis, non-infective dermatitis. It begins with a mild irritation on the skin and develops into blisters which can peel and weep, becoming septic. It can be caused by various chemicals, mineral oils, and solvents. 8. Occupational asthma. Part B. Store minimal quantities in the workplace. Replace caps when they are not required to be removed. Decant using a pump rather than pouring. Have appropriate fire extinguishers available. Have appropriate hot work controls in place. No smoking controls to be properly enforced. Ensure electrical components in use in the work area are appropriate for such flammable atmospheres. Waste materials stored in a lidded container and not allowed to overspill onto the floor. Spillages to be addressed in a timely manner. Ensure appropriate PPE is used. Good hygiene practices to be observed. Part C. 1. Permit to work system, hot work and cold work, need to properly consider rescue. Page 196 of 231. 2. Ventilation/adequate venting of confined spaces. 3. Atmosphere monitoring. 4. No lone working. 5. Appropriate PPE. 6. Good welfare arrangements to allow hand washing, etc. 7. Monitor the workplace temperature. Increase of vapor potential and maybe flammability. Spraying solvent forms, routes of entry, MSDS, and control measures. As part of a cleaning process, solvent is to be sprayed onto components before they are painted. A. During the spraying process, identify the forms the solvent could take. B. Outline the possible routes of entry of the solvent into the human body. C. Identify the information that could be obtained about the solvent from the Material Safety Data Sheet, MSDS. D. Outline control measures that could be taken to reduce the risks from exposure to the solvent. Part A. During the spraying process, the forms the solvent could take are as a liquid, a mist, an aerosol, or a vapor. Part B. The possible routes of entry of the solvent into the human body are inhalation, since mists, aerosols and vapors are airborne; ingestion, since there could be hand-to-mouth contact with contaminated hands; injection following use of a high-pressure spray gun; and through the skin into the bloodstream following entry through a cut or wound. Part C. Information on the solvent that would be available on the safety data sheet includes the manufacturer's name and contact details, the name and type of the solvent, its physical and chemical properties, its reactivity, the nature of the hazard it presents, page 197 of 231, its health effects, regulatory information such as risk and safety phrases, the work exposure limit, occupational exposure limit, control measures to be taken against exposure such as the wearing of personal protective equipment, measures to be taken in the event of spillage, first aid and firefighting measures, the precautions to be taken to ensure the safe disposal of the solvent taking into account environmental considerations. Part D. An initial control measure that would need to be considered would be minimizing the generation of solvent mist or vapor by brushing the components rather than by the use of spraying equipment. If this was not possible, the spraying operation would need to be carried out in an isolated area, preferably a spray booth, provided with local exhaust ventilation. It would also be advisable to reduce the number of employees exposed and to reduce the time of their exposure. Those involved in the operation would need to be provided with personal protective equipment such as overalls and gloves and respiratory protective equipment if it were not possible to carry out the operation under local exhaust ventilation of a sufficiently high standard. The operators would have to be given instruction and information on the hazards associated with the operation and the precautionary measures to be adopted and should have ready access to washing facilities. Some candidates at times proposed to eliminate the use of the solvent, not realizing that this was not an option. 7.2 Assessment of health risks. Cellular defense mechanisms. Identify two types of cellular defense mechanisms that the body has as a natural defense system. Two types of cellular defense mechanisms that the body has as a natural defense system such as 1. The scavenging action that of phagocytes and or macrophages, 2. The secretion of defensive substances, 3. The prevention of excessive blood loss, and 4. The repair of damaged tissue. Target organ. Define a target organ. Page 198 of 231. A target organ is the part of the body that sustains an adverse effect when it is exposed or contaminated by a particular harmful substance or agent. Hazardous substance risk assessment. Outline 4 sources of information that might be consulted when assessing the risks of a new substance being introduced into a manufacturing process. 1. Manufacturer's or supplier's product information, MSDS. 2. Recognized publications from reliable bodies, e.g. EH40 from the UK House. 3. Specialist textbooks, journals, and research papers. 4. Guidance from trade or professional bodies. 5. Electronic health and safety databases, i.e. the Internet. 6. ILO databases based on the Internet. 7. Subscription-related and reliable web-based reference sources. Hazardous substances, biological organisms, or toxic substances. Routes of entry. Identify the possible routes of entry of biological organism to the body. An alternative question here may be identify 4 possible routes of entry of toxic substances into the body. The possible routes of entry into the body of biological organisms include ingestion, hand-to-mouth injection, needle stick inhalation, breathing, absorption through mucous membrane. Hazardous substance ingestion. Page 199 of 231. Outline the personal hygiene practices that should be followed to reduce the risk of ingestion of a hazardous substance. The following should be achieved in conjunction with suitable and sufficient training and supported by effective supervision. Restriction of eating in the vicinity of the workplace, where hazardous substances are used or stored. Restriction of smoking in the workplace. Regular washing of hand and exposed body. Use of suitable personal protective equipment such as goggles, face mask, etc. Removal and cleaning of the contaminated cloth and work refuse, debris, etc. Hazardous substances. MSDS information contained. Identify the information that should be included on a manufacturer's safety data sheet supplied with a hazardous substance. The section headings for a 16-section MSDS are as follows: Section 1, Chemical Product and Company Identification. Section 2, Composition/Information on Ingredients. Section 3, Hazards Identification. Section 4, First Aid Measures. Section 5, Firefighting measures Section 6, Accidental release measures Section 7, Handling and storage Section 8, Exposure control/personal protection Section 9, Physical and chemical properties Section 10, Stability and reactivity. Section 11, Toxicological information Section 12, Ecological information Section 13, Disposal considerations Section 14, Transport information Section 15, Regulatory information Section 16, Other information. Hazardous substance use information to users outline the information that should be given to employees when they could be exposed to a substance hazardous to health in the workplace. The nature of the substance and its possible effects on the person, how the substance is to be used, transported, and stored, ensuring the correct understanding of the provision and use of control measures, the required use of personal protective equipment including information on its availability, storage, cleaning, maintenance and replacement, the procedures relating to personal hygiene with regard to direct use and or exposure to the substance, the monitoring undertaken to ensure correct/desired compliance with the safe use, etc. of the substance. Page 200 of 231. The required/anticipated health surveillance requirements, the procedures to adopt in the event of emergencies including first aid, spillage, fire, etc. Access to the material safety data sheet, access and viewing of the related risk assessments for the substances concerned. 7.3, Workplace exposure limits. Workplace exposure limits, WEL. Hazardous substances can be assigned a workplace exposure limit. WEL. A. Outline control measures that could be considered to ensure that exposure to hazardous substances will not exceed the WEL. B. Identify two classifications of hazardous substances that require exposure to be reduced to as low a level as is reasonably practicable. Part A. Control measures to ensure exposure to hazardous substances will not exceed the WEL include, providing a total enclosure for the process where this is possible, limiting the need for persons to enter enclosed areas, for example to carry out maintenance, minimizing emissions and generation of the hazardous substance, for example, by temperature control or by applying the substance with a brush rather than spraying, minimizing the number of persons exposed and the length of their exposure by the use of job rotation and the provision of frequent breaks, providing adequate dilution or local exhaust ventilation, providing suitable respiratory protective equipment such as air-fed or cartridge respirators, and preventing skin contact during the use of substances that may be absorbed through the skin. Part B. Here the identification of carcinogenic substances or those causing cancer which carry the risk phrase R45 or R49, respiratory sensitizers or asthmagens, R42 or R42/43, and mutagenic substances, R46. Many who answer this type of question refer to specific hazardous substances rather than the classifications as required. Workplace exposure limits, WEL, meaning and possible reasons for an increase in work-related ill health. A recent increase in work-related ill health has been noticed amongst the workers who use a solvent for which a workplace exposure limit, WEL, has been set. A. Explain the meaning of the term workplace exposure limit. B. Give possible reasons for the increase in work-related ill health amongst the workers. Page 201 of 231. Part A. The term workplace exposure limit is concerned with concentrations of hazardous substances in the air that people breathe averaged over a specified period of time and referred to as a time-weighted average. Two time periods are used: long-term, 8 hours, intended to control effects by restricting the total intake by inhalation on a daily basis, and short-term, usually 15 minutes, to control effects that may be seen after a brief exposure. Part B. Possible reasons for the increase in work-related ill health amongst the workers could include, that an important reason for the increase in work-related ill health might have been the inadequacy of the original risk assessment carried out for the operation or a subsequent increase in the frequency and duration of the exposure of workers. The original solvent might have been replaced by a new solvent for which no risk assessment had been carried out. A failure to carry out health screening of new workers. A failure to give them adequate training on the precautions to be observed. An increase in the quantity or concentration of the solvent used. An inadequate or poorly maintained local exhaust ventilation system. A failure to carry out regular monitoring to ensure the work exposure limit was not being exceeded. A failure to provide, or if provided, a failure to use personal protective equipment. A poor standard of personal hygiene on the part of the workers. Workplace exposure limits. Dust lamp and personal dust samplers. Different methods can be used to monitor dust in a workplace to ensure that personal exposure levels do not exceed workplace exposure limits. Wells. A. Explain how a dust lamp can give an indication of airborne dust levels in a workplace. B. Outline how a personal dust sampler is used to measure the levels of airborne dust. Part A. Under normal lighting conditions, many particles of dust are too small to see with the naked eye. Therefore, by passing a beam of strong light from a dust lamp through airborne dust, the particles become readily visible to the observer. This is a qualitative rather than a quantitative method of dust measurement, but it does help to indicate the movement and pattern of dust omitted by a work process. Part B, page 202 of 231. Personal dust sampler. A pre-weighed filter is placed in a sampling head, which would be a 7-hole head for measuring total inhalable dust and a cyclone head for respirable dust. The sampling head is connected to a portable pump, which is normally belt-mounted, and is positioned near the breathing zone of the employee. Air is drawn through the filter at a preset rate, nominally 2 liters per minute, over a period of a shift or 8 hours. The filter is then reweighed, and the difference between the two filter weights divided by the volume of air sampled will give the daily exposure in mg/m superscript 3. Hazardous substance risk assessment and maximum allowable concentration. A. Outline factors to consider when undertaking an assessment of health risks for a hazardous substance. B. Give the meaning of the term maximum allowable concentration. Part A. The factors to consider when undertaking an assessment of health risks for a hazardous substance should include, but not be limited to, the following: details of the process in which the substance is to be used, the hazardous nature of the substance, whether for example toxic, corrosive, or carcinogenic, and its chemical, physical or biohazardous properties, the form in which it was to appear in the workplace, for example as a dust or fume, the possible routes of entry of the substance such as inhalation, absorption, or injection, the possible ill health effects of exposure to it, the frequency, duration, and level of exposure, and the number and type of persons who would be exposed, the existence of applicable standards such as work exposure limits, and the suitability and adequacy of the control measures currently in place. Part C. The meaning of the term maximum allowable concentration could be considered as the concentration in air of a gas, vapor, or substance which in general remains without harmful effects to both workers and their offspring, albeit after repeated exposure and during the period of time up to an entire working life comprising 8 hours per day and 40 hours per week. Occupational health surveys. Use of stain tube detectors and continual gas/dust samplers in relation to occupational health surveys, which can be conducted to determine health risks to persons. Outline 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages of both. A. Stain tube detectors, page 203 of 231. B. Continual gas/dust samplers. Part A. The advantages of stain tube detectors are that: 1. They are quick and easy to use. 2. They are normally inexpensive to buy. 3. Their use does not require extensive training. 4. They give an immediate reading without further analysis being required. The disadvantages of using the detectors: 1. Their accuracy varies. 2. They are suitable only for gases and vapors and not dusts. 3. They may be prone to operator error, for example in counting the pump strokes or drawing up properly. 4. They can be used only for grab sampling. 5. The tubes are fragile. 6. They have a limited shelf life. Part B. The advantages of continual samplers are: 1. They allow longer-term monitoring. 2. Are more accurate in determining a time-weighted average, TWA. 3. Have an approved methodology for testing. Their disadvantages are: 1. They will not identify a specific type of contaminant or multiple contaminants too. They normally do not read peaks or troughs 3. If used as a static sampler, they will not identify personal exposure 4. They are open to deliberate contamination or tampering 5. The users require considerable training 6. They are expensive to purchase or hire. 7.4 Control measures, page 204 of 231. Local exhaust ventilation, LEF, outline the factors that may reduce the effectiveness of a local exhaust ventilation, LEF, system. There are a range of factors that might reduce the effectiveness of a local exhaust ventilation system, including damage to the ducting, the distance the extraction head is away from the source, blocked, damaged, unsuitable or incorrectly installed filters, fan inefficiency perhaps through wear or corrosion of the blades, inappropriate initial design which may be exacerbated by process changes, unauthorized alterations such as increasing the number of outlets, incorrect use such as a failure to position the hood close enough to the source of emission. Sharp bends in the ductwork structure may have a detrimental effect on extraction, a buildup of contaminant in the ducting and a blocked or obstructed outlet, incorrect settings for example of the dampers, and a failure to provide a system of regular maintenance, inspection, and testing. Some candidates provided a drawing of a LEF system, and while this was not required by the question, it does give them the opportunity to consider all aspects of the system and identify where deficiencies could occur. Local exhaust ventilation system sketch. The principal components of a LEF system, page 205 of 231. Local exhaust ventilation system effectiveness reduction, outline factors that may reduce the effectiveness of a local exhaust ventilation system, LEF. The factors that may reduce the effectiveness of a local exhaust ventilation system could include damage to the ducting, blocked, damaged, unsuitable or incorrectly installed filters, fan inefficiency perhaps through wear or corrosion of the blades, inappropriate initial design which may be exacerbated by process changes, unauthorized alterations such as increasing the number of inlets, incorrect use including a failure to position the hood close enough to the source of emission, a buildup of contaminant in the ducting and a blocked or obstructed outlet, scrubber saturation, incorrect settings, for example of the dampers, and a failure to introduce procedures for the regular maintenance, inspection, and testing of the system. Local exhaust ventilation airborne measurements have identified that a local exhaust ventilation system, LEF, is no longer controlling employee exposure to airborne dust. A risk assessment has identified that respiratory protective equipment, RPE, can be used as an interim measure to protect employees, whilst engineers repair the LEF system. A. Identify the main components of the LEF system. B. Outline factors that may reduce the effectiveness of the LEF system. C. Outline factors to be considered when selecting RPE to protect the employees whilst engineers are repairing the LEF system. Part A. The main components of the LEF system are a hood, ducting, an air cleaning device such as a filter or bag filter, a fan and an exhaust outlet. Part B. The factors that may reduce the effectiveness of the LEF system include damage to the ducting, blocked, damaged, unsuitable or incorrectly installed filters, fan inefficiency perhaps through wear or corrosion of the blades, page 206 of 231. Inappropriate initial design which may be exacerbated by process changes, unauthorized alterations such as increasing the number of inlets, incorrect use including a failure to position the hood close enough to the source of emission, a buildup of contaminant in the ducting and a blocked or obstructed outlet, incorrect settings, for example of the dampers, a failure to introduce procedures for the regular maintenance, inspection, and testing of the system. Part C. Factors to be considered in the selection of respiratory protective equipment, RPE, include the type, duration, and frequency of the work to be carried out, the type of rep to be used whether full face or half mask, the work exposure limit of the dust and the protection factor of the rep, the selection of the correct filter or cartridge for the equipment, task-related factors such as movement, work rate, and the need for communication, comfort for the wearers particularly if they have facial hair or wear spectacles, compatibility of the RPE with other personal protective equipment, the initial cost of the equipment and that involved in its regular maintenance, the provision of adequate storage facilities for the equipment when it is not in use. Minimizing dust levels other than using LEF. Describe other methods of control to minimize levels of airborne dust except from LEF. Working one's way through the hierarchy of controls is a good way of achieving a reasonable answer here, being, eliminating the process causing the dust. A change in process to reduce dust amounts. Substitution of materials, i.e. capsule form, pellets, or liquid segregation or enclosure of the dust creation process. Damping down the dust for easier removal such as vacuuming. Methods of cleaning so as not to disturb the dust, i.e. vacuuming instead of sweeping. Health surveillance. Identify factors that may indicate a need for health surveillance of workers in a workplace. Factors that might indicate the need for health surveillance of workers include, the requirements of legislation, codes of practice and guidance, the work activity involving contact with, for example, lead or asbestos, changes in the work activity, as a result of a risk assessment, ill health records including those of first aid treatments and absence records, the results of monitoring or workplace inspections, job fitness standards. Page 207 of 231. Evidence of pre-existing conditions, complaints from workers and as a result of consultation with the workforce. Health surveillance meaning, types of checks and the meanings of STEL and LTEL, limitations of export limits. A. Give the meaning of the term health surveillance. B. Identify the types of checks that could be included in a health surveillance program. C. Give the meaning of a short-term exposure limit, STEL, and a long-term exposure limit, LTEL. D. Outline the limitations of exposure limits, ELs. 4 Part A. Health surveillance is concerned with collecting and using information about a worker's health related to their work and systematically watching out for work-related ill health in workers exposed to certain health risks. It could range from simple skin or hearing checks to medical examinations involving a doctor and/or nurse. Part B. Here you would be expected to identify types of checks such as, a health assessment by questionnaire, a clinical examination, diagnostic tests such as by X-ray or scan, function measurements for example a lung function test, biological tests as of the blood, skin checks for signs of rashes, eye and hearing tests, and self-checks once the symptoms have been explained. Part C. Here your answer needs to consider that both the short-term and long-term exposure limits are concerned with airborne concentrations of a substance over a specified period of time and are expressed as a time-weighted average. The short-term exposure limit, STEL, is usually averaged over a 15-minute reference period, and is aimed at avoiding acute effects from exposure to substances where there is evidence that such an effect may be present. The long-term exposure limit, LTEL, is concerned with the total intake averaged over a reference period of 8 hours and is aimed at protecting against the known effects of long-term exposure. Few candidates demonstrate a good understanding of the exposure limits and some only repeat the wording of the question in response. For example, STEL is the short-term exposure limit and LTEL is the long-term exposure limit. Part D. Page 208 of 231. The limitations of workplace exposure limits include the fact that they relate to inhalation only and not to other routes of entry such as skin absorption and do not therefore account for circumstances where both routes may be possible. Additionally, they do not account for personal susceptibility since the majority of the work carried out in their development has been carried out in the developed countries such as Europe and the USA and is based mainly on the average male physiology. It has also to be recognized that variations may exist in controlled conditions where local exhaust ventilation may not always work consistently because of lack of maintenance and excessive levels of contamination. Similarly, lack of maintenance and misuse can lead to inaccuracies in monitoring since measuring microscopic amounts of contamination require very accurate and sensitive equipment. There are, also, synergistic effects since the standards that are available relate to a single substance and often the effects of exposure to multiple substances in the workplace need to be considered. Finally, some exposure limits are guidelines only and not requirements while others do not assess all health effects of a particular substance. 7.5 Specific agents. Dust monitoring. Dust lamp and personal dust sampler. Different methods can be used to monitor dust in a workplace to ensure that personal exposure levels do not exceed workplace exposure limits. Wells. A. Explain how a dust lamp can give an indication of airborne dust levels in a workplace. B. Outline how a personal dust sampler is used to measure the levels of airborne dust. Part A. Under normal lighting conditions, many particles of dust are too small to see with the naked eye. Therefore, by passing a beam of strong light from a dust lamp through airborne dust, the particles become readily visible to the observer. This is a qualitative rather than a quantitative method of dust measurement, but it does help to indicate the movement and pattern of dust omitted by a work process. Part B. A personal dust sampler is used to measure the levels of airborne dust. Its use is as a pre-weighed filter is placed in a sampling head, which would be a 7-hole head for measuring total inhalable dust and a cyclone head for respirable dust. The sampling head is connected to a portable pump, which is normally belt-mounted, and is positioned near the breathing zone of the employee. Page 209 of 231. Air is drawn through the filter at a preset rate, nominally 2 liters per minute, over a period of a shift or 8 hours. The filter is then reweighed, and the difference between the two filter weights divided by the volume of air sampled will give the daily exposure in mg/m superscript 3. Dust emission prevention. Outline 4 methods of dust emissions prevention. Dust emissions can be prevented or reduced in 4 basic ways. 1. Limiting the creation or presence of dust-sized particles. 2. Reducing wind speed at ground level. 3. Binding dust particles together. 4. Capturing and removing dust from its sources. Wood dust. Respiratory defenses and control measures. Employees have been exposed to high levels of inhalable wood dust. A. Identify the body's respiratory defenses against the inhalation of the wood dust. B. Outline control measures to reduce the risk to employees from exposure to wood dust. Part A. The body's respiratory defenses against the inhalation of the wood dust is achieved by the filtering effect of nasal hairs, the role of coughing and sneezing, the part played by mucus in the respiratory tract and bronchi, which allows dust particles to be trapped and then carried upwards by tiny hairs, the cilia. Part B. The control measures to reduce the risk to employees from exposure to wood dust include the hierarchy of control and measures, such as the enclosure and or segregation of the process, or if this was not possible, the use of engineering controls such as the provision of local exhaust ventilation, which would need to be regularly inspected and maintained. The provision and use of respiratory protective equipment, which again would require regular maintenance. A high standard of housekeeping, including the use of a vacuum cleaner, would have to be maintained, and employees issued with personal protective equipment such as overalls and gloves. Employees would need to practice a high standard of personal hygiene by changing overalls and washing hands before eating or drinking. Page 210 of 231. A check on the effectiveness of the control measures which had been introduced. A periodic check should be carried out on the quality of the breathing air in the workplace. Dust entering the body and respirable dust. A. Explain how the body prevents dust from entering the body, and B. Outline the meaning of respirable dust. Part A. This comprises the lungs and associated organs, e.g. the nose. Air is breathed in through the nose, passes through the trachea, windpipe, and the bronchi into the 2 lungs. Within the lungs, the air enters many smaller passageways, bronchiole, and thence to one of 300,000 terminal sacs called alveoli. The alveoli are approximately 0.1 mm across, although the entrance is much smaller. On arrival in the alveoli, there is a diffusion of oxygen into the bloodstream through blood capillaries and an effusion of carbon dioxide from the bloodstream. While soluble dust which enters the alveoli will be absorbed into the bloodstream, insoluble dust, respirable dust, will remain permanently, leading to possible chronic illness. The whole of the bronchial system is lined with hairs, known as cilia. The cilia offer some protection against insoluble dusts. These hairs will arrest all non-respirable dust, above 5 m, and, with the aid of mucus, pass the dust from one hair to a higher one and thus bring the dust back to the throat. This is known as the ciliary escalator. It has been shown that smoking damages this action. The nose will normally trap large particles, greater than 20 mm, before they enter the trachea. Part B. Respirable dust tends to be long thin particles with sharp edges which puncture the alveoli walls. The puncture heals producing scar tissues which are less flexible than the original walls. This can lead to fibrosis. Such dusts include asbestos, coal, silica, some plastics, and talc. Asbestos types and where it can be found. A. Identify 2 types of asbestos to which workers in the construction industry may be exposed. B. Give examples of where workers might find asbestos while undertaking maintenance or refurbishment work on a building. Part A. Types of asbestos such as page 211 of 231 chrysotile or blue asbestos, chrysotile or white asbestos and amosite or brown asbestos. Part B. Examples of where asbestos was likely to be encountered during renovation work on a building would have referred to pipe lagging, asbestos cement products such as roofing sheets, loose asbestos packing used as fire breaks in ceiling voids, sprayed asbestos coatings on steel members to provide an element of fire resistance, asbestos wool used as loft or wall insulation, asbestos rope, certain textured coatings or decorative plasters, and gaskets on boilers and cookers. Many tended to refer to locations such as roof or ceilings without specifying the type of material that might be found there or what form the asbestos might take. Asbestos removal. Chronic health effects. Asbestos is to be removed from a building used as a workplace. A. Identify the possible chronic health risks from exposure to asbestos. B. Outline control measures that should be considered before and during the removal of asbestos. Part A. Possible chronic health risks from exposure to asbestos include pleural plagues, asbestosis, mesothelioma, and lung cancer. Part B. The control measures that should be considered before and during the removal of asbestos include segregation of the area where the work is to be done and restricting access to the area, the appointment of a licensed contractor for the removal of the asbestos, erecting a sheeted enclosure around the area and keeping it under negative pressure, a restriction on the use of power tools for the removal operation, monitoring airborne fiber levels during the operation, providing the employees involved in the operation with personal protective equipment such as hooded overalls and gloves and respiratory protective equipment, page 212 of 231. The provision and siting of decontamination and welfare facilities, arrangements for cleaning the site when the removal work has been completed and for carrying out an air clearance test, ensuring that the employees are made fully aware both of the risks involved in the removal operation and the precautions to be taken. Indications of a dust problem, body defenses against dust and control measures to reduce dust in the work environment. A. Identify the possible indications of a dust problem in a workplace. B. Describe how the body may defend itself against the harmful effects of airborne dust. C. Outline, with practical examples where appropriate, the control measures that may be used to reduce levels of dust in a work environment. Part A. The possible indications of a dust problem in the workplace could be visible signs, complaints by employees, monitoring equipment problems, blocked filters. Part B. 1. Nasal hairs on inhalation. Many substances and minor organisms are successfully trapped by nasal hairs. 2. Respiratory tract containing hair cells. 3. Coughing and sneezing. On detecting harmful substances, a series of reflexes activate the coughing and sneezing mechanisms to expel the substance. 4. The change of direction of the larynx. 5. Eye watering, effectively washing out small particles of dust by a combination of blinking and tears. 6. The ciliary escalator, lined with mucus and fine hairs which sweep towards the outside and pass along the large particles. Part C. Eliminate the source of the dust. Substitute the dusty substance with say pellets. Change the process. Use a liquid instead of a powder/dry process. Enclose the complete process. Adequate ventilation. Page 213 of 231. Control by suppression. Adequate housekeeping arrangements. Maintenance issues to be suitably addressed. Contact dermatitis in construction. The construction industry has a high incidence of contact dermatitis. A. Identify 4 substances used in construction that could cause contact dermatitis. B. Outline control measures that could be used to reduce the risk of contact dermatitis. Part A. Substances in use in the construction industry that could cause contact dermatitis include 1. Degreasers, 2. Descalers, 3. Detergents, 4. Epoxy resins and hardeners, 5. Sealants such as acrylic silicone, 6. Bitumen, asphalt, and tar, 7. Solvents used in connection with paints, glues and other surface coatings, 8. Petrol, diesel, oil, and greases, 9. Cement and lime and 10. Insulation materials such as mineral wool. Be mindful that some candidates tend to give a list of products rather than substances. Part B. In outlining control measures that could be used to reduce the risk of contact dermatitis, you can refer to the use of alternative substances where this is possible, using gloves to protect skin on the hands and minimizing contact with the use of hand tools, providing washing facilities so that contaminants can be removed from the skin as soon as possible, using barrier and moisturizing creams, providing information to workers on the hazards involved and the precautions to be taken, encouraging them to report skin problems and arranging for supervisors to undertake skin inspections. Page 214 of 231. The big problem experienced here is that answers are generally concerned only with the use of gloves and barrier creams and the provision of training. Some candidates refer to the hierarchy of control but then do not apply it to the scenario. Ammonia release health effects and air monitoring. Ammonia has been released into the atmosphere of a workplace. A. Outline typical health effects resulting from exposure to ammonia. B. Give the meaning of the term acute health effect. C. Identify suitable air monitoring methods for ammonia. Part A. The typical health effects resulting from exposure to ammonia include irritation and possibly burning of the respiratory system, pulmonary edema, coughing and sneezing, eye irritation together with running eyes and nose, and irritation and burning of the skin. Ammonia, in both its gaseous and liquid form, can be irritating to the eyes, respiratory tract, and skin due to its alkaline nature. The biological effects of ammonia in humans after acute exposures are dose-related. They depend on the ambient concentration, the amount taken in by the body, and the duration of exposure. Ammonia leaks can be very dangerous. Ammonia is extremely irritating, and may severely burn your skin and eyes upon contact. During a leak, a cloud of ammonia gas causes burning and swelling of the air passages of the nose, throat, and lungs. Workers exposed to very serious leaks may survive the accident, but may die later from pulmonary edema, a buildup of fluid in the lungs caused by the damaging effect of the gas. Workers may suffer permanent lung and eye problems as a result of exposure to high levels of ammonia. Nausea and watering eyes from ammonia fumes pose an additional safety hazard to workers who must work with sharp knives and precision cutting equipment. Not much is known about the long-term effects of ammonia. Frequent exposure to small amounts of other irritating gases can lead to bronchitis, persistent cough, and excess mucus production. It may also decrease your body's ability to get rid of foreign substances, like dusts, from your airways. Chronic, long-term, exposure to ammonia may, therefore, harm you by itself or in combination with other occupational hazards and infectious diseases. Part B. In the case of acute health effects, the adverse effects appear after a single or short-term exposure to the agent, and the response is invariably rapid or immediate. In most cases, acute effects recede on cessation of exposure. Page 215 of 231. Part C. Suitable air monitoring methods for ammonia include a stain tube, a passive or active sampling device, and an electrochemical detection device such as a pulsed amplified detector. Solvent exposure. Minimize exposure. Identify the precautions that could be taken to minimize and reduce exposure to solvents. Precautionary measures that could be taken to reduce and minimize exposure to solvents include their use in well-ventilated areas with the installation of local exhaust ventilation if this is thought to be necessary, the prohibition of hot work in solvent-laden vapor areas, keeping minimal quantities in the workplace, keeping them stored in lidded and sealed containers, using a safe decanting method, limiting the exposure time of workers, ensuring a good standard of housekeeping so that solvent-laden rags and waste are not left in open bins, refraining from using solvent for the removal of paint and grease from the skin, the provision and use of suitable personal protective equipment such as gloves, goggles, face shield, and apron, and respiratory protective equipment where this is found to be necessary, prohibiting eating, drinking and smoking in areas where solvents are used, advising the workers on the hazards of solvent use and the precautions to be followed, and encouraging them to adopt a good standard of personal hygiene such as washing hands before consumption of food or drink. Legionella health risks. What could cause the bacteria to be present in a water system? Who can be exposed? A. Identify the health risks associated with exposure to Legionella bacteria. B. Outline the circumstances that could cause Legionella bacteria to be present in a water system. C. Identify ways in which persons can be exposed to Legionella bacteria. Part A. Health risks associated with exposure to Legionella bacteria include Legionnaire's disease, a flu-like condition and a potentially fatal form of pneumonia, and other conditions less serious including Pontiac fever. Part B. Circumstances that could cause Legionella bacteria to be present in a water system include page 216 of 231, stagnant and untreated water, water kept at a temperature between 20 and 45 degrees C, dead ends, the presence of sludge and other deposits. Part C. A person might be exposed to Legionella bacteria by inhaling airborne droplets which could emanate from water systems such as cooling towers, showers or fountains. 7.6. Safe handling and storage of waste. Collection and disposal of waste. Outline the issues that should be considered by an organization when developing a system for the safe collection and disposal of its waste. The area assigned to hold the waste prior to collection should be of sufficient size. Storage should be suitably located away from drains, etc. The storage area should be properly identified and labeled. Individual containers should be clearly identified as to their contents. Different types of waste should be stored separately. Incompatible wastes should never be stored in close proximity. The waste containers must be of a suitable and sufficient construction for the waste that they are to hold. Waste, if necessary, should be protected from the weather elements. Bunding arrangements, if applicable, should be instigated. Hazardous waste not to be disposed of via the general waste route. Storage area to be properly secure. Persons handling the waste must be trained in the applicable safety precautions and procedures. Persons collecting waste, if a contractor, must be approved and properly authorized to do so. Vehicles used for the transportation of the waste must be suitable for the purpose, operated by a trained and authorized person, have the appropriate safety equipments available on board in case of an emergency, be properly placarded, signed, to identify what is being transported. Appropriate paperwork should be completed, retained, and kept available for inspection should the need arise. The disposal site must be authorized by the appropriate environmental authority for the disposal of the waste stream. All persons involved in the collection, storage, and disposal of the waste must be suitable, trained, and be competent in the work expected of them. Hazardous and non-hazardous waste and bunds. A. Give the meaning of hazardous waste to non-hazardous waste. Page 217 of 231. B. Outline the key design features of a permanent spill protected / bunked area in order to protect against accidental releases and pollution. Here candidates were expected to differentiate between hazardous waste which is harmful and / or dangerous to health and the environment, and non-hazardous waste which is not harmful either to health or the environment and does not decompose and result in the formation of harmful products. Part A. A hazardous waste is waste that poses substantial or potential threats to public health or the environment. There are 4 factors that determine whether or not a substance is hazardous. 1. Ignitability, i.e., flammable. 2. Reactivity. 3. Corrosivity. 4. Toxicity. Special waste or hazardous waste is waste which meets the hazard criteria defined in the UK Special Waste Regulations 1996. These are sometimes substances which are life-threatening, toxic, corrosive, or carcinogenic, or highly flammable. Clinical waste falls within this category. Because of the hazards of special waste, the regulations require that movement of such waste is tracked from source to final disposal by means of a consignment note system. Examples of special waste are asbestos, waste from a laboratory or waste from a hospital. Part A2, non-hazardous waste is waste that is not specifically designated as hazardous by, or having hazardous properties described in, the Hazardous Waste Directive. Non-hazardous waste mainly includes the following, where they do not contain any hazardous substances or articles: general office waste, catering waste, construction and demolition waste, scrap timber, metal, glass, etc. Waste segregated for recycling such as office paper, glass, cans, cardboard, pallets, etc. Part B, bunding, also called a bund wall, is the area within a structure designed to prevent inundation or breaches of various types. Page 218 of 231. One of the most common designs for large tanks is a concrete or masonry wall around a tank with a concrete floor. The outside of the wall may be reinforced with an earth berm. Concrete works very well for many liquids, but it is unsuitable for some applications like containing strong acids. The bund may have a roof to prevent precipitation from getting in, but steps must be taken to provide adequate ventilation when storing flammable liquids. If the wall is over a meter high, it may require a ladder or steps to allow people to escape quickly. Another design uses a channel that drains the liquid to a secondary container. When the risk of tank failure is not as likely or when it would not cause extensive damage, the bunding may be designed to merely contain small leaks from hoses and valves. This bunding may not be able to contain the entire volume of the tank. If built properly, bunding is large enough, 110% of the capacity of the largest storage vessel within the bund, and strong enough to contain the contents of an entire tank. When multiple tanks share a bund, the capacity is based on the largest tank. Hierarchy of control: minimize pollution from waste and reducing risk of environmental damage from an oil spillage. A. Identify the elements of a hierarchy of control to minimize pollution from waste. 4. B. Outline techniques which can be used to reduce the risk of environmental damage from spillage and leakage of liquid waste. Part A. The elements of a hierarchy of control to minimize pollution from waste include: reducing the amount of raw materials and energy involved in the processes, reusing materials or recovering energy, recycling materials by using them for a different purpose if they cannot be used again in the original process, converting the waste to energy by incineration and using the heat produced, for example, for the generation of electricity, and finally responsible disposal, for example in a landfill site. Part B. The techniques which can be used to reduce the risk of environmental damage from spillage and leakage of liquid waste include: the use of double-skinned containers, the erection of bunding round tank storage, the positioning of drip trays at decanting points, the use of absorbent granules or pads, booms, and providing covers for drains. Page 219 of 231. Physical and psychological health hazards and risk control learning outcomes. On completion of this element, candidates should be able to demonstrate understanding of the content through the application of knowledge to familiar and unfamiliar situations. In particular, they should be able to outline the health effects associated with exposure to noise and appropriate control measures, outline the health effects associated with exposure to vibration and appropriate control measures, outline the principal health effects associated with heat, ionizing and non-ionizing radiation and basic protection techniques, outline the causes and effects of stress at work and appropriate control actions. 8.1 Noise hearing protection plugs and muffs. A noise survey has been conducted in a factory which has resulted in the need for provision of hearing protection. Outline the advantages and disadvantages of A. Ear muffs, B. Ear plugs. Part A. The advantages of ear muffs are that they provide a good reduction of all sound frequencies, they can be integrated with other personal protective equipment such as a hard hat, they are visible and thus provide a good monitor of their usage, they are reusable and have a low risk of infection. The disadvantages are there is the possibility that they could be incompatible with other forms of personal protective equipment. Their reliability might be affected by the presence of long hair, glasses, or earrings. They might become uncomfortable when worn for long periods or during hot weather, and they need to be regularly maintained and provided with dedicated storage facilities. Part B, advantages of earplugs are, they are easy to use, comfortable. Page 220 of 231 are available in a range of designs and types. They are disposable and thus do not need to be stored after use. Disadvantages, they do need to be correctly sized to fit the individual. Their effectiveness decreases with usage. They interfere with communication. They may cause hygiene problems if they are not kept clean or the user has an existing ear infection. Noise controls in a engineering factory outline with practical examples. The engineering means by which noise levels in the factory might be reduced: maintenance, replacement or adjustment of worn or loose parts, balancing of unbalanced equipment, lubrication of moving parts, substitution of materials, e.g., plastic for metal, a good example being the replacement of steel sprockets in chain drives with sprockets made from flexible polyamide plastics. Substitution of equipment, electric for pneumatic, e.g. hand tools, belt conveyors rather than roller conveyors. Specification of quiet equipment. Substitution of parts of equipment, modification of gear teeth, by replacing spur gears with helical gears, replace straight-edged cutters with spiral cutters, e.g. woodworking machines, replace gear drives with belt drives, replace steel or solid wheels with pneumatic tires. Change of work methods, replace pneumatic tools by changing manufacturing methods, such as molding holes in concrete rather than cutting after production of concrete component. Select slowest machine speed appropriate for a job, also select large, slow machines rather than smaller faster ones. Substitution of processes. Mechanical ejectors for pneumatic ejectors, hot for cold working, page 221 of 231. Welding for riveting, substitution of mechanical power generation and transmission equipment. Electric motors for internal combustion engines or gas turbines, replacement of worn moving parts. Minimizing the number of noisy machines running at any one time. Noise controls. An employer has been advised to implement control measures to protect the hearing of workers exposed to excessively high noise levels. Outline control measures to reduce the noise exposure to the workers. The control measures to reduce the noise exposure to the workers include the introduction of engineering controls such as the use of acoustic absorbent materials to aid soundproofing, increasing the noise travel distance by the use of baffles, fitting silencers for example on exhaust pipes and pneumatic equipment, fitting anti-vibration mounts and replacing metal gears or bushes with those made of plastic, the provision of soundproof enclosures for particularly noisy equipment. Introducing a program of regular maintenance and lubrication of the equipment, switching machinery off when not in use. Limiting exposure by the use of job rotation or reducing the time of exposure of the workers, providing and wearing personal protective equipment such as ear defenders, and introducing a regular program of audiometry screening and checks. Noise health effects from high levels of noise. Outline the possible health effects due to the exposure to high noise level. The main auditory effects include acoustic trauma, sudden hearing damage caused by short burst of extremely loud noise such as a gunshot. Tinnitus, ringing or buzzing in the ear. Temporary hearing loss, also known as temporary threshold shift, TTS, which occurs immediately after exposure to a high level of noise. Page 222 of 231. There is gradual recovery when the affected person spends time in a quiet place. Complete recovery may take several hours. Permanent hearing loss, also known as permanent threshold shift, PTS, progresses constantly as noise exposure continues month after month and year after year. The hearing impairment is noticeable only when it is substantial enough to interfere with routine activities. At this stage, a permanent and irreversible hearing damage has occurred. Noise-induced hearing damage cannot be cured by medical treatment and worsens as noise exposure continues. When noise exposure stops, the person does not regain the lost hearing sensitivity. As the employee ages, Hearing may worsen as age-related hearing loss adds to the existing noise-induced hearing loss. Noise engineering controls identify 4 types of engineering control that may be used to reduce noise in the workplace and give a practical example of each. In answering this question, you are really expected to identify types of engineering control that might be used to reduce noise in the workplace, such as changing the process, for example using screws instead of rivets, or substituting a machine with a diesel engine with one which was electrically driven, providing soundproof enclosures such as a hood for a printer, controlling vibration by the use of resilient machinery mounts and flexible pipes, damping by changing a material being used such as plastic instead of glass, noise absorption by the use of acoustic absorbing ceiling baffles and screens, using silencers to reduce sound energy emitted from exhaust pipes, and introducing a program of planned maintenance which would include lubrication of moving parts of machinery. Noise reduction techniques outline 4 types of engineering control that may be used to reduce noise in the workplace, giving a practical example of each. 1. Silencing suppression of noise operated by the flow of air/gas/steam in ducts pipes by the inclusions of either absorptive materials or baffles. 2. Absorption is used to reduce the amount of noise by using materials such as foam or mineral wool, page 223 of 231. 3. Damping is used primarily to reduce the amount of noise radiating from large panels and is achieved by increasing the stiffness of the panels. 4. Isolation, the physical separation of people from the noise source or the reduction in structure-borne noise by vibration isolation, like flexible pipe, SNID vibration machine, etc. Frequency, decibel and A weighting, noise measurement techniques. A. An organization has identified it must measure noise levels in their workplace. Give the meaning of the following terms: I. Frequency, 2. Decibel, dB, 3. A weighting. B. Identify 2 types of noise measurement techniques. Part A. I. Frequency is the pitch of the sound or the way it sounds, is measured in the number of cycles per second and expressed in hertz, hertz. Part A. 2. A decibel is a unit of measurement of the intensity of sound, measured on a logarithmic rather than a linear scale. 4. A. 3. The A weighting scale is a method of measurement used to match the characteristics of the human ear. The measured sound is filtered so that the sound level meter is less sensitive to very high and very low frequencies. Part B. Noise measurement techniques could include: 1. The use of a handheld meter to carry out spot checks, 2. The use of personal noise dosimeters to give a time-weighted average, 3. The use of an octave band or frequency analyzer, and 4. The use of a pressure meter to measure static sound levels. Page 224 of 231. 8.2, Vibration, vibrating handheld tools, handheld grinder, health effects, control measures and symptoms in relation to the ill health effects from the use of vibrating handheld tools. A. Identify the health effects associated with exposure to vibration. An alternative question here may be: identify the symptoms that the workers may experience due to exposure to the regular use of a handheld grinder. B. Outline the control measures that may be used to minimize the risk of such effects. C. Identify the typical symptoms that might be shown by affected individuals. Part A. Here you should be able to identify effects such as numbness and blanching of the fingers, swollen and painful joints, a reduction in strength, grip, and dexterity and in sensory perception, involuntary muscular movement and carpal tunnel syndrome. Part B. A hierarchy of control measures should include such things as elimination by mechanization or automation, substituting the tools with lower vibration equipment, reducing the time of exposure of the operatives by providing frequent breaks and or job rotation, modifying the equipment to improve the grip on the tools, introducing a planned maintenance program for the tools, providing appropriate personal protective equipment such as gloves to keep the hands warm, introducing a program of health surveillance, providing the employees with information, instruction, and training on the hazards associated with the use of the tools and the control measures that should be taken. Part C. Typical symptoms which may be experienced can include numbness and blanching of the fingers, swollen and painful joints. Page 225 of 231. A reduction in strength, grip, and dexterity. Reduction in sensory perception. Whole body vibration. Drivers of vehicles can be exposed to whole body vibration, WBV. A. Explain the meaning of WBV. B. Describe the physical effects of WBV. C. Outline the control measures that can be taken to reduce the risks from WBV. Part A. Whole body vibration is vibration transmitted to the worker through a contacting or supporting structure such as a seat or floor which is itself vibrating. Part B. The physical effects of whole body vibration would be fatigue and headache, stomach problems and or motion sickness, back pain which may result in permanent injury, shakiness shortly after exposure has taken place, and insomnia. Part C. The initial measure that should be taken would be to assess the level of exposure and then to consider the appropriate risk controls such as the selection of low vibration vehicles, ensuring good seat design which should be sprung or damped and adjustable, the provision, where possible, of level routes for vehicles and ensuring they are kept in good condition, instructing drivers to keep to identified vehicle routes to avoid rough ground, to adjust the speed of the vehicle to suit ground conditions, the provision of a suitable floor surface and footwear, ensuring that vehicles are subjected to regular maintenance, their tires inflated to the correct pressure, limiting exposure of employees by enabling them to take regular breaks and by job rotation, providing information to employees on the risks involved and the precautions to be taken, and introducing a program of regular health surveillance. Page 226 of 231. 8.3 Radiation difference between ionizing and non-ionizing. Identify the difference between the terms ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is emitted from radioactive materials, either in the form of directly ionizing alpha and beta particles or indirectly ionizing X and gamma rays or neutrons. It has a high energy potential and an ability to penetrate, ionize and damage body tissue and organs. Non-ionizing radiation includes ultraviolet, visible light. This includes lasers which focus or concentrate visible light, infrared and microwave radiations. Since the wavelength is relatively long, the energy present is too low to ionize atoms which make up matter. The action of non-ionizing radiation is to heat cells rather than change their chemical composition. Ionizing radiation, means of controlling exposure. Outline the means of controlling exposure to ionizing radiation. Time. The exposure time a person involved in radiation works shall be kept minimum. There should be provision for continuous monitoring of the exposure limit and time. Distance. The form of radiation used in industry. Travel only short distance. People can be kept away by providing barriers, restricted areas, and warning signs. Other means of control measures are the use of forceps and tweezers to maintain a safe distance. Shielding. Most forms of radiation can be stopped by providing a shield appropriate to the radiation type, e.g. alpha particles by a thin paper shield, beta particles by an aluminium sheet, and gamma rays by thick lead or a concrete wall. Non-ionizing radiation. Occupational sources and health effects. A. Identify two types of non-ionizing radiation and give an occupational source of each. B. Outline the health effects associated with exposure to non-ionizing radiation. Part A. Ultraviolet light, welding or excessive exposure to the sun, visible light, artificial lighting or display screens, infrared, lasers. Page 227 of 231. Microwave, cookers, radar or mobile phones, radio wave, communications transmitter, and electromagnetic radiation, high voltage sources. Part B. The health effects associated with exposure to non-ionizing radiation will depend on the particular type of radiation. Photokeratitis or arc eye from welding via ultraviolet radiation, retinal burns, corneal damage and cataracts from exposure to infrared radiation, burns to the skin from exposure to ultraviolet or infrared radiation, the heating of, and damage to, skin and internal organs by radio frequencies, particularly microwaves, and premature skin aging and the possibility of skin cancer. Ionizing radiation health effects. Identify the health effects that may be caused by ionizing radiation. The health effects that may be caused by ionizing radiation could include blistering and ulceration of the skin, dermatitis, cataracts, loss of hair, infertility, radiation sickness, typically nausea, vomiting and diarrhea, cell damage including genetic mutation, anemia, and cancer affecting the skin, body organs, and white blood cells, leukemia. X-ray facility in a dentist's surgery. Health effects of exposure and precautions. A dental surgery has installed an X-ray facility. A. Identify the principal health effects associated with exposure to X-ray radiation. B. Outline the precautions that could be taken to reduce the risks to the operator from exposure to X-ray radiation. Part A. The principal health effects associated with exposure to X-ray radiation include skin burns, radiation sickness, hair loss, page 228 of 231, sterility, cataracts, genetic cell damage, fetal defects and cancer. Part B. The precautions that might be taken include operating the machine from a remote location or from behind a screen, reducing the exposure time of the operators, wearing a protective apron, monitoring dose rates together, introducing a program of health surveillance, providing information to the operators on the hazards associated with X-ray radiation and the precautions that should be taken. Any relevant reference to national or local ionizing radiation regulations could assist in gaining additional marks. Ionizing radiation types and control measures. A. Identify 4 types of ionizing radiation. B. Outline the main control measures for ionizing radiation. Part A. 1. Alpha particles, 2. Beta particles, 3. Gamma radiation, 4. X-ray and 5. Bremsstrahlung. Few candidates mention Bremsstrahlung. Part B. The main control measures being shielding, for example with lead or perspex, segregation by increasing the distance between the source and the person, reducing the duration of exposure by worker rotation, reducing the strength of the source, the use of a glove box provided with local exhaust ventilation, page 229 of 231, the use of appropriate personal protective equipment such as an apron, and the introduction of procedures for monitoring and health surveillance. 8.4 Stress factors that can lead to occupational stress. Outline the factors that may lead to occupational stress amongst workers. The basic workplace stressors are the job itself, boring or repetitive, unrealistic performance targets or insufficient training, job insecurity or fear of redundancy, individual responsibility, ill-defined roles and too much responsibility with too little power to influence the job outputs, working conditions, cramped, dirty and untidy workplace, unsafe practices, lack of privacy or security, inadequate welfare facilities, threat of violence, excessive noise, vibration or heat, poor lighting, lack of flexibility in working hours to meet domestic requirements and adverse weather conditions for those working outside, management attitudes, poor communication, consultation, or supervision, negative health and safety culture, lack of support in a crisis, relationships, unhappy relationship between workers, bullying, sexual and racial harassment. Stress. Work-related causes other than those associated with the physical environment. Outline 8 possible work-related causes of increased stress levels amongst employees. The possible causes of increased stress levels can be divided into those relating to the job or task, those relating to workplace interactions, and those which might be classed as external. Job factors include workload or patterns such as shift work, unsocial hours or excessive overtime, repetitive or monotonous work, lack of control either over the way the work is done or when breaks might be taken, a lack of understanding of the requirements of the job with no information or training given to employees and no indication of where they should go for help or support, job insecurity and the fear of redundancy, particularly at times of organizational change. Workplace interactions involve such issues as the level of supervision provided, which might be oppressive or insufficient, harassment, bullying, discrimination, fear of violence, poor communication with work colleagues. Page 230 of 231. There are also a range of external personal and social factors such as illness, financial worries, family commitments. These could increase an employee's level of stress at work, even if some may not be directly work-related. Night working factors to be considered outline the specific factors that should be considered when assessing risks to employees working on night shifts. There are a range of specific factors that need to be taken into consideration when looking at persons expected to work on a night shift, including frequency of shift changes, what is the shift pattern, level of supervision, the fitness of persons expected to work during such periods, adequate time between shift changes, if on rotating shifts, availability of first aid arrangements and other emergency contingencies, temperature control, security arrangements are suitable and sufficient as the risk of crime may be higher, access to specialist advice and guidance, transportation to and from the place of work. Page 231 of 231.